just so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you doesn't be mine. Just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
To push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
can feel it, so alive, running high. I can finally breathe high. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Serotonin slightly late, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
Talking mine, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believing every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves. desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Yeah.
I know
trouble is rising. Mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now. Before it's too late. Break the silence now. Before it's too late. Raise the sirens now. Before it's too late. Break the silence now. Before it's too late. Raise the sirens
Yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you.
Welcome to the final day here of the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers for North America as we figure out which of the three teams that remain, Ember Enjoyers, GamerLegion, and Rottweilas waiting in that grand finals, which of them are going to qualify into ESL One Birmingham in just about 2 months from now, and who come up just a little bit short. Row as we get started for today. The big story, GamerLegion, they're not the team. Waiting in the finals, not last week, not every qualifier that we've had in North America for the last, what, year now? No, they're in the lower bracket. They got knocked down 2-1 by Rottweilas yesterday. And now, they're playing Ember Enjoyers. I think this is something where we do favor GamerLegion quite a bit, but especially as this is kind of a warm-up for GamerLegion today, what changes do you want to see from them compared to yesterday to make sure that they do everything they want to do?
I mean, I think you and I mostly agree that it is a big part on draft. I mean, I think that yesterday Rottweilas had very good play, and they had incredible play, much cleaner than I think they had showcased in the previous qualifiers, which they also kind of took it to GamerLegion. But I do think that they didn't give themselves much advantages as they typically do through the drafts. For some reason, they just seem to leave Speed's heroes until rather late in the draft, and then kind of picking him something that he doesn't typically play. I mean, he didn't end up playing Chen in any 3 of those games, despite it being open in that first phase multiple times, which I find a rather interesting decision by them. I don't think necessarily, of course, it was all draft. I do think there were some kind of moments that they weren't always kind of connected on plays. But ultimately, I do think they just didn't set themselves up that well. They just had some very kind of awkward drafting compared to what they were showcasing last week when they did face Ember enjoyers. I feel like they had their very typical normal drafts. In fact, we were criticizing Ember enjoyers and then 9Z just a couple days ago for them not banning out many of the GamerLegion heroes. And then they would get most of their heroes, and then they would just dominate the game in what I think that was our 30-minute series.
Yeah.
Right. So we're obviously not expecting Ember enjoyers to necessarily take it the full distance versus GamerLegion. But today, I mean, we saw yesterday, Ember enjoyers, they can kind of clean up their act a little bit. GamerLegion can have a fallible day. They can be a little bit worse on the day. And then from there, you can get a much more even series. And if you don't give respect over on GamerLegion, I do think that you can end up dropping games, especially if your drafts are particularly just disadvantageous. We've seen, your draft make up a pretty large portion of what's happening in these games. And I think that it's always important, no matter what team you're facing into, that you do proper draft prep and have a good idea of what you want into the games.
Yeah, I'd really like to know what their logic is behind this Razor pick that they've been prioritizing so much. They go for it game 1, they lose. They go for it game 3, they also lose versus GamerLegion. And, it's a good tempo setter. It can go and it can win certain lanes if you're against a melee offlaner and you can get on top of them. That can be obnoxious. But you're second picking it. And I don't think that A, Yamson is Malrine or Amar, one of these big Razor guys. And B,
to mind you aren't picking it.
also true. Very important to point out. And B, I don't think the hero is all that great right now. It's not first doable. Yeah. It might be a last pick counter. If there's like, oh, what's a good idea? I don't know. It's like if Life Stealer is in the game and you got last pick. Okay, yeah, sure. Maybe it's a good counter pick there. If you don't have other issues, but
I mean, they're usually picking it before the offlaner, which is also a little bit confusing because then you just end up with not the same type of just kind of lanes that you want. And they have also, I mean, they were also yesterday giving Speed. I think in the last game he played CM. In that first game, I believe he played Dazzle. And either game, I really felt his impact. I mean, that is not any kind of slight to Speed, but I do think that it's relatively known inside of these qualifiers and for GamerLegion as well that he's really good at the characters he plays. And then from there, his hero pool does drop off a little bit. And he sets a lot of tempo for GamerLegion. I mean, he is a very, very strong player. And I think the amount that he drops when he's not given these heroes is something that I'm sure GamerLegion are attempting to fix, but unfortunately not something that I think they can really play with inside of a qualifier. That's for scrims, that's for team practices. Inside these qualifiers, I think you just have to take them seriously. Rottweilas were really good yesterday. They cleaned up most of the issues that we had in the previous games. And then when you throw GamerLegion on this wonky draft with, an irregular Speed hero and then Yamson on Razor, mind you, paired as well with this Beastmaster they played in both games, so Lincolns and Lotuses were just destroying them. It just, it doesn't feel cohesive. It doesn't feel planned. And so I think Ember Joyers should really try to look to abuse that. And I think they themselves, of course, should have a pretty concise plan of what they want to get out of the draft.
Yeah, if you look at the games that Speed has played in this qualifier series on the current patch, the data I have is going back to about 36 days ago. Speed has, the first time Speed ever played Dazzle in a professional match, yesterday. First time he played CM in a professional match in the current patch, yesterday. Everything else, he has like an Elder Titan here or there, but it's Tree, it's Chen, it's Bat Rider, it's Sumjuk Hero. Occasionally a Veno. He's got 2 Veno games, but really it is those 3 heroes, Warlock as well as kind of like that off fourth that he's pretty good at. So I'm with you. You target him, you make it difficult for him to play what he wants to play. And I'm sure he can play Ogre just fine. I'm sure there are other heroes, but you're right. It is a significant step off. And I don't think it hurts your draft to go and pick his Chen first, to pick his Tree and Protector
a lot. But I mean, they've been sticking to that formula, so I am really confused as to why they broke it against Rottweilas. And they also ended up, I mean, Rottweilas had, I think, themselves a pretty concise plan yesterday. They ended up stealing that SF from Yamsun that really kind of punished them in the second game. And now as we head into this first game here between GamerLegion and Ember Enjoyers for the draft, definitely going to be very, very important. I think, elephant in the room, not expecting Ember Enjoyers to come out of this one with a 2-1 victory or anything like that. But I do think that there's really no reason for GamerLegion to give them the opportunity to do so. So definitely have to be extremely careful for them and just take an appropriate pace on the draft. I like this one as well. I was going to mention this for GamerLegion. RoboZ looked incredible on Ember. They're the Ember Enjoyers. Don't let them enjoy the game. I think Bayo, take that bit of fun from them. Take that stability they had in their series yesterday from RoboZ and just delete it. No point, I think, in letting him have that.
What I will say here now is that Ember Enjoyers are giving GamerLegion every hero that they could possibly want. Tidehunter is not a big GamerLegion hero. Shadow Demon, everyone, Shadow Demon's good, but not a big GamerLegion hero. Night Stalker, Fate hit that one last pick that looked great, but it was a last pick counter.
It is a little bit of an interesting 3 bans. I don't think the Fate is particularly the player that I tend to desire to ban out for GamerLegion. He has a pretty wide hero pool, and he's quite proficient on most of it. His Underlord we've seen look really incredible in the right games. They usually save his pick for later in the draft. He had that Centaur last pick that was absolutely disgusting in that second game. And Ember Enjoyers will take away the Treant, but that doesn't mean that GamerLegion have the opportunity for themselves, pick up the Chen here. And honestly, they don't even necessarily have to pick Speed's hero, but they do have the opportunity if they want to kind of fix that part of their draft. So there's still not that many bans for his hero pool, but I'm sure that this is just Batrider. Actually, I think the Chen is great, but the Batrider's open. Great against Treant. Usually that one isn't open, but today Ember Enjoyers have elected to play into it. Not my favorite matchup for the Treant by any means, but playable if you can get to kind of that early shard, early overgrowth. I go for Viper instead. Okay.
Talk about heroes that are open. There are so many heroes that are open. It's like, okay, we could pick Chen. Chen's really good. Clockwork. No one's lost on Clockwork in this qualifier. We have Viper. Yeah, you know what? Probably should pick the Viper. It is, of the heroes that are open, it's probably the most OP and most likely to get banned second phase. So they get the Viper. It will be a Clockwork that has been removed in response, which is solid. Clockwork has been so good on Bignum in these qualifiers, but now that means Speed. He can go Batrider second phase if he wants to, and really no issues.
Yeah, he should feel pretty comfortable with that. Viper, obviously, a great flex, so GamerLegion are happy with it. And, Ember Enjoyer is not particularly taking any chance to ban out Speed. So not necessarily listening to our advice. We'll see how that plays out in the draft for them. But Speed will get a hero that he's very comfortable on. I'm assuming that he does want to play it. That could pair with the Yamsun Viper. I mean, if you play a Batrider Viper lane, that's a pretty decent way, I would say, to stomp through the top side, which has been pretty reliable for GamerLegion. This top lane duo is very strong together, and they have been doing quite well together. Usually they win their lane, and then, with that Batrider pick, they kind of they play through it. Maybe Yamsun dies more times than he should on Viper, but granted, he still always creates a very significant lead on any hero he's playing. From that way, they can enable him. If they want, they can throw RCY onto it, of course. And Skylot's an interesting one. I do consider this hero relatively good against Batrider. It does pair nicely with Treant, so I don't think this is particularly harmful, but I am scared that it's going to be the safe lane Viper, and then from that point, I'm quite scared that Skywrath +1 will not be able to walk up. I hate that.
You said you hate that?
I don't hate that. I think this is RoboZ's best hero out of the pool that is left, from my understanding. So I think giving him it is perfectly fine, and you do kind of take it away from RCY if he wanted to play that.
Yeah, it's really, of course, you talk about RCY. Batrider plus Sunstrike is great, and Overgrowth plus Cataclysm is a really nice play for a vast majority of this game. Is they're going to respond with a Kunkka. Invoker really hates to go get repositioned, so it's good there. It's a Vessel builder, which is decent into the Treant Protector heals.
Could be a mid. Okay, so interesting here as well. They do pick up the Chen, so Looks like it will be Bignum Batrider. I think that's fine. I mean, Batrider is quite good in the Treant. The Chen is going to do the same exact kind of concept as the Treant will. And in terms of countering the Chen, I mean, there's not... if you're playing into what you expect to be a Chen Viper lane, I don't know if there's any hero you can pick that is going to really win that lane. You can pick something like a Centaur that doesn't mind the creep as much, but then you're getting harassed all game by Viper. It's this is a very difficult offlane pick here. I'm curious to see if they have anything cooked here for Las Bonitas. You could go something like a Mars and just accept the loss, but they opt for a completely different option here as they go for a Sven. I don't particularly mind that. I'm scared again for that offlane pool. Maybe I'm quite scared for Sven being lassoed, being X'd, things like that. Being broken is quite annoying for Sven. But at least you do have kind of the capability to burst these heroes. I'm a little bit surprised at Sven, I guess, over like an Ursa, but I can see some of the vision that they're working for with it.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about even just the lane of this Sven. Yeah, the Kunkka shouldn't really do too much because, well, just Sven has crazy armor, so the Tidebringer shouldn't do too much to him. But like, you step out of position at all, Batrider starts to go and get napalm stacks going. It's not going to be all that great. Of course, you do have the Treant Protector. That's something, as a little bit more healing, a little bit more space creation. But, you know, we talked about it. Batrider just goes Firefly early, takes down all the trees, and then the Treant Protector, it just has to kind of run at you. And Tree is not a fast hero.
I would be pretty worried, though, for Ember enjoyers with this pick that they are going to flex heroes on this draft. And I'm a little bit scared that this is Kunkka mid because they did pick the Kunkka immediately after the Invoker. It's a great Kunkka game. I think Fade is more typically their Kunkka player. But if they wanted to shift this Viper into the offlane and pick Yemsen like the Razor that he's been playing, I think they do have the option to do that. I think they could also just pick an Underlord for the side of Fade and end up putting that Kunkka mid as well. So I think this flex potential is really helping them as they head into this last pick, and they really just have the pick of the litter. I don't know if I think any option is the best. Maybe I like the Underlord the most if they are going to put Kunkka mid. But that being said, I think I like where GamerLegion's draft is at. I think this Sven definitely has some flaws to work with. I don't think it necessarily helps to stop the tempo that GamerLegion are looking to set. And of course, I think you're probably in agreement that this last pick could be pretty devastating in any of the lanes.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I've been thinking about this Viper as the safe lane Viper because that's really where GamerLegion has been playing it. But it is hilarious, the concept of just, okay, we're going to go offlane Viper, and you're going to be a Tree and a Sven versus Viper Bat. Good luck on that one. And look, we got overall last pick, so don't really worry about it. It's going to be a Visage. As a Visage enjoyer, I love this. As a Visage enjoyer, I also hate it because this is not a particularly great Visage game. I love to see the hero, but Viper makes you sad. Kunkka just takes down your birds. Batrider runs all over you. This is not an easy Visage game.
Yeah, I think that whatever they picked for offlane was going to be difficult. That being said, I think they maybe could have gone for a different, more stable offlaner, and honestly opted to try lane in this bot side based on what GamerLegion picks. Of course, we'll see what it is, but we've been seeing a lot of lane swap shenanigans, and I think that you can kind of go for these offlaners like Beastmaster or something that aren't necessarily the strongest in that really early portion of the game, and end up putting a tri lane and kind of getting that 1v1. I think that could have been a decent option for them. I think the Visage is maybe better than it would be in most games, but I think the Visage is quite bad in most games, so I'm not particularly inspired. The nuke is really nice into Chen and Viper. If you're playing with the Skywrath, you have a ton of magic damage to work with. That being said, that also worries me a little bit more about the prospect of what could be an Underlord, or just auras in general, if you want to pick them up on the Kunkka, etc. Crimson deletes Visage from the game, completely unplayable, and Pipe reduces most of the damage that you output outside of your birds. So, and in terms of being a damage output, Visage is rather weak, and then in terms of being utility, rather weak. It's rather weak as a hero, and GamerLegion go for I would not have expected that at all. Guess we'll see where they do throw their heroes. They go for Yamsen's Faceless. I don't see it as particularly the greatest Faceless Void game. It's really annoying for Invoker, for Skywrath. A lot of these heroes don't like being time dilated, but in terms of actually locking down the Void and in terms of getting really good chronos onto these heroes, it's not, I would say, particularly impressive. Even the synergy inside of Chrono is kind of lackluster.
All right, hear me out. He's going to last second swap to time zone. It's going to be time zone Radiance Faceless Void. You're playing for the resets on your time dilation, and you're playing for tempo.
That sounds really bad. So I hope he doesn't do that. But I think heading into this draft, I see a Sven, I see a Visage. I like what Ember Enjoyers are cooking up, but I think it's bad. So unfortunately, expecting GamerLegion with these really powerful picks that they have, the Chen for speed. I'm also notably, if they don't swap their lanes at all, this is going to be Visage Skyrath versus Chen, which sounds horrible. That sounds really, really, really quite tough. Maybe you can, squeeze out some kill if speed mispositions, but we really rarely see him do that on the Chen. And nowadays, Chen, mind you, at least speed especially has been, and I think most do, take the Hellbear Convert, which does 40 base damage just from the start of the game, which is really quite disgusting. But also, if you punish the Chen by killing the Hellbear, you give 120 attack speed. I believe it's for like 4 seconds. So it's kind of impossible to win trades, is the long short of it. And if it's impossible to win trades, it feels really impossible to win lane. I think if you're in a losing lane as Visage, then I'm not sure why you picked Visage. And now you have a Sven and a Treant to kind of match that tempo, which I just don't quite have faith in. So I really want Ember Enjoyers to do well here, Bayo, but heading into this game 1 versus GamerLegion, I'm not sure I share their vision.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm convinced either. And you talked about that 120 attack speed. That's ignoring penitence. So it's actually, if you penitence them as well, it's like it's 160 or something like that. You beat their ass. Here's the thing. Especially the Skyrath, you were talking about it. Sky has 0 armor. So it is truly 40 damage as a RCY and a RoboZ. They're going to kiss in the mid lane. They're going to say, hi, how's it going? But we know what's happening here. It's just the wards. Maybe we're going to see some sentries get drawn out. I'm with you, though. I'm a little curious about this Faceless Void. I think it's solid into a Skyrath once you start to get a couple levels in lane, because you can go and just time walk off the arcane bolts. Problem is, of course, is you hate being silenced. There is nothing a Faceless Void hates more in this game than being silenced. So,
or tornado, or cold snapped, or overgrowth.
True.
So there are some very obnoxious things for Faceless Void. That being said, I'm wondering if GamerLegion are going to preemptively do some lane shenanigans here. Speed is already in the top side, and I kind of like this. I would expect a tri-lane to come out from Ember Enjoyers. And if they don't match the tri-lane, then you're playing against Viper, Chen, Batrider, as they do look on to Innocence.
Yeah, good luck on that one. You got to be a little careful. Stormhammer will go. Sunstrike as well. And Bignum, that's actually massive that this is a kill that Visage got. He did take the death toll facet, which means he got a lot of, he's at 450 gold right now, just off that kill. First blood plus the soul assumption. Yeah, if he can do that, if he can play around that, Visage can, gold overcomes all woes. And if you get a couple kills with Gravekeeper early on, with the death toll early on, then maybe it makes it okay. But you're talking.
I do think that this is also a semi-interesting idea, though, by GamerLegion. Is Faceless Void is one of the more self-sufficient safe laners, so putting him as this kind of solo lane down here as 9 is a little bit confused on where I think he should be laning for the moment. He's walk between mid, bot, and top here. But it's a relatively comfortable lane that you can solo as Faceless Void. The speed does come through the gate. Now kind of trying to use that man advantage that he has potentially. Blood Grenade out.
Yeah, time walk forward, and the Penitence adding just a little bit more attack speed. That means this Visage. Yeah, Visage is many things. Actually, Visage is not many things right now. Visage is an awful hero, but Visage is not fast. Visage does not have a lot of maneuverability.
Fade as well.
Nero tries to kill Fade. Stormhammer as well, but he's right under tower, so nice dodge there on the Sunstrike as well. I do not believe in that one, and Nero's going to have to just walk it off. The other thing to talk about when we talk about this Visage lane, Visage loves, honestly, I would rather see Visage move into the tri-lane and just put Sven versus the Faceless Void. Yeah. Visage is a hero that is currently getting his ass beat by speed, but in general is a hero that wants to be in a lane where there are a bunch of heroes, because he amps his damage, right? With your Soul Assumption, the more damage that is done around the Visage, the more damage the Soul Assumption does. So one-on-one, he's not really going to get mass stacks of Soul Assumption going for those nukes into Yamson, but if he is playing in a tri-lane, for example, he's going to have constant soul assumption nukes, and that makes him a lot more powerful.
Yeah, I do like the concept of it. Thankfully, I think probably thankfully for GamerLegion, honestly, the lanes have broken down into a pretty normal state. So they have the lane matchups that they kind of picked for early. No shenanigans around it. Could be annoying for Yamsen again if you do get kind of nuked down by 9, but ultimately he should be fine with that kind of early XP he got. Time dilation, very obnoxious to prevent these heroes. And Fade, in the meanwhile, is also keeping his lane at this kind of fabled spot that we love to see him. Really, he just kind of loves to. Right underneath that tower. No capability of being ganked through the gates. Try to contest the Lotuses here on both sides.
And you talk about lanes breaking down into more standard, 2 in the off lane, 1 in the mid lane, 2 in the safe lane. This is working out incredibly well for GamerLegion. If you just look at the CS numbers, 18 for 5 versus the 5 for 0 in the safe lane, which is not what you're looking for. I think that's kind of putting it lightly. 9 bonus deck speed. Yes, there is going to be a soul assumption, but this is going to be a dead Skywrath. And now, well, that's a lot of spells that Con Las Bonitas has used, so it's going to be time dilated, but will be able to return the kill. And I believe that was a soul assumption. That was a close enough timing on the soul assumption kill, so he gets himself a little bit more gold, but even still, 6 CS versus 21, 11 CS versus 21 in the mid lane as RoboZ eats a torrent. In the top lane, Viper is technically matching the Sven, but Viper has 11 denies versus the 1 from Sven. So even that is going awfully for this Sven. Yeah. Lanes are a problem, Mr. Rojo.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted for really strong lanes, and Ember and Joyous didn't particularly contest them too much. This mid lane is also brutal, as very much expected. Agent of Galaron Invoker versus Kunkka. Been a long time counter pick. As I also don't necessarily, I think RoboZ going for a very standard build here, but I think in this matchup you have to play a little bit different, as max points into Quas, and I typically end up buying early Rings of Protection so you can look to go earn, etc. Even just a Wraith Band or something, as this matchup does get really brutal. No armor means that you're taking from those Tidebringers sometimes around 200 damage when it's level 5. Pretty unplayable, and your Forge Spirit, of course, doesn't benefit from any. Long time ago, I used to buy Buckler on the Invoker.
Good old Basilius toggling for the little extra armor there as well. I don't know if you were you a toggling Basilius enjoyer, Rojo? Was that before your time?
Yeah, probably. No, I've been playing Dota since 2013, Dota 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm in there for some decent techs. But yeah, I'm a very much a min-max player, so you can probably assume that I am. I switch my treads every millisecond if I can. Very much a zoomer in that regard. Outside Yamsen gets out.
I think it's really impressive. You were playing the game before you were even born. That's as the boat's gonna go. Yeah, mid lane. It's gonna land. Not gonna be enough kills though. And now the tree's gonna come in, but Bignum's here, so Flame Break gonna bring him right back in. Burn off a lot of that living armor, and the Bignum, lots of damage there with the sticky napalm. One more, maybe even just the napalm gets the kill. He will get him. Yes, under the tower he will die, but I don't think Bignum's complaining about that one whatsoever. Yeah, this is a little awkward. Bottom side speeds here. That's going to be dead 9. And now Nero, he's going to try to run, but does have an X on top of him. No vision, though. So the Stream Protector will be able to stay alive. Man, the power of the Rum. This Kunkka dives deep, gets low. It doesn't really matter because the damage is so deferred that it never really gets scary.
Yeah, I think I haven't in general been a fan of RoboZ Invoker. I think he's always been quite good at the hero, but I just fundamentally disagree here with just going the standard Invoker build. Also ended up getting the raindrops, unfortunately, after he got boated, meaning that he took that full damage amount, as kind of lost Bonitas. Definitely.
Yeah, he's dead. There's nothing he can do there. Time dilation really strong. Bignum gets the last click, and this is now a Visage that is 2-2-0, 20 CS, right around 7 minutes. He's going to get his Wisdom Shrine stolen as well, it looks like, as RCY is on over. Oh, hey, there's going to be a Skywrath. That's going to go down as well. So not only is the Wisdom going to get stolen, it's going to be a dead Skywrath as well. And this event is very low top side. HP and almost dying to creeps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy. I really think that Ember Enjoyers just have not given themselves a good shot by letting these lanes exist as they were. And Las Bonitas is going to go down again, TVing back into lane. Not something you can do. I mean, you got to walk to lane if you're this Visage. You cannot be expecting to get any form of spaces. They're just going to take this tower with the catapult. This is very brutal across the map. Innocence has to leave the Wild Wing Ripper. I guess he is so low in that mid lane, or near those creep camps. RoboZ, no way to punish this Kunkka as he walks beneath his tier 2, basically, between that tier 1. Very clean play by the side of GamerLegion, but this draft is built to do this. And I'm quite scared that they don't have the capability in terms of heroes or in terms of that macro to honestly deal with it. It is... I mean, Bayo, you know, you said you're a real Visage enjoyer. I touch the hero from time to time. I'm sure this is probably the worst game state you could imagine.
Oh, it's
RoboZ.
Yeah, that's going to be a torrent, a little bit more damage. Boats there, and RoboZ taking down Ice Wall, not enough to hold him back. And now more heroes are here. They're going to bring in the Visage into the mid lane. This is what Visage wants, getting into these fights early, getting a lot of soul assumption damage in. But unfortunately,
the Warpine Raider.
Yeah, it's not enough. You know, I could imagine a worse Visage game. You know, it could be like a bristleback gyro or something, which is just awful. But yeah, game state, this is not what Visage wants. I mean, Rojo, I'm going to... I think I probably have the most games of any hero on Visage. I haven't touched the hero for 6 months. Yeah. It is just not good right now.
It's brutal. Yeah, it is rather brutal. And again, I stemming from the lanes, you cannot lane this, honestly, I think. Obviously, you should expect GamerLegion to be very mechanically apt to play these lanes out, but they also just drafted the strongest lanes really possibly imaginable. They drafted direct 1-to-1 counters as Yemsen is going to Chrono 9. Actually kind of living for a second here.
I don't know how long he's going to live. Living armor is nice, but time dilation means that he is never getting out of there, especially as he casts more spells, which amps the time dilation stacks. So, you know, not necessarily the greatest thing possible.
Yeah, I mean, he was forced to, I think.
Yeah, you know.
Lifesteal. But either way, it's across the map, it's impossible to play. Innocence is level 6, and he's also dead, mind you.
Yep, those deep wards were working out very nicely for him. X mark into the torrent.
No
yeah, no, I mean,
it's over. I'm not, you know, I don't want to sugarcoat it. I'm a very honest caster. This one I think is near impossible. GamerLegion have to repeatedly throw on the high ground. Probably up to 3 or 4 times, I think, and maybe disconnect their keyboards, maybe lose internet connection, as RoboZ doesn't have any points of Wex, so he's pretty much just dead.
There's going to be boat going down. Skywrath can do nothing to save him, and you know, I will say this feels bad as Sven just pops his ult to go get jungle camps, but I will say this is bad. But I'm glad that Ember Enjoyers has, in some way, shape, or form, learned from their mistakes from previous days, where now they're not falling victim to save your buddy syndrome. They're just never saving their buddy, which is, I guess, marginally better.
Yeah.
Kind of?
I would say that they could probably be further behind them there. They could have definitely given away way more than 11 kills. So definitely sing their praises in that regard, but it's just... I mean, they also, I don't think, have really... It's not like they've been mechanically messing up particularly much. I mean, their macro, I don't think, has been perfect. But they just didn't set themselves up for it. I think between draft and between lanes, pretty much became unplayable from a very early point in the game. Now they're going to find Innocence likely again. He is at least very tanky with 2 bracers, but there is an amp damage here.
Amp damage. There's all the bat stacking damage. And yes, you know what? You do have living armor. But he's down at 50% HP, a little bit more. He should burn down here, just barely not, I guess. No, but the Bat Rider runs at him. The urn is there, and he will burn down. Tanky, as you said, but not quite tanky enough, and there's going to be another X. This is a good old save your buddy syndrome, because they should not be allowed to dive us on our tier 2 like this. That's the logic. Turns out they are, in fact, allowed to dive you under the tier 2 like this, because it's a 9,000 net worth lead at 11 minutes in, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to touch this ball of what are we at? Yeah, 4 heroes. Yeah, this ball of 4 heroes running at your face.
Yeah, and notably, I mean, You're a Visage enjoyer here. I'm very much an Invoker enjoyer. My most played hero by far. One of the heroes that I consistently go back to. Definitely a critic of how RoboZ is playing this game out, but it's also just a miserable game state. I mean, there's nothing happening around the map for an X-Sword Invoker to utilize. With the way they set up their lanes, there was no Sunstrikes to be had as he struggled in the mid lane. And I think there were ways for him to alleviate that kind of problem if he really wanted, but either way, I think it wasn't going to get much better than this as Innocence gets hunted again. I don't think he'll die this time as Slamebreak takes him the opposite direction. But he can't farm anywhere, so he might as, I mean, dead or not dead, he is gaining no value. He's gaining the same amount of gold being alive as he is dead right now.
Yep. Have you considered, though, as there's going to be RoboZ going down once again to the Chrono, have you considered Alacrity Birds?
I've thought about them in times past. I think right now maybe not enough. I think.
So
I thought about Rum Buff a little bit more, I think, than the Alacrity.
So we can't even sit here and tell ourselves go Birds.
No. It's I don't know enough about sports ball to riff with you on that, so we'll move on from that segment.
Look, no, Ro, this is the North American qualifiers, okay? Like, if we're not making an NFL joke during the NFL playoffs, I mean, I think we're contractually obligated as this is a dead tree. I don't have any NFL tree jokes, but that's fine. Yeah. As Bignum is going to go take him down once again. He's dominating. Everyone's dominating. It's yeah, it's a bad time.
It's domination. Yeah, it's yeah, they are playing domination. You know, like Call of Duty, kind of a little bit of just finding kills across the map.
Now the one downside, yeah, the one downside for this draft though is Chen can take towers reasonably well, but this is a draft that picked for lanes and for late game scaling with the Face of the Void, which is an update on the way they've been drafting that I really enjoy. I think they've been kind of all-inning on early game a little bit too much. Problem is that this is not a draft that's going to go high ground particularly well. So even though this game is fundamentally over as Invoker is going to go down here, I mean, it's 13,000 net worth. I kind of expected that to tick over to 14, but a 13,000 lead at 1430. Going high ground is still not the easiest thing just because they don't take towers particularly well. I mean, I guess you could buy a very fast Viper shard and yeah, there we go. He's got it queued up. Can't even buy it. It's not 15 minutes yet, but I guess there's your high ground trick. You know, you get a Viper shard and that lets you take towers somewhat fast.
Yeah, pretty reasonably fast. I mean, I guess it's a very, very dim light in this dark situation that Ember enjoyers find themselves in, as these towers are still going to die over time. Maybe not the tier 3s. Tier 3s are rather difficult to push, but the tier 2s in due time, the Roshan in due time, the Tormentor if the game lasts that long. It's a very slow and insidious kind of death here. It's if Innocence maybe was racking up some form of significant net worth, if he had even 7k right now, maybe I could get behind it, but a Sven that's entirely stuck in your base is notably also one of the worst game states I could imagine for a Sven. As Bignum, he does finish a Meteor Hammer, by the way. It's on that courier. That's one way to start taking those towers, and I don't see why not. Save yourselves a little bit of time. Probably not the worst item anyway to pick up. It just allows you to farm that map even more efficiently, build this lead even more efficiently. Truly, truly nothing to be done by Ember enjoyers. I think they could maybe attempt to utilize the smoke, as it looks like they are going to with 9. They do have Sunstrike, they do have Overgrowth, they do have Mystic Flare. I think they should attempt to use these in some way, shape, or form, especially if Bignum is going to end up kind of using Meteor Hammer on these towers. Be a little bit more forward, a little more aggressive, but they seem to read this in GamerLegion. They want RCY.
Well,
it's really
going to go run away. There is the Overgrowth, but the boat's going to keep him alive for quite a while here. He's just tanking so much. Oh no.
He's almost half.
Yeah, that's it. That's the GG smoke. You say, we're going to try to make this happen one more time. And we commit literally everything on this Gunka, but he gets the boat out in time. You get double rum, right? You get the innate plus the boat, and he takes about half damage from the entire load of Emperor enjoyers. The game is over, and there we go, 1-0. up 1-0 for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and I mean, not much to be said about that game. And that wasn't already said in the game. Just Ember Enjoyers just didn't set themselves up, I think, in draft the way they needed to, and certainly not in lanes. And then from there, against the draft that GamerLegion went for, that I think we both agree we like as adaptations to what they did yesterday. It's just a very simple formula. I think most teams, even on par with Ember Enjoyers, could have probably executed this draft relatively simply, as long as you're willing to kind of move the lanes a little bit to match Ember Enjoyers initially, then breaking down those lanes into what they were. I like the draft by GamerLegion. Didn't like it by Ember Enjoyers. It's what else is there?
Yeah, I continue to be surprised. Gabe is on something, I swear, because I look at this draft, and if you look at the graph afterwards, it says, yeah, this draft for Ember Enjoyers is like 65-35 in favor of Ember Enjoyers, which is like, no way. Zero shot it's that good. Even if you think it's a bit of a lead, which I don't think it is. Visage is an awful hero right now. It's not a good Visage game. How? In what context is this a good draft? Or is this a 65-35 draft for Ember Enjoyers?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Gaben's a little bugged as of late. But thankfully we don't have to take we can take it with a bit of a grain of salt, as we are going to head to about a 10-minute break here before we get to see game 2 between GamerLegion and between Ember Enjoyers.
Disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me. My heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better.
Welcome back to the ESL One Birmingham North American closed qualifiers. We are one game into our first series of the day. It's Ember Enjoyers, it's GamerLegion. First game was probably over at like 10 minutes. It took a couple more minutes to resolve, but 3 really solid lanes, massive laning differential. You start to get pickoffs, game snowballs out of control really fast. And while it is good that Ember Enjoyers learned from their North American compatriots and did not necessarily fall victim to save your buddy syndrome, that also meant that their cores were just getting picked off solo, dying, and losing the game that way.
Yeah, it really wasn't particularly close. I think Ember Enjoyers had some opportunity to give themselves agency once they did get in the game with the draft they had, but it was very limited. It was very limited, and they didn't do so. And then from that point, I think the draft differential, despite Gaben's belief, was a little bit too significant. As we do head into the second game draft, Ember Enjoyers, they really need to clean up with these bans, I think. This was the first time as 9Z that they played against GamerLegion. They kind of banned nonsense, Bayo, and then GamerLegion got every hero they wanted, and then the series ended. This one's on track to be almost faster than the very first series they played, and they still haven't particularly learned.
Yeah, I don't know why we need a ban. Maybe you're looking at like a puck and you want to ban Night Stalker first phase because you want to go quick on puck, but that just meant GamerLegion, they're like, yeah, we see the Night Stalker ban, we'll take the puck out, no big deal. So it just awkward. Like, why are we banning a Nature's Prophet?
That is, yeah, rather ridiculous.
I mean, I'm doing my best here, man, but Nature's Prophet is an awful hero, and it's not something that GamerLegion have been playing at all.
Yeah, not much of anyone is playing the Natures, despite I still think it's somewhat viable, but it's nothing that you would pick early. Certainly not something GamerLegion would pick early. So they're going to get very comfortable bans for GamerLegion themselves. So far, they're leaving these Chen, these Bat Riders. There's Clockwork left in, and of course, Viper is still. If they don't ban Viper, then I really doubt. I have some strong doubts about how the rest of the draft. I was thinking, maybe they'll pick Viper. That would be a nice little switch up, as they do have first pick this time around, but they do end up banning it, which I don't hate too much. GamerLegion has the ability here to probably get rid of the Ember. Honestly, I might get rid of Puck as well. Roboz is just very good at those heroes, and then he can somewhat set tempo with them. But regardless, I think GamerLegion are pretty significantly likely to get something they want, as we have banned a Night Stalker and Nature's Prophet for some reason.
Yeah, we also, of course, GamerLegion got second pick. I didn't see who, whether Ember and Joreuz chose first pick or Radiant, but regardless, GamerLegion have second pick, which means they have 4 bans in the first phase, which is always going to be very nice for them, as it would have given room to ban out Ember and the Puck. They're not doing that. They're going to say Shadow Demon should be removed. It causes too many issues for us, and I'm actually kind of surprised they're taking any reserve time here. I did think those. Yeah, there we go. There's the Puck ban. I was like, that feels like just such an obvious ban if you're taking Night Stalker at first phase.
Trying to bait him into playing Ember is what I presume, because they banned it last time, and now I think GamerLegion has some concept of what they want to do if there is an Ember picked up. I don't necessarily think that that's the way that I would go with the draft, but Ember enjoyers, they drop the priority of the Ember Spirit and pick up a Treant for themselves. I wouldn't hate if GamerLegion just straight up picked the Ember Spirit for themselves here. I think it's perfectly good against Treant already. But that being said, you could also just give Bat Rider to yourselves again against the Treant, and there's really no reason not to. And you can ban out the Ember. Or pick it on 13. I mean, pick the litter truly, as this draft is. I failed to see the reason that Treant would be the very prio of the first pick here. They do pick up Tiny for themselves, so maybe not necessarily what I expected, but still good. We've seen Tiny banned a pretty consistent amount. Very nice flex potential. Nothing harmful about the hero.
Yeah, like, I'm willing to say that Treant is one of the more broken position 5s in the patch. Right? Sure. The vision you get at 15 minutes if you rush the shard, which I tend to think is probably the better way to do it. We are seeing people go and they're like, I'm going to get a Solar Crest, or I'm going to get I'm going to get Blink quickly, which is fair. But the vision you get, the free vision, I guess technically all vision is free vision because wards don't cost anything anymore, but you get the point. The extra vision you get, it puts so much pressure on sentries for the opponent. It makes it so much easier to make plays. But to do that, you do have to, like, why are we, okay, we're beginning to mana Bristleback. Okay, sure. You do have, like, you got to set yourself up for it. Don't let the Bat Rider through is the first one. Like, there are some very clear and present counters to the Treant Protector in lane and in game, and if you're planning on first phasing that, you probably should ban them with the bans that you have.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, certainly, as I do think the draft is not going quite in the favor of Ember Joyers in the second game around. They did ban the Gyro, so not that unlikely they pick Enigma here. They do pick Shadow Fiend first. Interesting one. They're setting up for potentially an Enigma later, so you really got to think on that one if you're Ember Enjoyers. One of Fade's better heroes. Man goes back for his classic Skywrath. Not something I would have gone for again, but Nine, he enjoys his heroes, he plays his heroes. Suppose it does pair well with the Mars. I'm just skeptical again. I mean, Bayo, you picked up Skywrath Mars into Shadow Fiend. Does that sound like it's gonna go much better than Lane did last game? Maybe a little.
Yeah.
I'm really doubting though that it will, as they do have the opportunity to pick Chen into the Skywrath again. So Ember Joyers clearly have not learned from that matchup. That will now be also benefiting from the presence of the Dark Lord, mind you. So, I mean, they could if they want. I don't see any reason really not to.
Yeah, I think it has the chance to go better. Shadow Fiend is not particularly tanky early. Skywrath Mars do represent some kill threat, like level 1, level 2, level 3. But yeah, we still haven't seen the support you're talking about. Shen into this breaks it because Divine Favor is really strong. Means some of the Gods' Rebuke's not going to do it, not as problematic, and hey, you know, you Skywrath Mage with negative armor getting annihilated by a Hellbear is not on my bingo list of things I want to do in 2026.
Not particularly. I would say that it's not the most favorable for them. They will pick up Slardar to pair with their Shadow Fiend, which also, by the way, is notably an incredibly broken hero, considered by most. Quite good against the whole draft of Ember Enjoyers with their lack of armor. And it's something they played yesterday to pair with the Shadow Fiend in their win out against Rottweilas, or at least their one win against them. So this is great. Slardar is great. Still have the chance to pick up a support. I'm not seeing this getting much better for Ember Enjoyers yet.
I'm almost surprised we didn't see. Actually, you know what? It's not that awful of a matchup. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see Ember Enjoyers just counterpick the Slardar when the Shadow Fiend came down. Like, yes, it's not a great matchup. Shadow Fiend plus the support is a rough lane regardless, but you can sprint away. Not that big of a deal. You got some HP. You can fight backwards if you're right on top of them. But most importantly, you can go shove it to the mid lane, and it's a hero that they really want. So you take it away from him, you remove that minus armor stacking. Worth it in and of itself is we're going to see a quap into a lot of stuns already on the field. Yeah,
definitely as the game moves forward, I don't love the quap, but in terms of matchup against Slardar, I think is pretty good. If this is going to be RC-wise. Slardar, as we saw yesterday, does pretty well with the Mars. I don't think it's offensive by any means, this quap. But again, I'm really scared that they aren't going to be able to set tempo as they're facing into really strong lanes again. And then from there, I think Quap is not a hero that can appropriately respond to that kind of tempo being set. I don't think these heroes can do that already. And although we were skeptical, critical of Speed CM yesterday, it is pretty good against the lane that he'll be facing up into. And it's a pretty simple lane to play itself out. I still think they should have just picked Chen. To be honest, I don't think they needed to go for the CM. That being said, it's still, I think, relatively fine. Maybe as the game goes on, if this was an even tempo, the CM will get punished a significant amount. But that being said, it's going to win the lane, and that's pretty much all you really need from your position 5, I think.
Yeah, and you know, realistically, like, taking a step back here for a second, this is the lower bracket finals. You don't want to lose a game. You want to get straight into that grand finals, get some time to prep. But from what we've seen, GamerLegion has been outclassing Ember Enjoyers in all 3 games. First series that they played was, I think it was 33 total minutes. Game 1 here was about 16. If there ever was an opportunity to try some stuff and just get some reps in a competitive format on heroes that you're maybe not as comfortable with, but are rising in popularity, because it seems getting played a lot. Snaking's been playing it. We are seeing it more in the competitive sphere. You're up 1-0 in a matchup that you are very favored into. This is a good time to throw out that Speed CM, get him some more reps on the hero, get a little bit more comfortable with it. So when you got to pick it up in Birmingham, if they qualify, or a Dream League coming up soon, you're going to be a little bit more comfortable with that hero, with these hero player combinations.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I do think it's, I mean, I don't think the odds are particularly against them. For losing there. So do ban out a Razor. This seems like a horrible Razor game, so I really think GamerLegion showing a little bit of signs of what they did yesterday in the draft, but I still think overall they have a very strong draft for themselves. They have the Shadow Fiend that Yamsen's been incredibly successful with. And for Ember Enjoyers, this last pick here for the carry for Innocence, not particularly easy. I think maybe there's an okay argument to be made that you could go for something like a Muerta. I think it is quite solid in this draft. I think maybe if you want to match some form of tempo, you can look at a hero like Morphling that can scale into the game. But yeah, I ultimately I think I like Muerta, but they go for Dawnbreaker, interestingly. So it could technically be carry Mars. Probably it's carry Dawnbreaker based on when they picked it.
I think it's carry Quap.
It could be, yeah, it could be carry Quap, I suppose. Which is fine if it's Slardar Tiny in that offlane. But GamerLegion are just going to pick an offlaner here for Fade, so could be a perfectly great a perfectly good Underlord game if they want it. They could pick the Enigma if they want. It's not the best against Dawnbreaker, notably, but it should be really strong in lane. They have anything for Fade, truly. I'm assuming that they will pick him his hero if they think it's carry Quap. But they don't. They think that they have picked something else for the mid. Maybe they'll swap on Ember Enjoyers based on it, but it looks like it will be RoboZ's co-op. As it's not an incredible Storm game, but in terms of what they want to do across the map, I think it fits well. I think it plays well with the supports. It's obviously amped a little bit by that CM aura. Should align with the relative game plan that GamerLegion have set up. RCY is a really, really incredible Storm. So I would say that GamerLegion have maybe gotten themselves a slightly closer draft to what Ember Enjoyers have built up here, but I still much prefer their chances, as I think should probably be expected.
Yeah, you take away the nameplates, and I don't hate it from Ember Enjoyers. I am a little worried that you have a carry Dawnbringer that is a tempo hero, that is a hero that is not going to scale in carry damage in the way that you would like, struggles to stay on top of people, maybe not the best, but you have this Queen of Pain who scales infinitely. You get the Ags, you get a Kaya, you get a Refresher, eventually get an Octarine, and just Queen of Pain can 1v9. But then you put the name tags on, and you're like, well, this is GamerLegion minus armor, bread and butter. RCY's on his Storm Spirit, he's very good there, and all of a sudden you're a little less confident, but there's nothing they could really do that would make me more confident. Ember Enjoyers, I'm sure there's a draft, or they hard counter every hero in every lane, and I'm like, you know what, I think they might actually win this. But any draft that has any modicum of equality has me just like, yeah, okay, you know, this is gonna be interesting. I'm not sure that I really believe in what Ember Enjoyers are showing us.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. I don't hate what they built up in the draft. I am very scared that Yamsen, even in, again, if we took away the nameplates, I'm very scared that the Shadow Fiend would get just a really incredible time for himself. If they don't tri-lane him or do anything kind of strange, which might not even benefit them, I'm unsure. Probably, maybe slightly better than just straight up laning. Then a Skywrath and a Mars can very, very limitedly actually punish a Shadow Fiend. Maybe you can kill the CM if you get some really good early CS and you do kind of everything right. Maybe if Speed steps out of position, you have some good damage, some good slows. But I just don't find it particularly likely. I think even in a very evenly matched safe lane, this is a very dicey one to play out. Mars not necessarily known typically for his incredibly strong laning phase, and Skywrath is mediocre at best with that 0 armor. They do smoke up towards the top side. Ember Enjoyers, as they look to even things out in the second game. Again, we're skeptical if they can, based on what they've shown us so far. But we'll start with what seems like will be a relatively even 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, these have been some interesting smokes out of GamerLegion. We're seeing them smoke top, smoke bottom. And they're kind of going for a full wrap here. 3 heroes through the portal. Of course, you do have the Storm and the Slardar on the bottom side trying to secure that. So they're making a bit of a ballsy call to try to go and steal 3 bounties. Unfortunately, not quite gonna get there in time. So
they make it Innocence. And
there he is. There's gonna be the Avalanche looking for a little bit more, and it's gonna be Crystal Nova. So no second lockdown. He's gonna turn onto that one and just die. I kind of thought he was out. Thought he was gonna be able to run back to tower and be fine.
I also think he would have leveled Celestial Hammer there, or not channeled the Watcher. A few different ways, I think, for Innocence to survive that one. Fortunately, gives over a first blood to Yamsen, which is arguably, probably inarguably, the worst hero for them to give it away to. Do not think things are going to get easier for them before it gets harder. Starbreaker, at least, is nice for trading into the Slardar. This lane should be relatively good for Innocence and Nero, all things considered. I don't think they'll stomp Fade out of this lane, but they have some decent kill threat, some good deny potential. The trading from a Treant onto a Tiny is really, really difficult for the Tiny. So he looks to pull the wave. Could technically die here, but should be fine on Big Num with the Avalanche. Really nice Avalanche there to stop that pull from catching. So it will be a tiny struggle, no pun intended, this bot side. But should ultimately be fine.
And of course, there's no Tiny. Baby under the tier 2, but now he's forced to drag the creep wave under the tier 2. So that's a pretty significant win for Nero. He's full HP. Tiny is 0 resources. He's gonna have to run back to base. Actually, he got a salve, so he's gonna be able to get himself back up to full HP. They leave Fade in the 1-on-1 versus Innocence, which is early levels, pretty good for Innocence, as you were talking about. And that lane drag, it went under the tier 2 tower, so it really didn't do too much for the equilibrium that Fade is I was going to say he's trying to establish, but he is going to be never mind. He's where he needs to be. So despite that, he is overloaded on creep. So to long story short, should push back into this Dawnbringer, and lane's going decently for them.
Better than last time already.
Yeah.
I think they have some potential to deal damage to Nero, but not actually enough mana to use Avalanche. Spignum will take quite a bit, and he might just die. Oh, the bash.
Ooh, bash and the stun blood grenade, and Nero now, he's the one that's going to burn down. And Fade versus Innocence level. Fade doesn't have level 3, so he's only 1 point in bash, and generally you go 0-2-1 at level 3 anyways. So maybe not quite the fighting potential, but taking down this Treant Protector is always very nice. And I think it's important to take a look at the mid lane.
Yeah.
You talk about these. Yeah, the Storm Spirit, you're going to have to buy some more regen. It's a quad, but 15 for 6 versus the 8 for 2. That is, I think, a little bit more Rojo than we were expecting.
Yeah, RCY just showing the prowess. Sometimes this is just how Storm matchups go, as you just CS better than the other player. Very nice attack animation, good damage. Very important for RoboZ to focus on that early, as he is going full aggressive as well onto RCY. This used to be a worse counter matchup, I would say, in general. The Shadow Strike into the Storm. Nowadays, that you have the static slide, that helps, I think, a lot to alleviate the woes that exist from that. Still will be annoying for RCY, as you mentioned. Has to buy extra tangos, get a wand for himself. But in terms of early CS, he's giving himself the best opportunity to win this lane that you really could have Storm.
Well,
he's looking on RoboZ. Still has a Fairy Fire, so can't actually commit. Good discipline there.
A little bit dicey. He really not a lot of wand charges. He was down low, but yeah, you're right. With the Fairy Fire jumping on top of him, 2-0-2. That's a lot of damage on the turn, so not gonna kill him. But we are starting to see the lane turn around a little bit. 2 points to Shadow Strike is, especially if he goes level 3. If he gets 3 points at level 5, RCY is gonna start to hit that point where he just really can't be in the lane. But he's gonna be at that point with the levels with the lane he's having, where he just go jungle and not really worry about it too much.
Yeah, this is not a great position for RoboZ. You'd like that move by Big Num. Take that Water Rune, really mess with RoboZ's kind of concept about sustaining you in the lane. And RCY did drag the creeps fully, so he's going to deny almost an entire wave from RoboZ. Really great stuff by him and by Big Num to give this lane a little bit more of a natural kind of flow for RCY. Again, going to be... looks like RoboZ is top side.
Yeah, big fight top side. Big Num the one he's going to want to be focused on here. Gets out for now. And now under the tower will get clicked down by 9. Mars very low. Frostbite trying to hold 9 in place, but he does have just a little bit of magic shield. And that is going to be enough to keep him alive for now. So the rotation 3v3 kills off the Mar, or kills off this Tiny, and now Speed with the Nature's Grasp, and 9. A little bit scary, but Big Num TP's right back in. Tossed under the tower. Speed gives him the target, and 9 will be turned upon. So the big kill, yeah, it was nice to go and take Big Num down and feed a little bit of money over into your off lane, but staying around just a little bit too long, Rojo.
Yeah, not ideal to go for that second kill, but they will. Oh, Speed.
Are they?
The shield there.
Are they? He's got the shield. Oh no, horrible. There's a secondary toss, Mars. And now Yamson's got a double kill. 3 Presence of the Dark Lord stacks at 5.5 minutes into the game. 24 Necromastery stacks. This man... it's not going to get him a tower, I don't think. You just, even if it is the catapult timing, it's a little too scary. It's too full. But even just the level of this, the speeds up his farming is very significant.
Yeah, they will hopefully get this rune though, as they do look on to Big Num. Do have the Sonic Wave, if possible. Got the illusion.
This is a problem looking for the toss up, but unfortunately, no Vortex available for this Storm Spirit. So RoboZ not going to get the kill, but it does get involved in. It's an illusion rune. It's something. It's a little regen, but it's not something that you really are super excited about.
Not going to win the lane by any means. And unfortunately for RoboZ, now that RCY's hit level 6, he can just pump fake this ball lightning. It's not really possible to actually hit him with the Shadow Strike. And this is the fault of this build. I really prefer the Masochist co-op in general, as they actually look on to Innocence, by the way. But the Corrosive Haze wasn't on him, so he's going to be perfectly fine.
Well, now there's a little bit of a bash. Celestial Hammer up in 1. Going to look to turn around on this one. Secondary bash. They just get him.
Yeah. think he could have walked down to that one again, and since really tried to. A little bit of an unfortunate death for him. As the lanes, they were going honestly pretty. I mean, they weren't going great for Ember Enjoyers. Don't get me wrong, but they were going fine, acceptable in comparison to what we saw last game. This time around, not really. Or I mean, at 7 minutes, not really the case. They're looking on the speed. Has a shield and the raindrops. Oh,
doesn't land though. Now we're gonna see the Solar Guardian come in and the Sonic Wave.
Oh my god,
Innocence almost dies to the Death Requiem with so many souls that were there, but even still goes on top of speed. Now fades here, but can't get on top of this Dawnbreaker, and now you got to be very careful. Looks like Fade's gonna go down as well. Save your buddy syndrome really biting GamerLegion here.
Yeah, and part of the reason that I think I would have preferred to have the Chen here for speed. The CM is fine. They have won the lane very significantly, but at this point in the game,
is going to go down. Yamson looks for the raises, doesn't find it. But yeah, this is kind of the polar opposite of game number 1. GamerLegion is kind of bleeding kills all over the map.
Yeah, definitely ones that they didn't really need to give away. RoboZ does blink onto the rune, but they have some disables. Should be fine on RCYs. There's even a regen in the bot side for him. A little bit of an unfortunate, and really unfortunate for RoboZ. He would have loved to have a regen. Potentially could have gotten it if it was top side. Instead, RCY gets a full reset. And Las Bonitas is not particularly happy with the state of the game. As they do have silence.
Yeah, that's decent range as well. RCY getting very low. There we go. Dodge the arcane shot. Dodge the spear as well. Happy feet from this man.
Neo.
Isn't that
a couple of quick dodges?
Is that too old of a reference for you, Rojo?
I've seen most of the first movie of The Matrix, so that's about all you need to know.
I've seen Matrix Reloaded. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
Or was that
shouldn't expose me like that. I think we'll switch. We'll workshop it. But no, I mean really good moves. RCY, he's having a little bit of fun. At least in this game. I mean, 9 is level 6 at 9 minutes. That's, you know, up to his namesake, I suppose. He's doing really well for himself. And having that early Mystic Flare in combination with Nero and potentially Las Bonitas, who, by the way, is level 5, so he suffered a little bit. Still is something I'd rather have. I'd really rather have this Mystic Flare. It presents a pretty good amount of kill threat. As Yamson, by the way, is in a really odd position. I don't think he'll get punished for it, since there are some heroes for GamerLegion around, but he's just in between the towers. Really wants to eventually pressure this tier 1 down here if he could.
Has an interesting smoke from behind the tower. Yeah. It's worth pointing out, by the way, we talk about how this game is going a lot better for Ember Enjoyers than previous ones. Yamson is on something. He's 5,400 net worth. He's going to take the tier 1 tower if he wants to. Decided not to, I guess. Backing up. He's 5,400 net worth at 950. He is massive in this game, and as we've seen, yes, early Shadow Fiend is not the tankiest. If you get to a certain point, he is going to be very difficult to kill. That's kind of what scares me, is this smoke doesn't really seem to have come to much fruition.
Yeah, it's all the way across the map. I suppose if they can catch 9 here, that would be ideal. And it looks like there's really no way for us to live here. Take over 50% of your HP from a singular crush. Keep you out on Las Bonitas, but fortunately not close enough. So the smoke, I mean, honestly, I can't even blame Ember Enjoyers for that one. Speed and Fade quite literally walked across the entire map. They didn't take the gate to get towards the top side to get some angle. They didn't utilize anything like that. They just walked.
Oh, now they're going to find Nero, maybe. Yep. Bignum behind the tower. Nero shows. Do we have dust? We actually don't. He's not going to get the toss back.
Oh, they're going to kill Yamson here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Yamson should be just...
No.
The TP got canceled. Not sure exactly what happened there, but now this is awkward. They got vision on top of 9. Fade would really love to crush him there. He's dead. When you're at negative, what are you at right now? You have, what is that? -10, -5, -7, -5. -15 armor. There was a Skywrath mage there, Rojo. I can promise you that he existed at one point. But
sounds like an old maid's tale. I don't quite believe you. That is, I'm a little bit surprised that 9 won it. I know that he thinks that it's a good combination with the heroes they have, and I'd mostly agree. It does have some really great kill threat with the Mystic Flare, Yep.
Nero, even with the living armor, which is no longer armor, but that's fine. He's detected, so he's just going to get run at, playing right around the Rosie. There's the toss into the crush, and Bignum actually gets the kill, which is nice. He's that much closer to his Blink Dagger, only about 1,000, 1,300 gold away or so, 11 minutes in. So, yes, the net worth lead is only about 2,000 gold at 12 minutes. This is a massive coup as Speed now can get Eden Arena. Guaranteed dead, he will fall, but now we got Fade TPing in here. We're going to have to see what he can find. RCY is here as well, but he's going to get silenced up. There's the Solar Guardian, but RCY gets out of there in time. And with the shield rune you were talking about, he is not a tank, or he's a very tanky man, will not die. And now look at this crush on top of so many heroes. Overgrowth trying to buy a little bit more time, but it's not going to be the solution that they are looking for. 9 getting the click down. The silence does not last long enough. And hey, there's Nero. They're not going to dive under the... I said they weren't. Maybe they will. Living armor is a little bit scary, but... They're still going to try to blow this tree and protector up. Dodges. Dodges the Starbreaker. But even still, RCY.
Nope. Soul Ring.
Yep.
I mean, he had to there, but RCY just fumbling his buttons a tiny bit. Honestly, that dive was a little bit sloppy by him, although Fade was certainly peer pressuring him to go. And he clearly did not want to. It's 2 Blade Mails for Innocence and for RoboZ, so the game is much more comfortable than we've seen previous game states for Ember Enjoyers. That being said, as much as they can win these early fights, they can get kills on the speed, they can punish Bignum. There's no blinks out yet from GamerLegion, and Yamsen is under very little pressure in this bot side. Going to work towards a Manta, a very, very good Manta game, mind you, as well. Probably eventually later towards a VKB. Don't think they can address the Shadow Fiend. As much as they can get kills across the map, the Shadow Fiend is a big problem for... in the the very foreseeable future, probably this entire game. They have some okay responses. If they can find him alone, they can certainly kill him for the damage they have. But Yamsen, he's just been too isolated in this part of the map.
I mean, I'm with you. That double blade mail timing is really scary for the Shadow Fiend. He has a lot of damage right now. He's sitting on 23 souls. Less than he had actually earlier. He was at 24 at one point. But he has 23 souls. A lot of minus armor there. But he's got 1,700 HP. Now, he's not that tanky, so they're going to go find Bignum topside. That's a very nice pickup to delay his blink.
Yeah.
But so Yamsen is going to be dealing with these 2 heroes jumping on top of him, Quap plus Dawnbringer, and he can't hit him. Because every time he hits one of these blade mail targets, he's going to be really hurting himself. So it is a little bit awkward. Yes, this Shadow Fiend is snowballing, but he doesn't really have the lifesteal to deal with a blade mail, and he really won't for a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go Manta BKB. I mean, it's an incredibly good BKB game for the cores. As Las Bonitas a little bit too far up. They do have Overgrowth. Greaves to dispel.
Pop it now. A lot of spells just to kill speed, but it will keep Las Bonitas alive for now. As he gets the arena off on top of Bignum, Sonic Wave is good. RCY really shouldn't die here as he's got a haste rune running away. Now Fade just wants to run and wants 9 so desperately. But there's the silence, and now RCY in a bit of a pickle. Stun doesn't land. And I think, yeah, he's going to be able to get on out of here, but he's very low. Looks for a little bit more zip. No mana. Does have the Soul Ring. Oh, just living just enough with the Greaves. And now Fade looking for the turnaround. Tries to go kill Innocence, but that was RCY dead, and Fade now doesn't want to go rotate back in. There is going to be the freezing field. No stuns to break this up. But the blade mail really good from RoboZ. Goes in. Even still Fade looking for another bash. RoboZ trying to go win this trade. I think he might. Actually, yes, he will on like 2 HP, 21 HP. Big fight for Ember Enjoyers.
Yeah, they're fighting. They're trying to kind of make this move. Well, Yamsen doesn't have TP. I mean, he physically doesn't have one on him, but he also used it to get to the triangle. Mind you, Yamsen is still probably going to 1v9 this game. That being said, he is the net worth lead. They are relatively equal across the board. Las Bonitas is similarly close to his blink, or he has his blink. Similar timing to Fade. The supports are actually higher in net worth. 9 is doing pretty decently well for himself on the Skywrath. Meta's same net worth. It's the best game state that we've gotten out of the side of Ember Enjoyers here, and I think GamerLegion are kind of giving it to them. I think a lot of these fights were potentially not necessary, Bayo.
Yeah, the big downside, of course, with this setup.
They have Yule.
They do. There's looking for the arena, and oh, nice job there. Fade breaks it up. Fade will give his life for this. As RCY runs in, actually pops the Greaves. Fade living a little bit longer, but you do have that overgrowth, and now Yamson jumped on top of. That's a lot of damage. Pops the Requiem, looks to turn around here on top of the Quap. Do they have the damage? No, they do not. Not for now. He will die at the end, but they get this Shadow Fiend. That is a massive kill if they can get out for it. Now RCY, he's Yulesed up, looking for the spear. Not quite gonna land it. This freezing field on the high ground, causing so many issues. Speed gaming. That CM actually did so much into that fight. Considering the questions we've had about the CM and in general, seems for the laning stage. Shout out to the CM, man. That was a lot of damage he pumped in at the end.
Yeah, although Las Bonitas could have canceled it or killed Speed and just didn't. So a little bit of a fumble of spells there. Although overall, I mean, not bad for Ember Enjoyers. It's not a gold swing for them. They lose a lot of XP. But it could have been a lot worse if they lost some heroes. Or if they didn't get any kills. They did end up getting Yamson, which I think is obviously the particularly big one as he works towards that BKB. Any kill on the Shadow Fiend is nice, but RoboZ, that's an unfortunate toss back. This is the difficulties that we did expect the Quap to face here. And all the CC, no matter how decently you're doing across the game, it's going to be hard to deal with that.
Nero jumped on top of as well.
He's like not dropping his... he's like not using Corrosive Haze.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I
think maybe he thinks he has Shard or something.
He's still 50. He's still 500 gold from Shard. I don't know, man.
I can't explain it to you.
The difference between haze and no haze is gargantuan. I understand if you blink, crush, and then drop haze because you're like, I just gotta get the stun off. But once you start to hit the guy, I mean, the difference between haze and no haze is.
They could get this kill, but Las Bonitas, he didn't actually end up finishing that blink. He did by Yules. So Yamson is going to TP out for the time being. Level 15 now for himself. Just going to look to farm. Again, into that BKB. No reason to delay this timing. They could look towards Roche at this kind of 19-minute mark. I don't think that's unreasonable. But they are currently under a ward. So it won't necessarily... It looks like they will. I still like this call overall. Should be difficult for Ember Enjoyers to fight. But they could potentially delay this Roche as... Yeah, Yamson... He's being a little bit careful. If you full commit to this Roshan, could end up using a few too many spells, get caught up by a big arena. Fortunately, again, Las Bonitas. I like his pickup on the Yules, but it does not make this Roche fight particularly easy to get into.
RoboZ's going to go in, find Big Man to start. Arena only on one, but it will be a dead time at the very beginning. Good toss back, though. Solar Guardian keeping alive for just long enough. Not long enough, as he's going to go get taken down. Overgrowth on top of just about everyone. But the damage from Yamson is just overwhelming at this point. So many presence of the Dark Lord stacks. He's sitting here 5 stacks.
Well, they didn't get
presence of the Dark Lord, plus level 2 Corrosive Haze. We're sitting at 15 minus like 30 armor.
Minus 25 here for... Well, Roche is at currently 5 armor out of his total 30. I mean, that was honestly Speed Masterclass. Again, I have all my doubts about his CM. But mechanically, Speed has always just been good. And he hit a 3-man Crystal Clone in that fight. That was a 3-man Frostbite. Pretty impossible to actually win from that position of getting hit by that. Just interesting enough for CM to get in that position, but Speed managed to do so. And if you can keep them in place, then Yamson will always deliver the damage. As now he's got this Aegis. They're going to do Tormentor as well with the minus armor. They only need 2 heroes since they have so much minus armor between them. Take a lot less damage from the Tormentor than they actually deal. And a shard for RCY, interestingly, is... Well, RoboZ dies, and that's a really nice pickup on the shard, actually. Because Speed already bought his. Get that 50-50, a little bit lucky.
Yep, Slardar as well.
They have it on Slardar as well, yeah. A really nice shard to pick up as Nero. He is 1 hit here.
2,
living armor
3,
actually helping. Yeah, living
not
armor
bad.
is helpful. Although 21 minutes and Fade will pick up the Wisdom Shrine. Ember Enjoyers had a couple moments there, but unfortunately, just a few bad fights, a few unfortunate pickoffs. Now RCY is unleashed as he finishes off Las Bonitas. Has 18 Galvanized, a Shield Rune, Guardian Greaves, and Kaya Sanj to his name. Not to mention where Yamson is. Actually below net worth now of RCY that he got that free shard. Something to brag about.
Yeah, that just because numbers are interesting sometimes. That Tormentor was at negative, had lost 33 armor between the 5-stack Suppressed the Dark Lord and level 2 Corrosive Haze. Obviously, Yamson, now he's back down to only 1 stack, a little bit more fair, tiny bit. But yeah, we can see just how much the Shadow Fiend in a good Shadow Fiend game, and this isn't even necessarily the best Shadow Fiend game. He is getting killed. He's 9-2-9. He's getting jumped on top of. He has lost his stacks occasionally. Even still, you know, in a decent enough Shadow Fiend game, we can see just how much these fights snowball once you get a kill or two. As Speed's gonna break the smoke. Nice job there. Gets a frostbite, runs away. Swift does the Wolves of Ice Wreck with a concussive on top. But here comes Fade. Good crush. They're going to drop the arena to try to take him down. But Yamson's here. Is ready to go. 9 dies at the very beginning. And now just waiting for the arena to end. The Croakers are such a problem. The Solar Guardian's going to show up on top of RCY, lock him down more. And the Overgrowth, it truly does not matter. Yamson gets another mega kill. Tossed back away. And the game is over. They're going to tap out 22 minutes in. I don't blame them.
I'm failing to see any reason to pick up, to pick Treant for speed or to put any pride on the hero. If he's going to land crystal clones like this, that was Overgrowth. He's landed multiple Overgrowths in these fights. And yeah, I liked what Ember Enjoyers did in the kind of first early portion, but as soon as the game devolved a little bit, I think the draft was just not necessarily helping him the most. And of course, GamerLegion, very clean macro. Once they kind of did shape things up. I am still a little bit concerned. I mean, I do like, you mentioned Speed might just be practicing the CM. I think he did pretty well as the game progressed. Obviously, those team fights, he did incredibly well. But I do think they have to be careful against Rottweilas as they look towards the grand finals, because I'm sure they did a little bit of prep for Ember Enjoyers. Again, no reason to disrespect them, as they had some good moments, especially in this game too. But you really have to look towards Rottweilas, because yesterday, again, they're coming from this lower bracket. Not something that they were expecting to do, not something that a lot of people were expecting GamerLegion to do. And now, we have to clean up these drafts in this grand final. That's what we have to look for if we're GamerLegion, as Rottweilers are kind of probably just sitting back and enjoying these sets of games, getting what little information they can.
Yeah, very simple. Well, it's not ever simple, but simple calculus for GamerLegions to get ready to move into this grand finals. Secure Speed, one of his heroes in the first couple picks. Don't pick Razor. Those are the two things.
That's good by me. That's good by
that
me.
we have learned. So we're gonna have to see if GamerLegion, because we got some time here. I think it's about 90 odd minutes, actually a little bit longer. 2.5 hours. Can I do the math? Yeah, 2.5 hours until the grand finals get started. So there's a lot of other stuff happening though. Grand final. I think there might be some grand finals in other regions. Certainly other qualifiers happening for other regions. So keep this tab open. Go watch some more Dota, and we'll see you back here in just about 2.5 hours.
Disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me. Heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose.
slow. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Like when discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life, it stays.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the pull that I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you passing me by in just a moment in time. Oh Lord, boy, you better come back.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullaby, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Serotonin slightly sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night.
love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understanding when I'm never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm my #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to Takes so long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy.
we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. How would you know? Keep this on the low. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find.
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
Try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find.
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
Try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down. From getting my time.
lace. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I'll see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you better be mine.
push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Serotonin slightly late, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, flow, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, flow, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, flow, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, flow, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free, energy. greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Yeah. what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the
for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Now my fault I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this fit. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires.
isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the it's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Discipline out your way.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down. From getting
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have fallen at home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you best let me buy it. Just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you best let me buy it. Just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Follow me. Coming across the line.
I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes.
Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light, your body I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy, energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. I gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, 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 energy. Feeling free, feeling free. Energy, energy. Gotta burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, so put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Yeah. Someone else is in my place when someone else is in your face. When someone else is at your place, I know trouble is rising. Mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens
Too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Not my fault I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy.
saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. No way I'll regret the first time with you, and baby you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment. Yeah, how would you know? Keep this on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride. The day we woke up, flying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My whole life, it stayed.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Yeah, commas after commas next to dollar sign. Yeah, to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. so fly, I wanna get to know you, but you're losing me mine. Just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to coming.
It's time for the grand finals now of ESL One Birmingham North America closed qualifiers. 2 teams. That's all that remain. And Rojo, we've already had one upset in these qualifiers because Rottweilas, they came in from the upper bracket. They took down GamerLegion 2-1 yesterday and forced GamerLegion to play an extra series, which they summarily executed Ember Enjoyers back in the lower bracket a couple hours ago. But this one, unlike last week, the addition of Coach Stabile and Yadomi, 2 veteran voices, adding a little bit more maybe consistent shot calling around the Roche pit, seems to really have leveled up Rottweilas.
Yeah, no, I mean they look a lot more comfortable than they did in the previous qualifiers, which they already took it a little bit to GamerLegion with the likes of Dodd and Bastion. We just knew that they kind of had some moments of macro that kind of fell apart. For Rottweilers the other day, not really the case. They seemed to pretty coherently move around the map when they did go for things like the Roche, which they were really struggling with in the previous qualifiers. They took really kind of nice fights around it. They would get in the pit when they needed to, get out of the pit. Very nice. I mean, just in general, I think they improved a lot in terms of that macro aspect, as you said. Still as mechanically sharp as ever. We've seen Wonderkid have some of the best performances of the qualifiers. Absolutely. And so I think GamerLegion, as kind of mentioned when we were talking about it earlier, versus Ember Enjoyers, you really got to set yourself up in these drafts, because we've seen time and time again GamerLegion get these kind of drafts that they feel like they've played this trump card. They think that they have this kind of nice thing going, and then if Rottweilers have a good response, then it kind of falls apart for them. They've also just switched up their drafts a little bit from what their previous formula was. A lot of times we were seeing Speed get his hero first pick in the phase, or 9 pick. That Chen, that Treant, those kind of heroes that he's prioritizing. Yesterday he was playing Dazzle, CM, which he did play the CM again today. And he just didn't quite have the impact that we wanted from him. We were missing some of those key, big num heroes, maybe the Clockworks, etc. That Rottweilers were actually stealing from GamerLegion. That Shadow Fiend they stole as well. So I think if you're GamerLegion, you really got to lock in on these drafts. You need pretty good preparation. Hopefully a couple of papers to yourself each, just something to keep the mind a little easy. Know what you want out of the drafts, and I think not concern yourself necessarily too much, honestly, with Rottweilers and what they're doing, as just kind of sticking to what's worked for you.
Yeah, I'm with you. Don't 13 pick a Razor or 14 pick a Razor. Like, don't go this early. Razor, yes. We were looking. If you're watching the Falcon series that's happening right now, yeah, it's getting banned against Falcons. So clearly there is maybe something there. You look at like Dota 2 Pro Tracker, which is not 1700 MMRK pubs, but it is, it is at least into Immortal, and we're seeing a lot of Razor offlane actually getting played, which is interesting. Regardless, certainly it's not carry Razor. It's not getting played a lot, not to success, and it does appear to be something. My read of the hero says that, yeah, it's an answer to something. It is, you're playing against a Lifestealer, you're playing against a Sven, you just want to dog walk a carry, and then it's good. But picking it this early as an attempt to maybe ward off some ideas that Rottweilers want to go for, or I don't know, it hasn't looked good. So I'm with you. Get speed as heroes. Maybe give Yamson something a little bit more standard. Give him the Shadow Fiend. I think we've seen him look good on a Kez. I'm sure he can play PA, which has been coming back in force. I mean, Costa Bile looked great on the PA yesterday. It was incredibly impactful, even if, you know, Dota 2 Pro Tracker numbers, again, grain of salt, up to 8K MMR, not even at this high level. Yeah, something like that. Like, give him a stable carry, not something that feels like a cheese pick.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I don't mind. I mean, Yamson, I think he played well on the Razor, and we talked about it. The hero didn't look particularly bad as we do head into this Game 1 draft. It just wasn't set up for a good Razor game by any means, and I think even if the hero is better than a lot of people think, you still, I think, you want to pick it in the right games, or at least be willing to flex it, I think, a little bit more than they even were. So ultimately, for GamerLegion, you know, you can put Yamson on the Razor, but I want to see a good carry matchup. I don't want to see this Razor into Shadow Fiend. I don't want to see maybe the Razor paired with a Beastmaster as it was in their drafts, which is a mistake they made twice in the same series. Not that the heroes don't make sense together, but as soon as they didn't immediately stomp over the game, the enemy team just bought Lincolns and Lotuses, and it really just kind of, I mean, there wasn't anything to do really for those two heroes, just completely countered by those items with very little things to break the Lincolns on the rest of their draft. It was kind of the same mistakes that they made. And yeah, both teams, I think they have made some good progress in terms of their draft prep. The Dawnbreaker ban is probably the most interesting to me, but otherwise I think not too crazy for any of these bands. I like these Rottweiler bands quite a bit.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker ban feels very much like, because I don't think we've seen, to my memory, I don't think I've seen Adrian play it in these last 2 weeks of qualifiers, but it was used actually to some level of success against them in the lower bracket. Yes, they ended up stomping that game, but for a while it was looking good. It kind of solves that I would like to overload a side thing that GamerLegion, that challenge, the GamerLegion likes to go and challenge teams with. So maybe that's what it is. Treant, of course, is going to be first pick here for Rottweilas. It's vision. It's a good laner, and it also means that they can pick a more unstable carry. You know, PA early game. Probably not going to see a Drow, but like a Clinks. Shadow Fiend's banned out, but something of that nature that really wants to have a little additional healing in lane. So when you get jumped on top of, you do lose some damage instances and go from there. Of course, Lashak will be the response, and Rojo, you said you liked that.
Yeah, I mean, just naturally having a Greaves builder against Treant is very nice. Not to mention that Lashak is already quite decent against the Treant if you can ever find him. It's maybe not. Maybe I would prefer them to have picked the speed Chen here, but I think it was either Chen or it was Lashak, kind of the lesser, or whatever they think is strong, because I think the Rottweilers would ban either, as their bans are pretty solid. They've kind of hit a lot of the nails that we were talking about earlier that Ember enjoyers might want to do. They've taken away a speed hero in that Treant Protector that he has been looking pretty good on when he does get it occasionally. And they banned most of the heroes that are really good against Treant. I mean, Enigma, Batrider, Viper, these are all heroes that are incredibly strong against Treant. Getting rid of those in that off lane definitely makes this pick a lot more secure. So overall, I mean, I like this by Rottweilers, but I do think that GamerLegion have looked really good with the Lashrak. Even if they maybe struggled a game or two with it, I still think RCYs look great on it. I think putting the prio on it is fine. It does take it from Wonderkid as well if Wonderkid didn't want to play it. Overall, just very solid. Should have some good lane matchups. Like this priority by them, although it does bring a couple questions at what they'll pick for speed. For now, they've picked up the Shadow Demon, which typically I think Big Num does pick up, which is also a very nice pickup. Usually this hero we do see kind of banned more classically just because it's obnoxious to deal with in draft. Less so maybe than that it's extremely powerful. But it is quite annoying. I mean, even for Treant already, you're typically maxing living armor on all these Treants. Being able to dispel that immediately is quite nice. You can get a purge for Lashrak, a save for Lashrak. Here just has a very problematic kit at its core, even if it doesn't always amount to that full potential. It's just, I hate seeing Shadow Demon on the enemy team if I'm particularly the drafter.
Yeah, it causes a lot of problems, but as you rightfully point out, that's a relatively early puck, but a lot of puck answers, a lot of puck solutions have already been removed from the pool. It cause problems, but again, we're talking about this speed. He's got the CM is okay. I mean, Genek on his Muerta is on some nonsense. Every time he plays, he looks so very good. Now, this could be a Coach Stabile Muerta, and I wouldn't necessarily hate it just yet, but this is likely a Genek hero, and he looks, I mean, he has dominated some games on this hero.
Oh yeah, I mean, as we talked about, the amount of dead shots that he's missing is very, very, very minimal. He is, and his callings are just extremely well placed. He's always in the right place. His Muerta looks like a nightmare to play against, and I think that means that he's really just an incredible Muerta. So I'm super happy to pick this up. It's also annoying for both Lashrak and Shadow Demon. You can silence out of the disruption. You can silence the disruption preemptively. You can hit 2 heroes with the dead shot. There's a lot of utility there. And it also takes away the potential of picking Muerta into the puck, taking away some of that maybe nicer lockdown. So if they wanted to go that route, I don't know if they would necessarily. But overall, I think a very solid pickup for Rottweilas. Very, very good that Yannick has looked on it. I pick up for GamerLegion of Dragonite, something that is a little bit new to them in these qualifiers. I don't think we've seen them play this yet. Not that it's super crazy. I'm sure they can play it in mid or safe lane as of right now. I mean, that's if they wanted.
Is that a 5 Sky?
It could be. It's a very simple answer to the puck. So I don't necessarily hate it. I think it should also do okay in the Muerta, all things considered. Looks like a perfectly good Sky game for whoever is playing it.
I feel like with Sky, though, Sky does so well with like an item or two that you do want to go and have Sky scaling into the game, get the Kaya, get the Meteor Hammer if that's what you want to go for, get the Shard. Sometimes you can get that at 20, but it's not guaranteed. To get, again, amp this Skywrath into the game. And if it's speed Sky, I mean, speed does get a lot of farm priority. He often plays the 4 from the 5. Bignum takes second pursuit there. Of course, could be flexing Shadow Demon. This Clinks, though, this is a problem. There are, yes, Lashrak can build armor, DK can build armor. These supports are, they're fish food. They have, it's a 0 armor Skywrath mage. SD doesn't have that many more. Does have ways to buy some time with a disruption, but you know, Rojo, if you're disrupting yourself, you're not saving one of your teammates. So this Clinks with the significant control Puck, Muerta, and Treant provide. This Clinks is a scary pick here on the last pick of the phase.
Yeah, I mean, I do like it quite a bit. This is a situation that we've seen Clinks in, I think, so far look the best, at least in theory. As we've seen a lot of we saw a decent amount of Clinkses early on in the previous qualifiers for Dream League. Not very much in this one so far. As I think people realize that the hero is a tiny bit of a bait. You're playing against these kind of coordinated lineups. If you're picking Clinks and then getting something like a Mars set up against you, plus some other really strong heroes to burst you down. But so far, Clinks has decent support around it. You have a Treant in front of you, which seems like a really difficult lane to match up into for any hero. Have some decent control as well for the hero. And then, of course, as you mentioned, pretty low armor heroes. And even for Dragonite, who does have that armor, you still kind of get shredded just by that kind of attack range that Clinks has. So I like this a lot. I think I still think Clinks is strong, despite the fact that we've seen it just consistently lose. And I think that part of that is that people are just picking it really early. Now getting this pickup for Costa Bile later in the draft, there's a lot less things to address it. As I mean, I guess Blink DK is annoying for Clinks, but of course something that is very manageable, all things considered. They're going to ban out some key offlaners, of course.
And it's kind of also this awkward thing here where you talk about the Clinks. I think the Clinks is probably, once it gets to, say, 4 or 5 items, whenever you get the Ags, it feels like the closest to a free win there is in Dota. Because you just go, you drop the Burning Army every minute on towers. It takes 3 hits to kill each skeleton. You get some skeleton walk skeletons as well that also take additional hits to kill. And it just sieges towers. And they're really, it's very, unless you got a good lineup to deal with it. And even that is hard. It's just hard to keep your towers alive because there are, 14 skeletons? If you're, well, not 14, but they're like 9 or 10 skeletons, each taking 3 hits, just shredding your structures without the Clinks having to be particularly close.
Yeah, I do like it overall. I think, as you talked, again, yeah, I think the Clinks is very strong when it gets its items. The Ags, as you mentioned, on buildings, pretty disgusting. I think you're talking about the Falcons game where that ended up being kind of the winning factor for them. So definitely could be a point of inspiration. Very, very strong just interaction in general. Clinks against these objectives. Takes them very quickly. Now for both teams, looking for pretty obviously what would be an offlaner. Technically, I'm sure GamerLegion could flex something like the Dragonite, but I see no good reason to do something like that. I mean, they didn't ban the Underlord. I think Underlord looks okay here for the side of GamerLegion. Unfortunately, I do think Brewmaster could have been fine for them. Maybe there's a bit of control before the side of Fade, but they do know that Adrian plays it. It looks pretty fine to pick it up for Adrian if you wanted this game. So they're going to get that away from him. It's a good amount of offlaners banned in this phase. Not sure what either team is fully looking for. For Rottweilas, I think it's relatively obvious. Yeah, just want some engage, some beef, and they take the Underlord themselves. Potentially could have been what GamerLegion were looking for again. They are, I mean, both teams are really lacking some form of solid engage, some form of beef. You'd love to have something that could build a Crimson into this Klinks, I think, ideally, for GamerLegion. Something they can maybe pick up a pipe if Wonderkid and Yannick are being problematic across the map. So the Underlord is a great option. Rottweilers, now they get that opportunity for themselves. Good game to have a pipe, a Greaves, etc. on that offlane. Overall, I like the Rottweilers draft quite a bit. I think they took a lot of comfort for themselves and took a lot of comfort away from GamerLegion. Now they pick up in Ursa, so very interesting.
Okay.
Then I suppose it is probably Fade. Maybe it's an offlane Leshrac? Yeah. Yeah, that makes some sense to me, only because they did pick the Dragonite pretty quickly in response to the puck. Obviously, that matchup's quite brutal. So I don't hate this, but obviously I do have some skepticism that I'm sure you share of how a Leshrac is possibly going to do in an offlane in this kind of setup.
Yeah, on the one hand, modern Chronoptic Nourishment Lesh kind of builds offlane items. Greaves for a long time has been this offlane item. You know, it enables your team, it's heal, it's a little armor for the Lesh. But Lesh, early levels, does not have a lot of HP, does not have a lot of armor, and you're going to be laning into this Treant Klinks matchup with, I guess it's going to be Bignum Shadow Demon. I mean, Bignum is playing the Shadow Demon, but I'm assuming the Shadow Demon in that lane. That's not a particularly strong laning duo, and this does strike me as something that someone, Bignum, Fade, doesn't really matter, is going to get leech seeded, they're going to get punched, Klinks is going to hit them a couple times, they're going to go down to 50% HP, and it's going to be a very difficult lane for them to contest properly, and this is not a lane matchup that drags waves. I mean, it's two ranged heroes. Bignum, it can try probably to drag some waves, but Tree's going to leech seed him up. He doesn't really want to get punched anyways, doesn't have a lot of armor, doesn't have a lot of HP. You see the problem.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit concerning. My kind of hope, I suppose, I guess, then for GamerLegion, which we've already seen them do once, is that they do kind of do some lane shenanigans then. End up laning a tri-lane. I think if you can create a tri-lane and then kind of force a tri-lane versus a tri-lane, then you have some pretty good prospects of getting Fade that kind of 1v1 and some decent farm for himself. It doesn't actually sound that enjoyable if you somehow end up like a Klinks on an island versus a Lesh, an Underlord on an island versus a Lesh, however those lanes break down. I think if you can force that, I think it will benefit Fade. The only issue is that I am a little bit skeptical of the ability for a Shadow Demon Ursa to actually win a tri-lane. So I'm a little bit curious what they're going to do with the lanes. We have seen them kind of draft, I think, like earlier when they drafted that Faceless Void against Ember Enjoyers. As we do head into this game one, it seemed like they did have the intention of picking that hero and then kind of building up a tri-lane to be obnoxious. Maybe they tri-lane around Fade. Not entirely sure. I'm very curious if they'll do it at all. As it's a quick smoke up from Rottweilas. Usually we see the teams wait a little bit. They really want to contest the trees up here.
Straight up. That was a good sentry under vision, and now he's going to get stunned up. Splitter, a lot of damage into this tree, but it's Ursa. Got to be so careful. Yamson's going to fall first, and yes, the tree will die in response. This Titan, this Underlord gets first blood. Very interesting smoke ups. This is the second time. I don't think it was a Rottweilers game. This is the second time we're seeing these interesting smokes into the Radiant offlane. There's going to be a second smoke here. Of course, Ursa's dead. He's not going to properly rejoin, but I guess this is just a warding smoke, but now that is... It's probably going to be fine, but this is two smokes used at the start of the game.
I don't hate it if they can find something with the disruption. Treant and Klinks are pretty reasonable kills, but they don't... I mean, if they're going to have to use another sentry, it's not exactly my favorite here. They do get onto Costa Bile. Oh, he might be dead here.
They're going to slow him down as he tries to get under tower and outside of Split Earth range, and He's just going to walk this off. So that is not only is this the 2 smokes we talked about, which means that you're not going to have a lot of really rotating ability for a while. On top of that, it's 2 sentries. So you're not going to have a lot of lane control. It's not going to be easy to go block these camps, unblock these camps, as Yudomi does have to be careful, but he was already in the trees, so he walks that one off as well. And this is a lot of shenanigans from GamerLegion early that it should actually have a pretty negative impact on how they're going to approach these lanes. Very few sentries, lacking on the smokes. That's a very awkward way to start the game.
Yeah, and now they have this more kind of generic bot side setup. Means the lanes are going to break down into what we talked about. Not ideal. Yeah, that early setup from them. Those sentries definitely going to hurt. So I think they maybe recognized that they do got to go back to a more standard lane setup. But that's pretty annoying if you're giving the Underlord a first blood. I mean, Ursa versus Underlord very often has been regarded as... It is, one of the more annoying matchups for the Underlord. But as we've seen, with the dead shot, with this extra early gold, with the Firestorm, sometimes for Ursa, you honestly get bullied out a little bit. Your base damage is very low once Atrophy Aura starts coming out. CSing can be difficult, and then that long-range harass that can come out from your 4 plus that Firestorm does make it kind of a much less of a cut-and-dry lane for that Ursa, especially if you get a kill.
Yeah, the really nice thing, you talk about this kill, what it gives you. Adrian's going to have his boots in about 46 gold. It's a minute 46 into this game, and when you're dealing into things like, say, Skywrath Ursa that just want to slow you down and run at you, well, of course, being able to go and just get those quick boots, just a couple stats, not even, like, say, finishing a bracer, just getting your boots, it gives you so much of a solution because, like, Yamson, he's going to get his boots eventually, but you're matching it, so he's not going to be able to chase you down, and that is very, very important to the life here of this Underlord, who might otherwise, you're talking about it, get run at, concussive shot, arcane bolt, a couple furious swipe stacks, and Underlord dies, but if he can just run out of it, it really is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, so far, though, in this top side, actually doing really... I mean, Fade is doing extremely well for himself, 16-6. Mind you, as GamerLegion are playing this lane just very comfortably. They've got the lane consistently in the position they love, as some decent harass down bot side. But they're keeping it in this kind of classic spot that Fade loves to, into the Treant. Just right in front of that tower. It's really impossible for Treant to contest you up here. And in terms of being a carry, not really possible either to walk up. Now they have Disruption as well with the threat of a split Earth. And these are both pretty good Disruption targets. That was something that we didn't really talk about. I do believe that Klink's Infernal shreds himself from his innate due to the Disruption. So it's, I mean, he takes a little bit of extra damage. Definitely a better illusion than I think you would normally expect. And of course, Yudomi does hit for 92 with the boots. Fortunately, Fade is forced to take it under his towers, so the lane should go back to a relatively even spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing Yudomi work a little bit harder to unblock the pull camp and go and, actually get the weight back, because I think his sentry, I can't tell. I think he's got vision on the sentry that's blocking the camp. He just hasn't really returned to deal with it. Doesn't want to go, I guess, and leave his Klinks alone, and, then you're going to have the split Earth and the Disruption and all those problems, but it does now mean that they really haven't, until right now, been able to properly get lane equilibrium. And now, unfortunately, Coach Debile pulls a creep under a tower a little bit, and it's going to start to shove the other way. So no consistent lane control. Yeah, this is not... it feels like you should be able to do a little bit more here, but they have not been able to really reestablish lane control for the first the entire 4 minutes of this game.
Yeah, the only saving grace, of course, is that Adrian, as prophesized, is doing quite well on the bot side. I mean, what are you supposed to do as an Ursa with, by the way, under Atrophy Aura? It was 47 damage that he was hitting for, without, of course, Furious Swipes coming into that factor. But the Underlord is hitting for, what is it, 126 here. Or 116, I believe.
Yeah, so that's
a little damage.
That's a big damage. The answer is you start to get some Furious Swipe stacks on the creeps, and hope the Underlord lets you do that one, and then that's how you get some CS. But otherwise, yeah, it is a significant damage differential, especially because this Ursa, if you look at how he's building his... Also, first of all, really interesting, he's getting phase boots in this game. Most carries have, for a while now, opted just into going power treads. The additional attack speed helps you farm just way too much. But he's going phase boots, and he's opted for the chainmail first. So that's going to help him against the harass, the splash damage out of here, Demon's Reach. But it does not help him CS at all. And that, as we're seeing, is making life a little bit uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, not many great items for CSing on our side.
Wait a minute. Rotation onto the mid lane, trying to kill this Dragonite. Unfortunately, Deadshot doesn't bring him in, and now good breathe fire. Not enough damage. Yeah, Bottle Charge keeps him alive, and with the second illusory orb, Wonder Kid's going to be able to take RCY down. He went forward there. I didn't expect him to. He's fine, but even I mean, I thought he was just going to go back for runes or something. 10 seconds remaining. Instead, takes some damage and has to retreat back to his back to the bounty to get bottle charges and give up any conflict on the 6-minute rune.
Thankfully, only an invis, so not too bad. As Yannick takes some decent damage from Speed. Looks like Speed not going to be able to get the vision to get the kill there. Very nicely done by Wonder Kid and Yannick. Yannick, I think, was going to die to the tower. Wonder Kid gave him a little bottle charge to keep him above that threshold. Now, though, a lot of contests around this mid kind of 6 minutes. The catapult stayed alive. RCY hit his 6. Gonna try very hard to get the pressure away from this. Nice dead shot. Good illusory orb plus the living armor and the fort. Unfortunately, not able on RCY to actually significantly take much of this tower. Only 600 damage is not super worth it for that rotation. So in this early game, it's another early game, Bayo, we're seeing from Rottweilas that's going pretty well out of the lanes. I mean, not that GamerLegion necessarily drafted fully for the lanes, as we saw sometimes they have been. It's a comfortable little spot for Rottweilas, something that they're very, very happy to take in stride.
It really is, and it matters quite a bit that RCY Max is going to get maybe half of this tower. It does come back on the tail ends of Elder Dragon form, but you really want to go and with your first Elder Dragon, take a tower. I mean, second Elder Dragon form, you take a second tower, you start to set a lot of tempo, close some areas on the map out. And the fact that RCY didn't do that, it does make life a little bit more complicated. He's going to have to sit in the mid lane a little bit longer, maybe. It doesn't free him up on the map in the same way you would like as topside. With the disruption into the split earth, this is a level 6 Clinks, though, and he's going to look to try to turn this around, eats a skeleton, and, well, Fade, he's surprisingly little damage that Fade took from a couple searing arrow shots, but, yeah, it's just going to have to back up those goes, just not really possible once Clinks is sitting here, 3 points in Death Pact. You're healing at max 700 or 650 damage if you got 2 charges, which is, in this early game, that is way too much to cut through easily.
That nice headshot from Yannick just for some good harass. And yeah, the living armor as well doing a lot. I feel like this Clinks build in general, the kind of soul ring that we've seen people gravitate towards. 3 points in Death Pact definitely feels correct to me. It's supposed to be like not an easy kill at all. Definitely as the game moves on, Clinks can feel a little bit squishy at times, but in this early portion of the game, you can easily get up to 1400, 1500 HP with those strength treads. RCY, speaking of in the mid lane, 1600 HP on him as he pushes down this tower. It's actually a gate into the mid.
Gotta be careful. Silence. Oh, Puck just takes so much damage there on the rotation from Bignum. They do have Adrian in front. They're going to try to at least get the Shadow Demon in response, and with the dead shot, all the spells. Yeah, that's a lot of circles, Rojo. And if there's one thing I've learned from Dota, having a lot of circles and throwing them on the ground tends to be a pretty effective strategy.
Definitely a nice strategy. I think one to consistently fall back on. But not the best circumstance there in the mid lane for the side of Rottweilas. Lose their tower, lose Wonder Kid. That Skyroth kind of paying dividends here for Speed, as he is level 5 as well. So again, Speed, a player that they do give pretty high priority in terms of farm to. Now he's gotten a lot of levels for himself. His net worth isn't exactly speaking for itself in the greatest ways. He's bought a ton of regen. But having these high levels could be really nice. Get an early Mystic Flare set up with RCY at some point. As one thing that I do like about the switch to putting the Dragonite mid in particular is you don't have to wait around for anything. RCY is going to go for this kind of typical just blink first. And nothing else, no funny business, straight into the blink. He can get a BKB and Orchid at whatever he thinks fits afterwards. But for now, he's going to be about 1,000 gold, a little less than, to get that blink. Then he can start playing with Speed, can start playing around Fade, and take some stacks for himself in this triangle, stack up a little bit more as well.
No more carry style mid DK. Not this game, at least. Not with you. It's nice to have this playmaker early. you're going to have enough damage, right? With the Leshrac, with this Ursa as they go in, especially if you time everything up right, as you know, he thought he might try to do something there. Especially if you time everything up right. With the Blink, with this Greaves on the Leshrac, at the very least a mech is probably going to time up best with the Blink. And then you start to do this thing that GamerLegion really like to do, Rojo. Just ball up, force towers down, and hope that Rottweilas bring the wrong number of heroes to the fight. And then you just get a significant lead.
Yeah, I like this style of DK. Of course, I think the biggest foil to it currently is that this Underlord could definitely present some good some big problems to those timings. Adrian is going for the Rod of Atos first, which I don't necessarily think is. I don't know if I would fully go for the Atos first, but I don't think it's bad by any means. It's going to be quite nice to have that extra little bit of catch. Anything to disable the Ursa is going to be perfectly fine. But of course, then he has a pipe built up after that. He'll likely go into maybe a Crimson afterwards, maybe a Greaves. Whatever it is with the start that Adrian got with a kill and being left relatively alone in the spot side, he's going to get to those timings relatively quick. Max attribute aura as well on him, mind you, with the treads. So he is farming fast. He can kind of get these timings on par with RCY, then he can stop a lot of the effectiveness of these rotations. Especially, I mean, again, if he gets this early pipe and all you have is the Blink on DK, then you're really not going to have any damage to speak for. Not going to be able to kind of go through that Clinks, who is going to have that 1500, 1600 HP when he swaps to the treads. And speaking of the Clinks, Costa Vile is doing great for himself as well. Not that Yamson's too far off, but I think he's at least one part to his Deso. Very comfortably get to that shard timing.
Yep. Mithrhammer on Courier right now. Is they're going to go rotate bottom, try to take this tier 1. And again, this is the power of the Clinks, the power of these new Twin Gates, where it is almost free to rotate in. And we're going to pause the game here just to appreciate how much damage like 3 hits from the Clinks have already done to this tower.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I cannot necessarily disagree with the sentiment that maybe Clink's Skeletons should do a little less damage to buildings. Definitely one of the biggest benefits to this hero, as we kind of talked about in draft. So nice move from Costa Vile. Not much, I think, that GamerLegion can do in terms of macro to deal with this kind of move. Not that they would really want to for this bot side. Level 6 as well across all the supports now. Something to keep an eye on. GamerLegion has a smoke on Big Num if they ever find the opportunity. It will be quite nice to get that Shadow Demon purge onto any target. The living armor completely negated at that point. But other than that, I think that it's going to be relatively quiet here for a little bit. And I think for Rottweilas, they're very happy, very comfortable with a quiet little game for this first kind of 10, 15 minutes.
You know? You talking about maybe the Skeletons shouldn't do enough damage to the towers? I'd be fine if Infernal Shred didn't do minus armor to towers. Maybe that, I don't know. Anyways, lots of damage. It is kind of interesting as we take a look here in the pause where people are talking on the map. We're seeing the Puck draw a lot of circles on the north bounty rune area, right, in their own triangle, saying, hey, go here and then rotate to the tier 1, I think is what that is. Like, in a minute, there's going to be a bounty. I'm going there. So he does draw the arrows from where the bounty is up to where the Leshrac is. Of course, they're going to get the tier 1, multiple rotations into the top side, so there's not going to be any counter pressure here.
They have RCY Blink. Oh, Yadomi.
Oh, that's a great... Even if he dies, that's a great smoke break. That's the blink reveal. Okay. TPing on out. He thought he might have had a window. He will die. And yeah, he almost got out. Even still, that's the blink reveal. And you get this lowly nature's... Or not nature's prophet. You get this lowly treant protector. Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't necessarily love dying on Yadomi there, but of course I think that is the best case possible, really, for that kind of smoke to come out. That could have been Wonder Kid. That could have been Adrian. They probably would have damage for him with the Skywrath in tow. Time around, kind of ruin that timing for them on Yadomi. Keep the rest of your cores safe. As Adrian, yeah, he is going to have a pretty good time pumping that net worth for himself. They're looking to actually invade into this triangle. I mean, they do have a really deep ward, just barely outside of sentry range. They might kill Adrian here.
Yep, on top of him, Mystic Flare as well. Trying to get out, but he should die. Here we go, last hit. And yeah, that ward.
Good ward.
Very nice ward. Make sure that they are able to go and take down what is the biggest hero on the map, who, you talked about it. He gets to his items. He gets himself up to the pipe, which he's 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold away. So not massively close. He gets to that pipe, and there is just no damage from GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's a very crucial timing for them to look at. So for Rottweilas, they want to make something happen on the reverse end here. Make a quick smoke up by them. Fortunately, they're not really running into much. They will see there's a couple stacks on the triangle from Big Num, but nothing particularly worth invading right now. They do know where Fade is. He's farming some creeps actually into that triangle. So they could look for him, but it is very deep.
50 seconds until the Wisdom Shrine is up. And at the very least, this should secure the tier 1 tower top for this Clinks. So he's going to be able to go open up the map a little bit more. And yeah, the smoke is going to expire before the 14-minute window, but they're just kind of hanging around for this one because, again, getting the Wisdom, you already have this Underlord. He can join the fight if he needs to, but other than that, you know, he's just going to sit here and be fine and soak up the space and get his own Wisdom. If they can double Wisdom them at 14 off of the good game that Clinks and Underlord are already having, that's going to feel really, really good for Rottweilas. As Yodomi is very deep. Now he's under Sentry, but there's no vision just yet. I think they're going to be able to pull this off. Yeah, well, okay, getting on top of them. Huerta, that's a good assassination, and maybe not. At this point, Yodomi doesn't know he's under a Sentry. Fade runs at him, and he gets a ward down that is right under Sentry vision. Kind of unfortunate, but now he knows that he just has to TP out because, yep, there is, in fact, vision there. Although, yeah, there we go. He's going to pop out, and that is going to be another Sentry, but importantly, Greaves are done for the Lishrak. So that's the big timing. Blink on the DK, Greaves on the Lishrak. That's kind of this ball of timing we were looking for.
Yeah, it's just a nice insurance as well for Fade. It's a lot of armor that the Greaves give you. You even get at Lishrak, you kind of get an odd little +4 armor talent at level 10, which you'll very, very happily take. As my cat knocks things off my desk. Lishrak here, definitely, yeah, I think somewhat better than the Clinks than you would expect, just because you do get this relatively high armor as the game does move forward, at least for this early portion. Not necessarily going to save you versus Clinks. He does have the Deso. But it is quite nice against this Overgrowth, against the Silences, against the Underlord. Just a nice Greaves game.
So this Rojo has been a very slow game. It's 5-3, 15 minutes in, less than a kill a minute. And we're scaling. We're still scaling. You know, we talked about the Greaves timing, the Blink timing, not really seeing a lot of moves based on that, at least not for right now. As this game starts to go into the mid game, and it's like, okay, it's going to be Clinks carry. He's having a good time. Ursa carry. He's having a good time. Everyone's, within 500 gold of each other from the core's perspective. Who do you favor? As this game scales, who do you like scaling more?
Probably the side of Rottweilas, honestly. They have so much control with Adrian. They're going to have tons of damage mitigation in that regard. So they're actually coming over towards Yamsen. Really nice dead shot.
And they're going to try to get him. He's going to be able to enrage out of this one. No more stuns available. And that's a couple big spells used. And they're going to get the Tree and Protector as well. Good job, Fade. So they commit Dream Coil. They commit well, not Pit, but they commit the Fiend's Gate. They go and commit pretty heavily to try to go split two heroes. They don't get either, and instead they just lose their position 5. Now Jenik is going to get blinked on top of. Mystic Flare dead. Very awkward sequence of events for Rottweilas.
Yeah, not the moves that cleanly were working out for them yesterday. I think the look was good, but just a little bit of miscalculation there. Big Num, I think he got a disruption there on the last second of that illusory orb for Wonder Kid. So he couldn't actually come in and deal any damage to Yamsen. Couldn't get that silence or the likes. So great positioning by Migdum to be able to stop that move from coming out. Good punish by Fade. 1v1 against the Treant. Now he gets to use the Edict on the top side. Should be able to get this tower. It's a little bit late to be picking up this tower, especially with the Dragonite, but they're perfectly fine with that as RCY. It's been really nice for him. He did die that once. I think that was at the start of the game. But now he has the BKB on the Courier. They could wait for that. He's pretty much untouchable. Clink's damage is good, but not enough to get through Dragonite. No pipe yet for Adrian, 600 gold. This is not really a fight that I think Rottweilas should take.
Now RCY blinks in. Ursa as well takes
Good
down
calling.
Adrian, but now
Oh,
the
the
Ursa
Deadshot.
silenced in the calling. Deadshot doesn't land though. He's gonna have to run. He is enraged, but yeah, there's absolutely enough control to take him down. Dreamcoil's good on 3, but the puck is still locked in place, silenced up dead, and now they're gonna go find Clinks on the backside here. So much damage with the burning barrage, but even still, RCY on top of him makes his life very difficult, and he cannot run away, not with the dust, and now Jenik left all on his lonesome. Don't see any world where he's going to get out of here, and that means there are 4 dead and the tower for Rottweilas. And yes, said it, this is not a fight they had to take, and it did not set up for them very well.
No, I don't think it's necessary to defend that tier 1 at 18 minutes. I know why they... And Costabile is certainly strong on this timer, but he's still a little bit off of level 12. It's just some very awkward timings for them. Unfortunately, Yannick, just an unfortunate miss for him on the dead shot, causes them to commit a little bit extra. Wonder Kid not quite having the game that he's used to on this puck means that he doesn't have the Yules that he would really, really like to have into speed. Even then, he's still susceptible to this blink jump from RCY, and after losing a fight like that, Ursa will very happily jump into the pit. It's a fight they can't really take. They scanned. They know that the Roshan is happening. Unfortunately, there is no way to deal with it. He has to take some good damage, but otherwise, very free Roche.
Yep, no overgrowth for 35. And we're actually going to have a pause here right as the Roche is about to get taken. But yeah, no overgrowth for 35. That is their big team fight spell, and at least for now. So not going to be able to go contest it. A lot of circles. That is Leshrak saying, hey guys, they're probably on the bottom side of the map. Let's do something about this. We've taken the Roche. Maybe we can do a little bit more. And they're not wrong. Coach Tabile, level 12, bottom side, clears a creep wave. But the other problem, the other Clinks problem, he's a very fast hero. He is a very hard to lock down on the map. Very low cooldown on Skeleton Walk means that even if you know where he is, doesn't mean you're going to be able to find him.
And not the easiest kill to get on top of. They're still going to look on this bot side. Dust on RCY, BKB finished. Almost managed to catch up to where Yannick was. He's going to break on the smoke.
Yeah, pop that smoke immediately. They're going to find him. Mystic Flare, yeah, more than enough here. They almost get speed. The power of the Clinks, and actually speed will go down at the end. Jenik finds him, and Calling does just enough damage that RCY can't go and do the follow-up blink. So you lose your, at least you get something, but losing your Clinks at this stage in the game is not what you're looking for. He's this hero that doesn't really like to buy a BKB, very much wants to go scale as much as possible. Get the Dragonlance going. You know, you start to get these stat items so he can survive the burst of DK Mystic Flare, everything on top of him.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. I think at this point in the game, you might be looking to need a BKB. Doesn't feel great against Ursa. That's kind of textbook here from GamerLegion.
Oof.
We've seen for Rottweilas, we've seen them kind of have some clean macros, some clean drafts. But this time around, GamerLegion not faltering at all. And yeah, as you kind of made a noise at, Speed picks up a free shard for himself, something he's extremely happy to have. As his net worth wasn't particularly impressive, again, so much regen that he's bought in this game, but his levels are really good. And how getting that shard for free, either of these shards is really good. It looks like Bignum bought his out. Really, really nice to pick up here, as Speed's farm will increase as this game goes forward. Get himself a Ghost Scepter, which I think we can both agree he needs. They actually do see Yamsen. I mean, they should get this kill. He's not that tanky.
Yeah, that's going to be the... This is... I don't know why GamerLegion does this. They love to go have their Aegis here kind of play on his lonesome on the assumption they won't kill him. And now he's dead the once. There's the Dream Coil. Indian Rage. Jules buys some time. And everyone's rotating around. His team trying to go give him sweet succor and safety. And Yamsen should be able to get on out of here. In fact, Mystic Flare tries to turn this around. Yamsen goes back in. Gets the kill on the Muerta. And a little bit too much of an overchase. Yeah, I think he did.
I think he just misclicked. That, I think, was a kill if he hit Yamsen. But too much... I mean, there was just too much space created. Couldn't land the dead shot. Really rare mechanical mistake from Wonder Kid. I mean, we've seen him just dominate these qualifiers game after game. Huge part of the success for Rottweilas, and you can't really blame him for making one single misclick, but that's a pretty costly one. They actually did probably have that kill window. Maybe wasn't necessarily correct to chase forward, but they did have the correct read that GamerLegion wasn't actually coming until just a little bit later. Really unfortunate to go down there as playing on this board, Costabile. There are 3 heroes down here that you wouldn't expect. RCY, by the way, I like this a lot by him as well. He went for the VKB, and now he just went back for the Armlet. Armlet, of course, just one of the nicest items to have on DK. Gives you a very significant amount of armor and that HP. Goes for it after those core items. He like this quite a bit. It'll give him a lot of tankability and just that consistent farming speed. In the slow game that they've been playing, a little bit of extra armor to mention as well against that Clinks. So a lot of nice timings here for GamerLegion, and Yamson, he's been farming quietly and closely to the net worth of Costabile. Now he's going to have a BKB soon for himself as well. Not nearly going to be bothered by really anything that the side of Rottweilas can do outside of this Clinks, and at that point you have Enrage as well. No, one at least nice thing about this, I mean, the Ursa and Clinks matchup, not necessarily, I think, incredible for Ursa, but when you do have this Grudge Bearer facet, you can actually get a ton of damage off of Clinks and those skeletons hitting you. Up to probably, I would assume probably at least 100 in ulti if you're tanking a decent bit. Something to watch out for as they do make a smoke here. RCY is so strong.
Really trying to go and find this puck, but Wonder Kid seems to be aware that something's up. Goes back up to the high ground. Yeah, really good scan. They see that, yeah, there are heroes there, and we should be very, very careful. Talking about things you like, though, Clink's going, I don't know if you want to call it second, third item. He's got a Dragon Lance, he's got a Dezo, but he's going very quickly into this Ags. 23 minutes in, he's got 2 components already. And what this means is that even if the Clinks dies in the start of the fight, gets jumped on top of, which got to be careful is, yeah, GamerLegion trying to hunt him down. Even if he dies at the start of this fight, as long as he goes and gets the burning army up, yeah, that's these sentries, man. They're baiting him out so nicely. They got the pings. He runs left. Not going to get found out just yet. And it looks like, there we go. TP's on out of there. He's going to be fine. Their hunt will really come to nothing. But even if he gets jumped on top of, right? If he gets a second to get the burning army out, all of a sudden there are 14 skeletons hitting everyone. And it means that he's going to have a lot of damage potential in these fights, even if he dies first, which I think is, given the way this game has been going, given the draft that exists from GamerLegion, I think that is very important for him to be able to do.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, Axe is also a pretty good amount of HP and mana to speak for the Clink. So it's not like it hurts to just buy this item outright in terms of the stats you're getting. Could be enough to keep him alive, just having that extra. I mean, if he's sitting around 2,000 HP with a pipe around him and the living armor, I could see a world in which he does live one of these jumps. It's not, maybe not entirely likely how farmed RCY is right now. I don't think it's impossible, as we're going to look to poke Yamson a little bit.
Oh, on top, that's a problem. A lot of extra damage indeed, but now Clinks is going to be able to run out of here. Silenced, yes, but the pipe is so strong. And especially with the pit as well, they play around him. They don't get the kill. But the Clinks does not die, and that is a massive, massive boon here, as every other time thus far, they've been able to go take him off the map.
Yeah, Adrian as well, by the way. He's only 100 gold from him. Well, I don't know if he has the point booster or not on his career. It looks like... Let me check. Looks like he does. So he does finish the Ags. You're going to smoke up immediately with it. Level 15 as well for that Pit of Malice slow. I mean, this is going to force Yamson's... It did force Yamson's BKB rather early. As that BKB duration gets lower, he's going to be incredibly annoyed by this Underlord. Adrian not as farmed as he was necessarily at the start of the game, but still, all the key items that he needs for now. Bignum could be a great kill if they find it. Wonder Kid, it's a little apprehensive.
Yeah, Clinks is going to show in the mid lane. That's scary as the Pit of Malice goes in on top of everyone with the Fiend's Gate. Speed should die, but he does have a Ghost after even still. The burn damage, way too much. Backside, though, Fade gets on top of the tree. Overgrowth is there, though. That's all they need from him. And that's still with the coil locking him in place. Fade runs away. He's another pit, but he's so freaking tanky. They will not. He's still not dead. He's not getting him at the end. They will finally take him down. And now this Underlord very far forward. Yamson's going to turn on top of that one. Wonder Kid goes in very aggressively, but's going to be able to blink out. And getting past this shield rune DK feels nigh impossible. So they're going to have to back up. It is a buyback on the tree and a death on the Underlord. At the very least, they get this absurdly tanky. Absurdly tanky Leshrac. I am not used to seeing a Leshrac live through that much damage. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, the Demonic Cleanse plus, I mean, just the Greaves and everything else there. way tankier than even I expected as well. That's partly the damage reduction during full smoke, that level 15 talent working for the side of Fade. But also, notably, they did not have his Ags yet. He wasn't level 18 yet either, which he'll soon get off this wave. He is doing quite well in this Clinks, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, even for Costa Rica, I think Clinks is a hero he used to play a lot as well. I was looking at the bot side. Drops the Burning Army, and that's Tower said.
Yeah, they're gonna fort for it, and it's gonna get like one skeleton, maybe two. Okay. Big rotations have to come in. So the tower's not gonna die. The fact that you can just drop this cooldown, which is not that long of a cooldown, you know, it's 70 seconds. It's not that bad. You can just drop this, force 3 heroes. Oh, sorry, 2 heroes. Tree and Protector sitting back there. You can force 2 heroes to TP in and a fortification. That is nutty, man.
Seems rather good, I'd argue. And when that comes out in the fights with the kind of disable that they do have between Yannick and between Adrian with the coils as well, Amson, he's gonna get Yules.
Yeah, dead shot as well. They're gonna try to kite him up. Does have to pop the BKB to get out of here, but still the damage is significant. And remember, this is Modern Ursa. You don't have a bunch of free enrages. You spend it in the fight, it hopefully gets a kill, and then you gotta back up. Shard does not do that for you anymore. Yeah.
It's 7 seconds now, as he's used it 2 times where he maybe didn't have to. Now they're gonna smoke up as well. They could find him. He's about half HP. Does have the enrage. Picks the Wisdom Shrine for himself. Looks like they won't be able to dive that deep for Yamson, but on this timer, I don't think they can really fight on GamerLegion here.
Oh, this is scary that they're picking Roche. Yeah, it spawns just in time, but that is a bunch of heroes from GamerLegion coming in through the portal. It goes down very quickly, though. You're right. Let's see if they can go and make us good contest. They're going around the edge. They don't know this is happening just yet. And Yadomi in perfect. Oh, what a good smoke break. Well, especially with the eyes in the forest. They know everything is happening now. And this Roche, it's gone. They're going to go take it down they've been taking it down very quickly. And with the Pierce the Veil on the high ground, buys a little bit of time. Here comes RCY trying to go steal the Aegis. He snatches the Aegis here. Now you got to run. Oh, no. Coach Debile trying to lay the damage into someone. He's doing a good job. Takes down Bignum, but it does not matter. 3 dead. RCY comes in the very last second. When they broke the smoke and had the vision as well, I was convinced that there was no way GamerLegion were going to contest that. But instead, RCY comes in untouched with his by the way, he's got a satanic done.
Satanic, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that. He is ridiculously farmed on this Dragonite. I mean, tip this man, he did everything in that fight. He jumped in by himself, he stunned the Clinks and got the Roshan. Fortunately, he didn't get the kill, but that's about everything you could still ask for. And in some sense, not getting the kill is good. Means next Roshan is not going to roar. They're able to get some decent map presence for themselves. I think in some shape, maybe Costa Bile should have been willing to drop that Burning Army earlier. Should have gotten that Roshan just a second earlier. Now RCY, by the way, is the benefit of a free shard, as if he needed it.
I cast Fireball.
As well. Yeah, he does cast Fireball. Not that he really needs that for the damage with his Satanic, but I'll certainly take it. The Aegis as well in the hands. Usually not that great on a Dragonite. This game, I think RCY is probably perfectly happy to have it, as he also has the gem too. Something we didn't talk about much earlier. I really like this by GamerLegion. They've been doing a lot of early gems these days, and into Trian, it really does feel mandatory. I think you just have to buy this gem early, even with a small risk of losing it, which RCY certainly doesn't have right now. No risk of losing that gem.
Especially,
quite nice to have.
In general, yes, it's great to have a gem into the Clinks here, into the Tree and Protector running around, but also, it is like the one way that you can cost effectively clear these eyes in the forest, because otherwise it is putting so much stress on your supports. You only get 10 sentries. Like, you do not have a lot of sentries. So there's just no way to cost effectively clear the eyes in the forest with how often they come up. So making sure you get the gem, it helps you quite a bit. Now they pass it on over to Yamson, just because what RCY get? Another item?
I think he just wanted his treads in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yamson had a slot, so he does take it for himself. Full Abyssal finish for Yamson. That's rather nice. Having a little bit of damage block. It's actually relatively useful into the Clinks. Goes to be close to his level 20 for the time being. He turned that small lead. I mean, GamerLegion were only ahead by a little bit when that Roche was getting taken. Now it's 11k. So they pushed that one pretty significantly in these couple of minutes, and now they feel comfortable to walk on this high ground. Fates hit his level 20. Extra Diabolic Edict target. And has the Shivas as well for himself. So if he was tanky before Bayo, now he has 38 armor. Not quite 48. That would be RCY once he has this armlet toggled, or once he finishes this AC. He'll have a ton of armor to work with.
Oh, RCY teaming back by himself. This is... I guess it's just a little too scary. I'm like, man, maybe they can go take the Aegis off of him, but...
Because he can't get overgrowth. So I think at that point, not really much kill threat if he can Satanic that off. Part of the reason I think this early Satanic is rather smart by him. Nice to have that Dispel, that extra HP. Definitely not going to take him very far. Yadomi is being a little bit annoying here. Get some decent vision down, cutting the waves with the Nature's Grasp. That's all they can do for now, as they might have to take a little playbook here, or a little bit of play out of the book of Falcons. I'm not seeing this game go particularly in their favor yet. I'm going to hold high ground for a little bit. Hope that Klink's Burning Army can eventually get onto the building somehow. For the time being, a straight-up fight is just not possible.
No, you got to get this. I think your play, you talk about Burning Army taking high ground, get Klinks to level 25. Get all those skeletons multi-shotting. Get Searing Arrow all over the place. And yeah, then this is going to be a problem. But for right now, Klinks, he's a lot of damage, but he's still very susceptible to being jumped on top of. He does have a Hurricane Pike done, and that does solve some of his problems. But now Dragonite looking at high ground here, still 40 seconds on the Aegis, and Elder Dragon even longer than that. So they're going to try to go and take this tower down. You're just waiting. Is like, okay, a little bit late. Atos on the Leshrac, some pits, but I mean, you're not going to kill him. In fact, the tower will fall. Klinks is back home. He's not looking for the split push, which does feel like it might be something that's useful, but with Aegis still 17 seconds, they're not going to take a fight in these next 20 seconds. So this set of racks feels like it should just go down.
RCY not quite ready to commit. I mean, only a couple seconds left on the Aegis. Gotta take it a little bit safe. I don't mind that. I mean, we talked about it yesterday in the wise words of Astini. Don't go high ground. Let's wait the game out. No reason to get too antsy. They'll make a smoke up, try to get away some of the vision they have gotten outside of the base. See that one with the gem. For now, they want to find any kind of straggler. But they're smoked up for now, playing on their ward for Rottweilas. A good position for them, all things considered. But this fight, it's still probably not going to be easy.
Oh, they're going to find Underlord. Good stun on top of him, but he is very tanky. He's going to be fine. Pops the Atos, secondary Atos, the calling, all the spells on top of Yamson. Look at this. Wonder Kid finds the backline. Whoa, what a Fiend's Gate as well. They're going to get on top, but unfortunately, here comes the tree straight through the portal, and he's just dead. But they're still going to try to find that much more. Bignum should fall down to the very end. RCY moves forward. Jenna continues to kite away as RCY pops Elder Dragon form at the tail end of this fight. With his BKB Don, he's got to run, and now there's going to be another Atos. So much lockdown. Deadshot doesn't land. And they're not going to be able to find him for the time being. RCY blinks out. They kill Bignum. They lose the tree. Silo Mismo, kind of the same. Yeah.
He's big and beefy. Not the hero you want to be breaking your smoke onto near a tier 3. Makes for a somewhat awkward fight for GamerLegion. Not one that particularly punishes them too much. Thankfully, they trade supports. But it is time on the map for the side of Rottweilas. It's the only thing they can be asking for. You take a Wisdom Shrine as well onto Coast to Be. They can work towards that Searing multi-shot. Work towards some official damage for this Klinks. Working towards that Daedalus. Just a little bit of time. That's all Rottweilas want.
I really thought with that backline pit that we saw come in through the Fiend's Gate, I really thought that was going to go disastrously for GamerLegion. But you run the tree first through the gate. He evaporates in 2.5 seconds. I don't even know if he got. He did get overgrowth off.
Yeah, it was. I think it was good by him. They weren't really able to commit, unfortunately. I think if RCY was maybe any smaller than he was, I think that fight would have been incredible for them. Fortunately, the net worth differential just a little bit too much. So again, Dragonite, we're not seeing it nearly as much as we were before, but still, I think a very prominent hero. And fortunately for the side of Rottweilas, is a hero that still scales quite well. now when he pops that dragon form, he's going to have a ton of armor with this Assault Cuirass. And he also got the Flayer's Bodo with an extra alert enchantment as well. A nice little pickup for RCY on that neutral item. A lot of the tier 4s are kind of bad. So nice pickup for him. Both supports holding their items.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna say unfortunately, but did lose out on some armor with the armlet going away. So paradoxically, he does more damage. Technically, is a little bit more burstable now, which is, I don't know.
I kept his treads, honestly.
Yeah, actually, that the movement speed in this game with how kiteable everything is, and then the slows coming in from the Pit of Malice and the calling and all that nonsense. I understand it, but the power this armlet gives you into this Clinks is really just good. It feels bad to get rid of.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for him is we also haven't seen the Emson really make too much progress on items either. 3k gold, finished his Abyssal. To get some blinks though across the board. Fade, he's finished up his he got his blink quite a long time ago, but now he's finished his BKB. Big Now, he's the one who finished his blink.
Oh. Big Smoke comes in, though, to try to get on top of this Ursa very quickly.
Oh,
my. Don't quite get him down, but BKB Enrage.
That's the Daedalus.
He's got to run. That is a big deal. And now you're right. The Daedalus is done on Costabile. Now, it is a Dream Coil that was used, so you got something going there. But this Ursa, this Clink's proving that, yes, the Ursa can be bursted in the time that he is controlled. And it's not, it's very close to happening.
Certainly is. I mean, if they ever get towards something like a Hex, not that they're building up any right now, but Hamson, he could certainly go down to these kind of things. Gonna be looking towards those late game items, big ticket ones. At least Yannick, he's looking towards his Aghanims on the Muerta. Gonna be Shiva soon on Adrian. Some decent timings to clap back with on Rottweilas, although still down pretty significant amount of net worth, but it's a little bit more of a stalemate for the time being as this Roshan spawns. A lot closer than I think GamerLegion would want it to be for the time being. It's also quite annoying, this Treant. So much vision to set up here. Very, very difficult vision to deward as well. Getting on this tree that he has selected here for Udomi, not something that you can really kill. It's basically has a permanent ward there.
I think
they've around this Rosh pit.
There's also a tree off the left side. I think they've cut it down. Maybe they fixed it by now. That actually gives vision into the Roche pit if you put an Eyes of the Forest on top of it. So they don't have that set up just yet, and it may not. I don't know. Maybe Valve might have hot patched it because I'm not quite seeing it. Even still, these Eyes of the Forest you're talking about are so obnoxious, making it difficult for the fights to happen. Even still, moving
up bot side. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is nice.
Especially Roshan is walking down there right now. He's making the slow journey. They would really like to get this second Roche onto really the Ursa this time. The DK had it because he stole it, and with this position they already got, right? They already have the outpost. Oh, you're right. True, it is the third Roche. You get the outpost here. This is a very difficult contest if it's something Rottweilers want to try for.
They would love to, but unfortunately this one is just not easy to do. As mentioned beforehand, this first one's not going to roar for the side of GamerLegion. If they start doing it, there's no roar to come out. There's no way to know if this is happening. Don't have any damage to proc it either. Nothing like a clockwork flare or anything across map. For the time being, it looks like this Roche is just dead. Too hard to get into this area to deal with. Too apprehensive on the side of Rottweilers. Imson will pick up the Aegis for himself. I'm sure he's very happy to have that one. Granted, how quickly we saw his health bar disappear the first time. He can maybe hold on to that BKB a little bit longer than he was before. Play a bit more aggressive with this in tow.
And this DK now, he's got a Daedalus. So if you were ever worried about damage, which I don't think they were, you have Ursa and Leshrac. This DK, yes, he's been nerfed. Yes, he's not doing nearly as much bonus attack damage as he used to, but he's still a Daedalus ranged carry with north of 4,000, like right around 4,000 HP in crazy armor and HP regen. This is, RCY has been a problem. RCY is going to become even more of a problem as they keep doing this, Rojo, and I don't quite understand it. They send their Aegis hero away from the team while the rest of them think about doing something, and it's not going to get punished this time, I don't think. But that is It's the GamerLegion special, and it is way more precarious than it's worth.
I think this time around definitely should be relatively fine.
Well,
but if they do take a fight without Yamson,
Links on top. Coach Like gets out of there. That's the Lincoln. Coach Like so much damage. He's dead. Looking for a buyback. Maybe will go straight back into this fight. As you know me in a corner, he should die. But they do have this Leshrac locked down with the Pierce the Veil. He's going to go down. And now Wonder Kid on the edge. The Burning Army doing a lot here. Can they go and take this fight on the second buyback? RCY, they pass in the cheese. Back up to full. And they don't want to give up this high ground. The smoke breaks. They go straight on up. No fear on this Dragonite. And it's 2 buybacks for the cost of a Leshrac. I'd rather not lose him, but that is a very big win for GamerLegion.
Yeah, absolutely. This buyback on Costa Bile, maybe a little bit preemptive. I definitely thought the GamerLegion were just going to get out as soon as they saw that, and that's pretty much what happened. Fortunately, if Costa Bile doesn't buy back, they lose a ton of their base, which is a lose-lose situation all around RCY. He's soon 25, finishes a Swift Blank. Still can't go high ground, unfortunately, but and GamerLegion, no reason to rush things. They're just going to play comfortable, wait around any kind of timings that they can get, and at this point, you can take the Tormentor or let Yamson solo it. You have an extra 2 minutes of the Aegis, wait for Fade, or for these BKBs to come back up. Then maybe you can start looking to deal some good damage to these buildings.
Crystabile is looking at a BKB as his next item. It feels like we're in Rapier territory, is where we are. Yes, BKB, but if you're getting Blink stunned, you know, there's nothing there, right? You either get jumped on at the start of this fight and you're dead and there's nothing you can do about it, or you're playing far enough back where you can get your damage in and you're probably not going to get Blink stun on the second part because, hey, there's enough damage in the fight. It does just feel like you need more damage here from this Clinks to cut through this DK and allow them to win the fight. And a BKB just doesn't get him there.
Costa Bile, honestly, he could have killed Fade here. I'm pretty sure. Well, I suppose it's a little bit too dicey without his buyback. Wants to be careful himself. Probably too risky of a play to go for, but from our spectator POV, I think he actually could have just killed Fade. No Ghost Scepter or anything for him to talk about. Lots of armor, probably not enough to survive. This Clinks is on to Wonder Kid. His Lincolns have saved him a couple times. Has the blink out. Yamson level 25 with his extra overpower attacks and the smoke. And in Yannick, they would actually love to kill him off as there's no calling. Just gonna wait and pierce the veil.
He's out. Okay. He's just getting straight on out of here. Here comes Wonder Kid through the pit. Moves forward. Yodomi on the backside pops Overgrowth, buys a little bit more time. The damage starting to get laid into this DK, but it's just not enough. Not yet. No buyback on the tree, as you said, as they're trying to go kill speed, but now got to be very careful. This puck is in a world of pain, but it's going to be able to dodge the Split Earth. The silence not going to be that much of a deal. And plays around the Burning Army. This is the one spot on the map that GamerLegion do not want to be. These skeletons, even with how far ahead they are, these skeletons still very scary to fight into.
Yeah, that being said, RCY with the Dragon Form pop, he has 70 armor, by the way. Which is very normal.
They're going to find Clinks. Here comes Leshrac moving in with the blink. Even still, you got to be careful. Good pit disruption by a little bit more time, but you're going to come back out right into the pit once again. Has to pop the BKB. Get on out of there. It's going to be fine. But we can see just how difficult going high ground is. And you look at Costa Bile, he's level 24. Not that far away from getting up into multi-shot.
Yeah, still not able to pierce this high ground. The Underlord plus Muerta definitely as well, servicing as pretty big annoyances to get that one. So it's a bit of a slog to go the high ground for GamerLegion. They're still garnishing a huge lead. For a couple of minutes, getting a couple of key pickoffs. Whether they get too many of these kills or not, they still end up soaking up this entire bit of the map. So for GamerLegion, I mean, if they want to go kill the Tormentor, it is still available. You can always do that. But it's mostly this Roche here. Another 2 minutes or so. That one will roar, but give them the best possible opportunity that they will have to actually be able to push onto the high ground. Still taking them a very long time, granted, as would kind of like if Costa Bile was building up towards that Rapier, as we talked about. Not sure that he'll have the luxury of getting to it after this BKB. Yemsen, I was looking or wondering if he was going to commit to this, but he did go for a really fun butterfly pickup on this Ursa. A decent amount of damage actually for the hero, but of course is mostly a pickup as you go with this Burning Army. Nice little pseudo counter here. I still think he's going to take an obscene amount of damage, but does mitigate about, you know, that 35% or so. Could be a nice little survivability boost for him. Maybe he doesn't have to pop these BKBs so preemptively like he has been.
Yeah, and there's no good way for the Clinks to to pierce the evasion. Certainly not on his skeletons. You know, he could get a Bloodthorn. That's 6,500 gold away, and you can BKB. Not that big of a deal. He can't get an MKB. He's not going to have it in this game. He does have his BKB done, but I think I'm with you. The next item has to be a Rapier. He just needs that damage. So he's not going to have a good way to get through this evasion for the majority of the game. But now this is the big timing. He's level 25. He's been able to greed out for it. He's been able to find the space to get himself up to level 25. And now Searing Arrow's multi-shot. This next team fight, it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be very different. Now it's not just who I'm targeting. Who is the Clinks targeting in the strafe cooldown? Can he kill him in time? Now it's the rest of the team cannot get close because you're just going to get shredded as well. It becomes a very difficult situation to play around. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it's worth 27,000 net worth of a lead, but it is going to be the best chance they have as the Clinks is sitting in your best position to break the smoke. This is scary. You got to run out. He's going to pop the Burning Army. There's going to be the pit on top of Maul. Wonder Kid is going to be fine. He's going to get silenced. Ursa's dead. Doesn't have a chance for anything, but now Cristabile has to run as the DK's on top of him. Even still, they're going to get on out. Leshrac very, very low, and RCY dying. The multi-shot timing, it works beautifully for them, and now Fade's gonna die at the very end here.
Oh no.
Looks like Speed might just get out, and he will. That is 3 massive kills for Rottweilas. 8,000, 8,400 gold off of that fight.
Well, that'll propel you certainly towards whatever item you want to build on this Clinks. Yemsen, I can't tell if he was hit by some crazy dead shot, but when I clicked on him, I think he just didn't press BKB. I'm not sure if he was surprised he was silenced or what miscommunication happened, but he didn't get anything off there. He even had the refresher in his backpack that wasn't slotted in. Just a very basic misplay as they went into an extremely disadvantageous position there.
Yeah, this is... Wait.
That was...
Is this game? 36 seconds on the Ursa, no buyback, 51 on the Leshrac. Yeah, they know that this butterfly was bought. Burning Army's going to show up. Here's going to get silenced up for the time being. Unfortunately, they're going to go take the melee racks. That's going to give them another fortification. And with the DK buyback, they're not going to push it.
But losing still most of this base. I mean, more than they've gained throughout this whole game. 50 minutes and Rottweilas down 11k. They're going to have more of the base than GamerLegion ever got.
Just wait long enough, and eventually Clinks is going to hit 25, and it becomes so much more difficult to take fights. That's 2 sets of racks. That's a buyback on this DK, and now for tracking buybacks, Clinks does have his. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I mean, 10k is meaningless at 50 minutes now. This lead is essentially nothing, and as much as the Dragon Knight does scale, I don't think he scales nearly as well as the rest of these heroes for the side of Rottweilas. Adrian, by the way, he did finish up at some point here his Nullifier to help deal with a lot of the shenanigans Speed is doing, but also just that Ursa. He really needs on Yamsen, I think, to have this refresher. I think he sorted it out somehow. He gave it to RCY. RCY is also a great member for having this, but I want to see refreshers just across the board for GamerLegion. I don't think 1 BKB is nearly enough. And for Yamsen, I don't think 1 Enrage is enough at this point into Cristabile. It's about 6,000 gold for this Clinks. I mean, obviously, we were kind of singing the hopes and praises of a Rapier. He might not have to finish it now. He can hold on to a little bit of gold. He could also work towards getting enough money for 2 Rapiers if they take any type of particularly advantaged fight. Yamsen's still about 1,000 gold from his buyback. Big one I think we're looking at for GamerLegion. The only thing I think that could hold them in this fight pretty dearly is this Scythe from Leshrac. I will say that Scythe Leshrac does turn this hero into a completely different beast, as your potential for killing before this item is nearly half. I mean, this Scythe really does elevate what Leshrac can do in the late game. That being said, walking into the Burning Army is still not particularly easy. Very curious to see what Cristabile wants to finish here.
I just got myself clicked on this Clinks. 7,000 gold, call it 3,500 left if he wants to save for buyback. Getting closer and closer to one of these big items, whether he wants to just eat the Ags and get an MKB, whether it is the Rapier we've been talking about, I don't know. But that is what this game hinges around right now. What is the next item for Clinks? Can they get the fight around that? Can they go? I was really worried in that last fight. He was the one that broke the smoke, but we didn't see an immediate dust pop. I don't know if the gem was leading. They get a big pit on top of 5. It goes to hell in a handbasket. You have to find some way to punish this Clinks, and I like this. He's just going straight refresher. Yeah. Double burning army, double BKB, double, not even just that, double strafe is so important into these fights. As good blink there from speed gets out. And now Leshrac, he's the one here at the tip of the spear. Adrian gets blinked on top of it, gonna get hexed. Here comes the Ursa as well. He's such a key part of their team fight. That is a massive kill. Does have buyback, has a way to get back into this fight. But I don't know that they're gonna spend it just yet. Roshan is there, but no one's quite going into the pit. And with all of the creeps now back in the base, this is something that you gotta respect, something you gotta respond to as GamerLegion. That's like 10 range creeps hitting your tier 4s. You can't just sit here and posture around Roche. This has to be a response. And look at what Rottweilers are doing. They're taking advantage of this. They're going straight into the Roche. They know they can rely on the underload buyback if they need to. Burning Army's going to be here. Oh, okay, Gedek's going to be caught in the backside. That's not where you need to be. He's going to buy back, but they still hold Adrian's buyback. He is still waiting to join this fight if he wants to. If they're going to find the right angle, and Gedek on the backside is looking for a dieback here. He might just die a second time, but that is Fade's BKB. Here comes Adrian on to Yamson, trying to make sure they get their Aegis, and they're not. Adrian takes the Aegis here. Yamson locked into the pit. The damage is significant, but they have the Clinks. He's stunned up, pops the BKB, looks for a little bit more damage, tries to burn these heroes down. Ursa's dead, and the split earth is not going to be enough. Clinks gets on out of here. Adrian comes back in a second time, goes through the pit. Clinks looking to rejoin this fight, and now this is DK locked in the pit all alone. Speed should fall, barely doesn't, gets on out, but the Leshrac is dead. And now RCY on his lonesome Gamson as well. He bought back into this. Another buyback. Here comes Leshrac. So this fight just continues to go. Elder Dragon's going to be over soon. That's a big damage problem. And now on top of RCY, here comes Coach to be like trying to lay the damage in, but he's a little bit too far forward. Yamson turns on him, and here comes the Clinks. Buys back into this game, but that is now a massive win condition as they continue to try to dance around this Fade right side. Adrian looks like he might die a second time, and he will. But they get RCY. No buyback on him. The Clinks, he's coming. He's not here just yet. Now he's going to start to unload. Tries to go on top of Bignum. Disruption saves him for now. And this Leshrac has to be so careful, looking to run away. Wonder Kid, second Dream Coil in the fight, gets on top. And here comes Coach Debile. Yet more Burning Army doing so much damage. And Bignum, he's out of defensive tools. He's going to get taken down. Does have buyback. And at the end of all things, it's like 7 buybacks. But the Clinks is around, should be able to go get... Actually, sorry, Roshan died. Adrian took it. No buyback on the Ursa, no buyback on the DK. Only 2 buybacks in this game are the Puck and the Shadow Demon.
I mean, what a long drawn out fight. I do thankful for, I mean, Rottweilas, Wonder Kid, first of all, doing everything he needed in that fight. Landing critical Yules, critical Lincolns across the board. I mean, he was really the linchpin there for them, absolutely, getting that damage off onto Costa Bile, but they did kind of miss this awkward kill into RCY. It took them a little bit further than they needed. You end up losing some of those key heroes, so they can't actually push for the base quite yet, but another 50 seconds on RCY. They might give it a try.
Unfortunately,
I mean, nice edge here. I think a lot of this game, weirdly enough, I do feel is kind of hinging off of Fade here and his Scythe. His Scythe is kind of one of the biggest items in this game. He's the only one with a Scythe. 56 minutes. If he could get towards a refresher somehow on Fade, I think that would help him a lot.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we saw Coach Debile, who he played that fight so incredibly well, but dives on top of RCY, doesn't realize that Yamson's right there, gets abyssaled, and
bit awkward.
I don't know who. I don't know if there's a hero that really in this late game will survive Ursa Blink Abyssal on top of him, and now we're gonna pop the Burning Army. Just try to get Megas here. It will force the fortification.
Cliff early.
But that is the only one that exists, and you're right, that is an early glyph. They have gone, the Roshan's banner is there, so even with the glyph, they don't take these creeps down. Looks like it's not going to be quite enough to take the tower, only half damage, but Glyph is a 5-minute cooldown, right? There is a long time until the Glyph is up, and Burning Army is 70 seconds. The difference here in resources that you can use to attack versus defend in this game right now, very different.
Absolutely. I mean, Costa Vile as well, he might even get towards another item here as he does queue up that rapier for himself. He can swap this refresher in and out if he wants, but he just eats the ag straight up. Keep the treads for himself. It's going to be a while before I mean, I guess he doesn't really have to worry about buyback, actually. So really, it's only 1,000 gold once he sells his treads for this rapier. Seeing how much damage he can output before that. We finished a Gleipnir on Adrian as well as the level 25. Mind you, so that extra Pit of Malice root duration. I mean, this combination, Muerta, Puck, Clinks, all these circles that we talked about early on, Bayo. By the time you get to 57 minutes, yeah, it turns out they are pretty hard to play into. Even Wonder Kid as well. He's looking towards his own refresher. His coils have been on point. Of course, with that Dream Coil pierces debuff immunity, this is one of the strongest spells in the game, period.
Yeah, and you got to be really careful as well as this game goes later and later. We've talked about the Clinks and the Burning Army and the split push, the rat potential. You have an Underlord in this game. If you're on the map and creeps hit your base, there is a high likelihood that there's going to be a Fiend's Gate coming in with the Clinks inside, and all of a sudden, your tier 4s are under significant threat. So, yes, it's always important to get the waves shoved at, but this is like the ultimate late game rat pushing scenario as well, just based off the draft. So yet another thing that you have to be paying a lot of attention to if you're GamerLegion. Make sure your vision's set up appropriately. Make sure you know where this team is at all times. There's a very real world where, especially now, there's a very real world where your base just gets taken down and there's nothing you can do to defend it.
Yeah, and only buybacks in the game again, Bignum and Wonder Kid. This rapier is a really strong timing. There's no way to come back if you get bursted. And Wonder Kid having this buyback is a really nice boon for him. He hasn't been dying in these fights. Now he's the opportunity to play even twice as aggressive. Should have money for boots of travel as well. If he does need that when he comes back. No Glyph either. If he wants to drop this, I think he can just take this Rax right now.
I think you force Megas probably. I almost like the idea of keeping Underlord in the base. They're going to get on top. That's a massive jump here on top of Jettic. No buyback for him. But look at the damage this DK is taking. Pops the refresher. Second Satanic tries to keep himself alive. And you know, but look at Yamson. Gets on top of this rapier. Clinks. Has to stay in the circles. He's dead. They take the rapier down. Yamson falls. No buyback though. And this rapier, Wonder Kid thinks about picking it up. He's going to get this rapier for himself. Now, of course, they're going to have to return it to the Clinks. It's not going to be a crazy Ags Puck rapier timing. But they keep it alive, and this DK, the only saving grace for GamerLegion in this late game.
Yeah, that was a really nice snap engage from GamerLegion, but if you get the Burning Army down, unlikely that anything within it's going to live. And for Fade, I think he needs, this refresher, or he at least needs to get an Ags, a Ghost Scepter, or something. He's doing so much in these fights, but he just needs an extra round of that BKB. An extra Scythe would be so handy. Could get it. He sold that Greaves earlier for travels too. He's
working on it.
A little bit dicey here. 60 minutes, by the way, as well. So we are going to have some neutral items coming out. Now, granted, neutral items are down a decent tier from what we've seen before, but there are still some pretty heavy-hitting ones here to get. If Costa Vile wants to, he can get the Divine Regalia or Stygian Death, so those are some of the big ones for him. A little bit of extra magic resistance and the BKB could go pretty far as well for someone like RCY, as fortunately, he does not get offered the Minotaur Horn. Nothing like that, but he does get Stygian Deso for RCY if he wants that extra bit of damage. Boundless Divine Regalia for Yannick. Big pickup for him.
He's doing a lot of damage in these late game fights, man. He popped Pierce the Veil. He's level 25. He's got the multi dead shot charges, but even just sitting here with Pierce the Veil, that is going to be a significant amp with this Divine Regalia. Now, he dies and he gets turned off, but that's not great. I think this is the first time I've seen a Rift Shadow Prism at all. It got added, but I haven't seen it in my games because they don't, what percentage of your games go to 70 minutes, 65 minutes. And I don't think I've seen it in pro games. So it's a Wise Rift Shadow Prism. The really nice part about this is you can bait with it, certainly. But it also just gives you a lot more vision on the map. And of course, hey, getting the tree up to level 25, up to level 30. Very impactful talents once you get that far.
Yeah, actually, dude, these train talents kind of suck, actually. They're
Sorry,
all for leech seed.
I'm used to playing Courtry, so they are really impactful.
Yeah, these kind of suck. I mean, it's not your fault. And these are just not great for the support train. That being said, though, still being 25, that AoE living armor can do a lot in these fights. That damage mitigation is very significant. As you get a fallen sky for the side of Costa BA. Probably not the ideal Stygian Deso he was looking for. But having some mobility on Clinks, that's not going to hurt. It's nice to have this free little blink if you can get that off. Stygian Deso is instead on to Wonder Kid, who can apply it pretty universally. Now a smoke up from GamerLegion. They've shown they can do snap engages. But Wonder Kid, he's got a Lincoln's. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, the Wonder Kid, yeah, gonna get taken down. Does have buyback. And they do have the portal right there where they can drop the portal if they want to. They also, of course, have the outpost to bring him back in. But, man, Wonder Kid, he's got an axe queued up. I really like that. Also really feel an Eon Disc on him in this late game. Getting him out of that chain controls feels so good. I don't know what you replace. Maybe you have the Eon Disc slotted in up until the point where it gets popped and then you put the Yules back. I don't know. But now they're smoked up here. Good pit on top of everyone. Here comes Yamson backside. But Coach Tabile runs away. Bignum falls, buys back immediately, but so too does the puck. And that's a little scary, but they're going to find Fade backside. Good force staff gets him on out of here. And that's another buyback that has been used importantly since the last time we talked about buybacks. Every buyback but Bignum is available on GamerLegion. This DK, this Ursa, they can come back into fights. Clinks, 750 gold. He gets a kill or two. He's going to have buyback pretty quickly.
But because of sheep, that is I mean, this could be massive. These sheep stakes in this late game will become ridiculously powerful. If Yannick can get, with this Boundless, if he can get a sheep stick onto RCY, onto Fade when he engages, onto Yamson especially, these heroes will just instantly melt. As they actually expected a contest for the Roshan on the side of Rottweilas. It's not going to be one. Speaking of balance,
that is
yeah, that's
that is a dead Roche. He died. He died very fast. This is a 65-minute Roche. That's not really what we expect to happen. Maybe it's not too crazy, you know, but that was fast.
Yeah, Clinks is good at dealing the damage, I think, based on what I've seen. Game 1, 65 minutes. No end in sight for the moment with all these buybacks up. But I still can't help but feel, I mean, obviously 4K lead is completely nothing. But Rottweilas, it does feel like this late game is benefiting them pretty significantly. Fighting into this team is just ridiculously hard. Soon Adrian as well, he's going to finish a PKB for himself. Be a 9-second at the point in the game he's at. Wonder Kid talking about how he might need an Aegis for himself, or an Aeon Disc. Now he has a much better Aeon Disc. Aegis for the next 4 minutes while his buyback is down.
Yeah, DK is now, he has the Ags, but doesn't have the recipe just yet to slot it in. Saving for buyback, needs about 750 gold to make that happen. That's going to be a significant improvement just in his mobility in these fights, being able to have free pathing. Of course, the bonus damage is nice, the additional minus armor, all of those, the splash, sure, great. But the mobility in these fights, with how many circles are around, how much you just kind of get locked in place, that vision you get is going to be pretty impactful. So he's going to have that soon. And I don't know, Rojo. We do have this Aegis, but with the buybacks as they are do you really, it doesn't necessarily feel like we're going to see too much pressure come out from Rottweilas.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. So far, they're not really looking. One thing I'm a little bit curious about is what is Fade going to do with the gold he's gotten? He did, by the way, get a Dazoon Blood right, the Fleetfoot for his neutral item. Definitely a really nice one to pick up for him. Extra area effect certainly doesn't hurt on the Slush Rack. That being said, he lost a lot of armor that he was having on his neutral item. And now he's eyeing a Bloodstone, which I really, really, really hope he does not buy. He needs
that's a big pick. Good force staff for now. Is they're going to go on top. Speed almost gets evaporated here. He's going to get taken down eventually, but in the meantime, not doing a lot. RCY runs away, but it's too dead.
Bignum.
Speed falls.
No buy.
And Bignum, importantly, no buyback. They get this Leshrac as well. He's going to be forced to buy back into this. What a great jump from Rottweilas as RCY runs out of here. We see again, he's got the Elder Dragon. He's a hard hero to lock down. That is a massive set of kills. 2 buybacks. Bignum out for 105. And the Burning Army, 40 seconds until that's going to be ready to go to force this high ground once again. Half the death duration of Bignum. We're going to have to see. It looks like they're going to go even earlier because they shred this tower. 3 hits, the tower's gone. And Bignum's courier with the gem inside, that's not going to be saving Private Gem. They're going to be able to make sure that that is not a resource that GamerLegion have into this next fight. No free vision, a little bit harder to find this tree, a little bit harder to find this Clinks, and they're just going to start to hit it. That's going to be one set of racks going down. Here comes Yamson. He's hexed. He's dead. 100 seconds on the deck. Just a little bit more HP on the melee racks. It's going to be Megas. But importantly, Ursa dead does not want to have to spend buyback, but you know they're going to spend it. You know they're going to force it here. Still 90 seconds on the Aegis of this puck and the Burning Army ready to go. This is a tier 4 push. They do have 1 fortify. That's the one saving grace, and there's gonna be the buyback, and that they just back out. They got what they came for. They got Megas. They got the buyback on this Ursa. But yeah, they did refresh the Burning Army. You're right, coming back in a second time. And now Wonder Kid moves in, just continues to harass down, hack him on the BKB. Oh, they get the Clinks. Oh, that's a problem. Rapier on the deck. Can they get more? Genix is going to go get taken down as well. Adrian locked in a corner. Wonder Kid, it has to be him. It's all about him here as the Clinks is just not here yet. Yodomi runs away, and even still, Ursa's dead in this fight. The Burning Army way too strong. Everyone's buying back into this, trying to lock down RCY, and the Aegis, or the Ancient, is so very low. They're trying to go burn this down. Here comes Coach Stabile. This is going to try to be, they pop the fortify. Oh no, Coach Stabile, you gotta run. And he will buy back on the DK. They're trying to hold. The Burning Army's gone. Puck is here. Coach Stabile, 50% HP is now RCY. He's got a Rapier, does have Elder Dragon for him. He's a difficult kill. He's so much damage as they're going to try to lock on top of him. The Hex is there. They're just looking to the Ancient, looking for the end here. Can they take the Ancient down in time? They're trying. They get him down. Adrian falls at the end. But what a banger of a game number 1. 69 minutes. Rapier going backwards and forwards. And Rottweilas, they take the first one.
I mean, what is there to say about that game? Just an absolute shitfest at the end there. I mean, for Rottweilas, you know, as much as you can talk about scaling of damage, whatnot, having circles bail, that's pretty fucking good. I will say for Rottweilas. Adrian's 1 in 10, by the way, but I feel like he was perhaps the most impactful hero in the game. I mean, maybe Kostabile, of course, and Yannick. They have some great reasons to be that player, that MVP there. But I mean, across the board, Rottweilas just did everything they needed to kind of come back into that one. Because at some point, mind you, Bayo, much like we saw with that Falcons game, they were down a very significant amount for Rottweilas. One bad fight where GamerLegion kind of slip and walk under that ward, completely lose that grasp they had on the game, and from there losing most of their buildings, losing most of their map control, losing those Roshans. Just fell apart for them. And honestly, Yamson and Fade in that very late game kind of felt like they just were not up to par there. I was a little bit surprised by honestly how many mistakes just Yamson was making alone. Not to signal him out, but there's way too many times that this Ursa was dying without BKB being pressed, without Enrage being pressed, jumping in and getting hexed without having any abilities used. Just can't be making crucial mistakes like that, especially as Rottweilas has shown. They can beat GamerLegion. I mean, they already did it once, but you know.
That they can, and this Clinks hero in the late game is insane. We keep talking about it, but you go down, and that really does seem to be how this Clinks Ursa matchup goes. Ursa is so good into Clinks early. You have the blink, you can get on top of him. Enrage means that you really don't take a lot of damage when you have all the searing arrows on top of you. And in fact, if you take Grudge Bearer, you gain a lot of damage, and it looks really good. But eventually you hit this point where the Clinks is tanky enough and has enough support from his team. He's got 4 stats, he's got a Glimmer if they need it, Solar, you know, healing. He's got these items. Team keeps him alive. And then if you can't kill him in the duration of an enrage, the team turns on you, you die. Doesn't matter how big the matchup differential, it doesn't matter how much the gold net worth lead is. You can't go high ground. You can't kill him. You're dying in these fights just immediately. And then it becomes very difficult. This is what we saw in the Na'Vi Falcon series. This is what we've seen here. And now the question, do you ban out the Clinks? Do you give Yamson the Clinks? Do you pick better into the Clinks? I think there's a pretty good anti-Clinks draft. You got this Ursa, you got DK mid who has crazy armor. He was building right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's drafts. I think it's just walking under that ward. And truthfully, just a lot of times where I think every button wasn't necessarily pressed. And late game, Fade can't be buying a Bloodstone. I don't want to harp on that too bad, but it's just not good. I mean, it was not a good item to buy, truly. And I mean, even for Yamson, he ended the game with phase boots in his inventory. He needed a refresher. Unplayable with that singular BKB, which, by the way, so many times in the early game, he was forced to use when he didn't want to, got to that 6-second super early. It's just, GamerLegion, they had such a significant lead that they built off of, especially RCY, kind of dominating this early game, and then they kind of just tossed it away. You can't be disrespecting Rottweilas like that, especially in the kind of ways that they did.
And I do want to take, I know you already called him out, but I'm going to take an extra moment just to respect not only Adrian on the Underlord, but the Underlord hero itself. It is so good into the Shadow Demon pick because, okay, you're saved, you're locked in the pit. It does such a good job of making sure the Ursa has to pop in Rage early, has to pop BKB early, get out of this area. And these heroes that are so reliant on their BKB timings, I'm so reliant on single low duration spells to enable them to get kills. The Underlord just removes all of that, makes it so hard to have these more sustained, prolonged fights that, as we saw, eventually get to that point. There's not enough damage. Now, we have a bit of a break here, and the players, they need a break because that was a crazy game number one. We're going to be gone for about 10 minutes, give or take, and when we're back, Rottweilers are going to be up 1-0, and we're going to be looking at game 2.
But all
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the it's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Put discipline out your way.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My whole life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Welcome back to the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers, where it is a banger and a half. One game into this grand finals, we went 69 minutes and 2 seconds. Well, let's be accurate here. A long game, Clink's holding high ground. GamerLegion builds a massive lead. You can't run that into Klink's level 25. It becomes a problem. Rapiers go all over the place. Rojo, we were talking about this in the break, but there are a couple things, really gameplay things, not even draft things, that you'd like to see GamerLegion turn around as we move into game 2.
Yeah, and you just have to be a little bit more respectful of that turnaround potential. You can't be walking into ward spots like that, and you certainly can't not be pressing your BKB for Yamson. So, on the side of GamerLegion, I do think they could clean up the draft slightly. But overall, I think their draft is fine. At some point, they had a very significant lead and just kind of slowly drained from them. Rottweilas had too obnoxious of a late game lineup. Got too many opportunities, just small opportunities, to take that lead away, cut into it, take the base before they ever took the base with that Klink's Burning Army. And fortunately, it just fell apart. So we got a game 1 Bayo that was longer than half the series we've casted.
I think
it's competitive here.
Is game 1, ignoring the upper bracket finals that Rottweilas won, of all the other games that were played, is game 1 longer than all of those in aggregate for the Birmingham qualifiers?
For the like short series that it might be.
Ignoring the upper bracket finals, so the 2 initial series and then the lower bracket ones. I know the 2 GamerLegion versus Ember and Joya /9Z were in aggregate about an hour. It might be. No, not quite, because it was about 30 minutes for the other series. Anyway, very close. And that makes me really happy. You know, this was a very fun game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, Rottweilas showing that they can stick in it and be clear-headed. They made maybe a couple moves that weren't exactly perfect, but as the game progressed, I mean, they just had a really solid late game. Wonder Kid maybe had a weaker early game than we expect from him, but his late game was as clean as ever. Same with Yannick Muerta. I mean, I think he had some moments in that first kind of 40 minutes or so of the game that weren't perfect or ideal. As the game moved forward, he was constantly in position, very rarely dying, getting those crucial Aghanims dead shots off. Really just kind of did line up for Rottweilas, and I don't know if you'll get that same lightning in a bottle in this game too, but certainly you have a good opportunity to, and that was, you know, that was a game that GamerLegion got very far ahead. So if you can lose a game like that for GamerLegion, then I think you are probably sweating at least a little bit if you're a GamerLegion fan or if you're a GamerLegion player at this rate.
Yeah, this was a crazy. I know I keep saying this. Game number 1. I do want to shout, talk about these late game getting scary, the good dead shots that we saw coming in. Wonder Kid did so much on his puck in that game. Not even doing, he did a ton of damage. I forget what the number was at the end, but it was a lot. Did a lot of damage, but he's going in there giving vision, and that's enabling him, like, every single time we're seeing the Pit of Malice off the Fiend's Gate. And it's locking 4 or 5 heroes in. It's breaking the fights, forcing BKBs. And we do have the power, right, of that late game scaling composition, all the team fight that they have. And I think this has been the story of GamerLegion and qualifiers. I struggle to say, wow, the draft was really awful. But like, this was, GamerLegion kind of did what we were asking them to in that last game. They had some team fight, they had late game scaling, maybe not as much. DK was nerfed, but a solid draft that goes all through the game, and you're not particularly worried. Yes, Klink's Underlord puck probably scaled better, but it's not this Razor, Beastmaster, Dazzle, like just early game shove down lanes idea we've been seeing earlier. I just think the next step of this is like, okay, well, Rottweilas can fight us at every stage in the game. We need to pick more team fight. We need to see this Warlock on the field. We need to see a Tide as the offlaner. We need to see, instead of this like Leshrac, we just need to see more aura team fight, things that enable you to take these late game fights and have that control as the game goes later.
Yeah, again, I mean, clean up the game a little bit. At a very
there it goes.
Yeah, first span phase Klinks there. I think not too unreasonable. Of course, we talked about it. I'm not a huge fan of the early rotation Klinks, but if it's going to look like that in that game, perfectly reasonable to get rid of it. That doesn't mean, however, you leave the train open and they go straight for the Leshrac regardless. The Leshrac wasn't too much of an issue by any means. I think it provided some nice flex. Fade did pretty well, all things considered, for I think what you could possibly expect from an offlane Leshrac. So it should be a fine trade. Draft going pretty much exactly the same, except they switched out a ban for that Klinks there. I mean, something will change at least for Rottweilas. Otherwise, pretty both teams willing to do the salty run back so far. Only really
notably,
if you're GamerLegion.
And because they took Leshrac first phase, which I do like Lesh in a tree. It does enough damage instances that you just shred a living armor away, and that's very useful. It does mean that we get to the second phase before we get Speed Zero. So Bat's gone, Jakiro, GamerLegion got rid of that one. Not crazy. Chen is gone. Shadow Demon is gone, but again, that's a Bignum hero. So now we're in the situation where we are plumbing the depths of whatever Speed wants to play. Now, it's not as bad. He still has his Warlock available. I mean, Leshrac plus Warlock is insane damage. I would love to see him pick that early. It gives them that early game tempo. It gives them that team fight. It plays very well with Leshrac throughout all stages of the game. We're going to have to see whether they value that as much as at least I do. I don't know how you feel about it, but you know, we're going to have to see where exactly they want to go as this second phase of the draft now gets started.
Yeah, honestly, I have a gut feeling they're going to pick Speed to CM in this game. I don't know why, but I might not hate it considering that, I mean, I do feel like his early games have been a little bit awkward, but as we saw in the previous series versus Ember Enjoyers, his late game spellcast on CM is surprisingly good. So maybe that's not a horrible idea to go for, as I'm expecting these games to go a little bit longer. Now, of course, I think there's still potential for stompy games, but both teams have shown capability as of kind of stalling these games out. Definitely not going to pick the CM, I think, early rotation if they are looking towards that, or even if they want something like Speeds and Dying they had yesterday. So they'll pick up the Tiny for now. A good flex hero, pairs nicely with the Leshrac. Perfectly harmless, I think, on its own there.
And it does. We talked about late game potential. It's not a hero you think about as, it's a late game scaling hero, at least from the support, which I'm kind of approaching it as if this is Bignum's hero right now. But it does mean high ground becomes really scary. There's always that avalanche tossing back into the base that becomes very, very difficult to deal with when you just get burst down so hard. You know, Tiny starts to go, gets a force staff up, has these more supporty items, especially if you're a support. They're going to respond with an Ember Spirit. If this is mid Ember versus Tiny, not necessarily a great matchup for the Ember, I wouldn't think. Just the base damage differential.
No, I would say it's pretty good for Ember, honestly.
Okay.
You take a lot of damage on Tiny. Yeah, it's the zero armor definitely hurts a lot for Tiny.
Okay.
You take a ton of damage if you ever get chains, etc. It's not too bad for Ember. So should be a fine matchup, whatever Ember gets if few of these heroes are mid. Of course, we don't know if they are. They could go back towards the DK if they want. DK would be a great matchup in Ember. But I'm not fully convinced, as Rottweilas have picked up a lot of what they had in the previous game with Treant, Ember. A lot of things to just kind of mess with these heroes. I mean, RCY definitely, I think, played about as good as you could possibly expect on that DK, but maybe it's a switch up for him. Maybe you keep that open, entirely pick up Speed's hero on this phase. I don't hate the CM now, to be honest, actually. It's not great in the Muertha and lane, for sure, but having that easy lockdown for Ember Spirit, it's definitely quite nice to have.
Ooh.
That's a fun one.
Is this an RCY Tinker, or is this a support Tinker?
RCY is really good at Tinker, although for now, I know that Speed does play, or he was playing quite a lot of Tinker at some point in the past when Tinker support was very meta. That being said, of course, the hero's fallen off a couple of tiers. I wouldn't be surprised to see Speed bring something out like this, but RCY is really good at Tinker, and so far there's a lot of things to purge for the Tinker, which is really nice. Having that translocator in the mid lane, definitely one of the things I think that makes Tinker more viable. Is having that ability to just dispel a ton of things. If you get towards a BKB eventually, nearly untouchable for the time being, and very little cash outside of just this Ember to let Blinks come out, those Atoses, etc. Could see this for RCY, but of course this next pick will reveal a lot. It's going to be an Abaddon, so not too much. Carry is definitely the least revealing role that they could, and for GamerLegion, I don't know if they're confused themselves or not, but this is 4 heroes that could realistically go almost anywhere, Bayo. It's a hodgepodge of a draft. And I mean, the Abaddon, again, there's a ton of things to dispel. It does play nicely with the Tinker, if this is going to be Abaddon safe lane, and then that Tinker in the mid lane. Does mean that Fades on the last strike again, not too harmful, all things considered. I don't hate it.
It is a draft that if we're talking Bignum 4, Leshrac 3, carry a bad and mid Tinker, it's a draft that's missing a lot of team fight. It's a draft that's missing a decent amount of control. You're really relying on this Tiny to do any of that. You're just hoping to burn them down with damage and kind of these difficult to control heroes. And That's kind of the polar opposite of what I was looking for out of GamerLegion after game number 1. I think Rottweilas is a very strong team and one that can take it to them at all stages in the game. So making your late game difficult is Rottweilers are gonna. It's good into a Abaddon. All right, you stick this off lane Adrian into a Abaddon. Abaddon's gonna have a really bad time.
Yeah, I mean, also as a carry Razor is a great matchup into Abaddon. Really prevents the Abaddon from going off lane if you want. Tiny can't do absolutely anything into Razor and lane. So this hero can go wherever. Keep it as an open flex until her 23 pick. Make those bans a bit more difficult. I like the Razor overall. Maybe it doesn't do the best to address the Tinker, but you're at least a hero who buys early BKB. Can get on top of it if you somehow get an opening. Now I'm very curious to just see where GamerLegion will go. And I do agree that it's a pretty hard adjustment. It seems that after that first game, they decided to go for a lot more scaling, a lot more kind of mid to late game potential here. As their early game is, for a GamerLegion draft especially, is a little bit lacking. If this is going to be the mid Tinker, a safe lane Abaddon, an off lane Lesh. These heroes are definitely lacking in terms of that early game catch. It's going to be entirely almost on Big Num to make these moves happen if that is the case. And that's not easy by any means. Yeah, I would definitely ban out the Underlord for GamerLegion.
Man, I'm telling you though, Speed is a Warlock player. That's one of his heroes, and I am drooling at the concept of a 4 or 5 man Fatal Bonds with Leshrac, Tinker, and Abaddon going in. That is just, heroes are going to melt.
Right.
If you decide to go for that, it also solves some of your team fight problems. So maybe it also solves your early game problems a little bit. You get the Golem 6, you do have tempo there. I don't know if they're going to go for it. Certainly, this is something where Rottweilers think that GamerLegion are missing a carry, which I'm not sure I believe, but that's how they're approaching this.
Yeah, it's a hard draft to read, and GamerLegion, by the time there's a 24 pick, they're just going to choose based on what they see. So for Rottweilers, the bans definitely aren't easy. I suppose it would make sense, though, to pick up a carry matchup and honestly shift this Abaddon maybe to speed. That's something they could also do. Let's pick up a 5 Abaddon. I don't hate that concept, mostly just because if you do play this as the Abaddon safe lane, that matchup is just horrible into Razor. Any way you cut it, it is very difficult to get away from that link. You lose so much of your damage. You're able to survive into Razor, but you lose pretty much all of your efficacy to fight. You ban out the Warlock as well. So scared of that potential team fight that they could build up via speed. They've got the pick of the litter on GamerLegion in theory here. Anything that they're thinking of have the potential to do so, but it doesn't necessarily mean their draft is synergistic yet. You're gonna have a good opportunity to try to respond to Rottweilers, but they've built up a very solid core as their last pick here. Not gonna take too long. Go for a Beastmaster.
I don't know, man.
I mean, that early game tempo could be pretty gross.
Okay, so you're not roaring the Abaddon because he has borrowed time. You're not roaring anyone else because Abaddon can just shield off the borrowed time in these team fights. Now, pickoffs are a little bit different. You don't want to roar the Tinker anyways if this is core Tinker because he has Translocator, does have the Purge there in Defense Matrix. You're picking it for the tempo, but I don't know. This Beastmaster does not really spark joy for it. I guess it's a good it's a good lane into Abaddon, right? You have the Boars, but
it's pretty good. Yeah.
This doesn't. I don't know, maybe I've been jaded by all these offlane Beastmasters that don't really seem to be doing enough. But this doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there could be a better offlane pick out there. I mean, there was still something like a Tide if they wanted it, but there's so much pure damage that does worry me a little bit. I don't mind the Beast in particular. I think it's going to be kind of hard to contest in that early game, so it's pretty likely to get its farm. That's what I'm imagining here. For GamerLegion, I have no clue what they're gonna pick. I would love to throw out some wild guesses, but I have no clue. They can put any of these heroes in any position they truly want. So I'm just gonna let them cook, see what they do.
Truly
Very
chaos drafting from GamerLegion. I would have liked the Warlock. Obviously, that was banned out. It's gonna be a Darkseer.
Is that good?
Is it? I don't
know.
Okay,
it's nice to have Surge into Razor.
Yes. Sure. Of course, you can get Deadshot back in, and if you're Surged, you get Deadshotted very far. It's an aura builder, which you like into kind of your Razor, your Beastmaster. This mixed damage, getting Pipe Crimson, Greaves is solid. I don't know, man. I wasn't sold on the Beastmaster. Well. Sorry?
It's Speed Tinker as well. So going to be that 5 Tinker. That's a little bit fun. I don't mind that, but yeah, I'm with you. I think this. I mean, the Darkseer should, in theory, be pretty decent against Razor, but it's not gonna, I think, outright win the lane. Everything goes correctly. It's also not particularly easy to drag into what's going to be a Razor Treant. Could be a little bit worrisome. So I really like the prospect of this Razor for Coast to be like. I think this is definitely a problematic pick. And there's also, I mind you, there's not really any good illusions. All these illusions are pretty mediocre for that Darkseer wall. So that hero's not offering much damage. The Abaddon is definitely weaker than it has been in previous patches, so we're not seeing it nearly as much. You've got this kind of concept of the carry Abaddon into the Razor. It's a Tinker Abaddon lane, so the pressure they can exert, I'd say, is relatively limited. I mean, the pressure you can exert at all as GamerLegion into the map is pretty low for a good portion of that game. There's a lot of items that you need, and I don't know. I'm very conflicted about what they've done here. And it also feels a bit strange to me. You pick up this Darkseer. It'd be a game where you'd love to go the Greaves on Darkseer. I mean, at least you have Yamson beside you, but RCY is likely to pick those up. So those are kind of overlapping items. There's just a lot of awkwardness with the GamerLegion draft. I'm very curious, Bayo, to see how they do actually play it out in practice. But in theory, I'm not personally seeing it.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you talk about Greaves on the Darkseer, you talk about Greaves on the Leshrac. Support Tinker is also a hero that farms very well, is a healing hero, traditionally has loved Greaves as well. So you got 3 heroes, again, likely going to be on the Leshrac. He wants it more than the others. But the atomization's awkward. I guess the really nice thing about this is you're going to have Pipe Crimson, most likely, on this Fade Darkseer. You're going to have the Greaves timing lining up with one of those auras on the Leshrac. And then you're just going to have a lot of over-the-top healing from this Tinker. So this timing, we talked about this early game, maybe not being the strongest with this Abaddon Leshrac. If it had been a core Tinker, maybe you get a little bit run over. But they're going to have this kind of, Yudomi? Hello. They're going to see speed. Dead shot. Oh, not going to land. And that means they really shouldn't find a kill here. Plasma Field does 10% to everyone, but that's not enough to really find a kill. And why are we deciding, by the way, to just fight on the north side of the map?
It's the
at
trees.
30 seconds is like the third game. We could go bottom side. We could.
they're trying to cut the trees for.
Okay.
That's why there's such a fight up top, and they got most of them. So for GamerLegion, that's relatively nice. Might be a 2 for 2 split, but they might actually give up a rune here for trying to contest this top side and missing that dead shot. Big Num is really walking up. This is a hard fight, Adrian. This is a Hawk. Really fast Darkseer, by the way, with so many heroes around. Moving around 360. Clearly will give up a rune here. 3 for 1 for GamerLegion, and I think they do certainly need it. I do see the vision of what they've kind of built their draft upon. But the actual, I really just think that so much of it is hinging on Big Num. He has to be making these rotations, and he has to be landing his spells and his tossbacks. RCY needs to get a relatively significant lead, I think, through mid. Or at least a very solid start for himself. Because otherwise, I mean, how they actually accomplish anything is a little bit more of a big question mark.
Yeah, they don't really have a playmaker until this Tiny gets himself up to a blink. And yeah, you can run at someone, but that is a problem. So RCY, you're right. If he gets ahead, doesn't really need to be a playmaker. If he can just run at you with the Greaves and, doing decent damage. First to level 2, starting to really harass out Wonder Kid, force him back under tower. And that should mean that RCY should get the vast majority of the CS, be able to force some awkward CS from Wonder Kid and build a bit of a lead early. And not that much, though, as at least he pulls the creeps out, so not that big of a deal. As Wonder Kid hits his own level 2, and that's a nice change as the creeps arrive. So actually gonna force RCY to take just a little bit more damage than he otherwise would have. Again, no one's probably gonna die at this point, but small things. Wonder Kid's his mechanics on point. Hello. Why is the trade here? You know, I got to go contest things. It's fine. TP back to lane.
Nice little help for Wonder Kid as he definitely needs it. He might be dead. Has to dodge. Yep. Ooh, it doesn't. I'll play by RCY. Getting that level 3 culminates into a quick kill down or in the mid lane for them. Although I mean, Yamsen's doing decent in this bot side already, but I am a tiny bit worried as these levels come up for Adrian. He has actually this game gone for Wild Hunt, so not necessarily going to be looking towards that Ags that we typically see. I don't honestly mind that. It's dealing with these boards is going to be extremely difficult as RCY. He is playing with a little bit of fire. Should be fine though as Yodomi. That's a bit of an unfortunate death for him actually. Dies to Fade and Bignum. Body blocks are good from Fade. That means that Kostabile is stuck up here on his lonesome for the next 30 seconds after Yodomi used that TP earlier.
Oh. I was going to say Bignum going to go and maybe get a courier, but does just sacrifice himself to the tower instead. A little bit too low on resources to be worth anything else. At the very least, Blades of Attack will go for this Razor. And yeah, you're right, Adrian, as the levels start to increase, he's going to be a problem. But for right now, this is a great lane for Yamsen. He's having a great time, 15 for 3 versus the 8. So these lanes going a little bit better. I mean, it's hard to think about, right? We're 70 minutes in to that game number 1. But to my memory, I think the lanes, certainly for GamerLegion here, are going a lot better than they did in game 1.
Yeah, they're building decent leads, but Adrian, he does hit the level 3, so that'll be a significant one for them. They're not too good at dealing with the boars. So as the levels come up for Adrian, he should be relatively happy.
Yodomi gonna go get taken down once again with the Ion Shell, maybe a little bit of Leech Seed heal, really but bad. Yeah, he's level 1. Living armor, maybe you're able to sustain the Ion Shell a little bit, but I guess the other side of this is Kostabile is level 4. So he is the big winner in all this. He is at least some level of a beneficiary in all this. He's got his Falcon Blade done. He's level 4. That does mean that he's going to be that much more powerful, but it's a level 1 tree, and you're picking for him to secure a lane that he's just not able to secure.
It's a little bit unfortunate. A lot of rotations coming through mid, by the way, as RCY. He really wants this rune, but he definitely can't get it. Didn't actually get the chains here. Bignum.
Oh, tossing onto RCY. Splitter buys some time. Very clean. Now Wonder Kid has to run. Looks to turn around. Bignum low. Not going to go down just yet until he does. And now RCY, he should. Yeah, he's just going to get on out of here. So RCY having a great... Yodomi? No, never mind. The dead shot's going to be there. Thought he might be able to take a little bit tighter path under the tower. But at the very least, revenge happens. And I mean, we saw how good Janik was last game. Anything into him, getting him up to that level 6, getting him up to higher levels of calling and dead shot. Yeah, that's exactly what Rottweilers are looking for. Even if you don't want to lose Wonder Kid, you know.
Yeah, nice. I mean, overall, nice toss back into that splitter. Very comfortable. As Fade. And this top side actually finds Kostabile. I mean, Bignum, he needed to make a lot happen in this early game, and he is already. This is no notes at all. He's level 4 already on this tiny. 2-2-0 with the boots and a windlace. Actually ending up punishing Kostabile. Now just 3 cores from GamerLegion on top here. This is I mean, regardless of how you draft, you can just win through lanes. It will always fix most of those present issues. Again, don't need that playmaker if you can just play on the map as aggressive as GamerLegion might be able to with a 2K lead already at 5 minutes. And Adrian, he is looking on to Yamsen for repair bots come out. Fortunately, can't contest too much into that.
I am surprised that Kostabile is under as much pressure as he has been. He's a Razor. He's fast enough through his innate anyways, and even with that, Yodomi level 6. RCY has to run. Good avalanche. Trying to go turn on to Wonder Kid. Not gonna be enough. Wonder Kid will fall on RCY again. 60 HP. He did the math just perfectly.
Gets the rune as well. Almost didn't put his bottle in, but he, I'm sure he had it. So going to pick that up for himself. Very nice for RCY. Winning pretty hard through this mid lane, and that's very important. Wonder Kid is, I think, the player to shut down for the side of Rottweilas. He just does so much for this team. Gonna hit that level 6 a little bit late, requiring so much help and not really seeing the benefit of any of it. Good laning by GamerLegion. This is sometimes, or I mean, most of the times, honestly, GamerLegion's think big benefit in these kind of qualifiers and alike is that they're very good at these laning mechanics. And they can get to them. And Rottweilas just fumbling a slightly too many moves. I mean, Yodomi in particular is having a pretty tough tree game. Down here to protect his Wisdom Shrine. Great call as well. I could attempt to fight this. As Coast to Relay is coming as well. Level 6. I like this move a lot by him.
Yeah, trying to take down Speed early. He should die. As RCY says, oh, this is fine. I'm going to go get the Wisdom. But Yodomi's here. And he can buy just enough time with the living armor, playing around it. RCY just has to run. Pops the speed rune. He's going to be able to get out of here. That was a rotation that really didn't get much of anything whatsoever. He's going to get a stack, maybe. No, he's not. Yeah, he's going to go turn around for that one. So he's going to get a stack out of this, but it's only a double stack. And Yodomi is chasing him to the ends of the earth, just at the very least getting some XP out of it. Now Wonder Kid's here. But Yodomi misses on the Nature's Grasp, so that's not going to be easy. But now, yeah, there we go with the Calling and the Leech Seed trying to burn this guy down. And it takes a lot of damage. They're going to be able to burn this Leshrac down, who's been having such a good game. And importantly, Wonder Kid gets involved. So anything you can do to get him back into this game is very important.
Yeah, his net worth is really low. But it's very nice that he's going to get to deny pretty much a full wave, or a full 2 waves. Under this tower. We'll pick up a 6-minute rune as well, or an 8-minute rune. Only an illusion, unfortunately. But yeah, he needs that extra padding on that net worth. Because he is really, really quite low on it for Wonder Kid. Lower than I think is really reasonable on the Ember. I will say though, big up for me for the side of they did find Yodomi. That's from Big Nam. It looks like he's certainly dead here. Another kill for the side of Faden. If Yodomi, yeah, looks. Ooh, Tower Shot will get him, so it doesn't actually go to Fade. But these lanes are going a little bit, too well, I think, so far. I mean, Yamson especially is doing very, very well. This is one of the big prerequisites for Abaddon. Even when the hero was considerably strong, you kind of just need a good lane. Otherwise, that Radiance timing, it becomes really, really late.
This was kind of why I didn't like the Beastmaster idea. Yes, you don't have a great way to deal with the boars, but you got like 3 points in the March of Machines at level 5, and that burns them down just well enough. You can kind of go and do some funny aphotic shield things to pop them or get them pretty close to get them to the point where they have to be denied. And then you're a melee hero into an Abaddon, so that's a problem. And your Roar is solved by multiple spells just by existing, so you're not really going to have that one for you. It feels like a really awkward Beastmaster game. In a way that, I mean, Darkseer is always going to get something. So here comes Wonder Kid trying to find speed, but there's the aphotic shield, and unfortunately, Searing Change doesn't really land. The Roar is going to turn into a kill, though. Speed should die here. And now maybe onto Yamson, but he does have borrowed time. Adrian just wants to make sure that, make sure that the Helm Dom creep gets out of here, and that's going to be enough. So they get speed, but unfortunately, Adrian did die in all the fracas. So even on this rotation, Adrian just having a really rough time.
Yeah, not too easy for him. I think probably they expected this Beastmaster lane to go a little bit better. Fortunately, just that early lead that they garnished, Yannick having to leave mid pretty significant, or leave bot lane pretty significantly early, while Speed has been here the whole time. That's definitely led to kind of annoyance here. Speed even, by the way, interesting little pickup from him. He does buy a bottle on this position 5. Tinker here, very reasonable, great mana resource, and he can actually give it to his team as well. This gave Yamson a little bit of mana to top up there. Something an Abaddon will always appreciate. Now he farms these back camps. Well, Fade is not doing them. It's pretty early 6 from Speed. He's going to be taking up the heat pretty quick. Straight into that Holy Locket, as expected from these position 5 Tinkers. And there's not very much pressure on him. I mean, no way to really stop him from farming these. No way to stop him from making these stacks. He is, however, going up towards Fade right now. Fade's very strong on the starts here. Level 9, 5,500 net worth, but they want to punish him.
Yep, he's got that Vanguard ready to go as the smoke was trying to find him, but it's just going to break on Speed. So good position. And now on top of Coach Debile has to run. The Calling buys a lot of space, and Yamson taking a ton of damage here. We'll have to pop that borrowed time. And it looks like he's going to be able to get out. The healing bots, they're a problem. And yeah, just right back through the portal. They don't get the kill, but also they don't get killed. So at the end of the day, borrowed time is a resource that was used. You did have some heroes up here. And now Adrian does have Roar ready to go, but not super interested in Maybe you find the Tinker. Is going to go for the rearm. Roar's actually on top of the bat and after the Aphotic Shield. Good call. Great call from Adrian. He knows borrowed time was down. He says, yeah, I'm going to punish this. I know where the Tinker is. He cannot shield the carry. That's a great call from this Beastmaster.
Yeah, very nice pickup there. Very necessary. Any kill on this, I mean, Abaddon very much like the kind of Shadow Fiend that we've talked about. One death on this hero, it can set you back significantly far from those timings that you desperately need to hit. Yamson still having a great game, granted, but that helps get Adrian back up to speed on his way to his Helm of the Overlord here. Again, going for that kind of Zoo-style Beastmaster. I think this could be troublesome, though, considering that Fade has correctly identified, as of course a Beastmaster player himself, what he's going to be playing for on Adrian, and he's going to have a Crimson in 300 gold here. Fade kind of getting looked on, but actually killing him is a bit of a different story. Yannick is here.
Well, Yannick's here. Overgrowth as well. And Surge, it's being held very nicely. Even still, good shield.
Wow.
And even with the Crimson or the Vanguard, they're going to be able to go take 2 here. And with everyone here, the towers, probably not enough. Probably not worth pushing, but even still, making sure that this Fade, Darkseer, this timing you're talking about with the very quick Crimson, anything you can do to slow that down, it means these timings don't sync up. It means the Greaves and the Holy Locket and everything else, if you can get them off center, it means that these big timings you're looking for GamerLegion, not going to be quite as addressable.
Yeah, a little bit of, I mean, just really nice moves from Rottweilas to punish what GamerLegion were doing. Getting that kill into Yamson, a little bit of kind of sloppy just positioning overall by GamerLegion, but a nice smoke overall. It's really important that they get Wonder Kid involved here. Get him a little bit of extra gold up to speed and punishing Fade. Again, mentioned getting rid of those timings that they are wanting to play around. Preventing Bignum from getting as insanely fast of a blink as he was looking for. Fortunately, they do smoke into the spot side. They're looking to get onto this Wisdom Shrine. They might actually get it, and they could find a kill as well. This is a nice little timing from them. Sit on the high ground and behind this tree.
Yeah, tree TP's in. Genic. Yeah, he's here though. The scan goes down, so they know that there are heroes here as Genic leads the charge. Adrian behind. They're just overloading this one, but Yamson's here. That's a problem. Toss into the avalanche. Good stun. Pops Pierce the Veil at the very end. The roar. It doesn't matter. That's the problem. The Aphotic Shield's here. Kostabile backside starting to suck a lot of damage here as he tries to go take down the backside. Wonder Kid has to get out. Fire Remnant gets away. And now Fade, he's locked in. He should die even with the shields. It's not going to be enough. Yamson is going to fall as well. The calling is just so big. Yannick here with a triple kill. Kostabile gets 2, and that is a 5-man wipe. Even with the roar being purged, even with the start of this being very awkward for Rottweilas, that calling had so many souls inside.
Yeah, and it just continually silencing everybody. Made that fight extremely awkward. The living armor making those kills take a long time. And you can't really fight on that low ground there if it's going to be an equal kind of impact. I like the concept, but again, just not really syncing up with any sort of timing. They wanted to punish it there, but it's not like they really had anything to play with. I'm not sure. I don't think RCY even had the Greaves yet. Certainly they didn't have the Crimson. Speed couldn't get there in time. No Holy Locket on him. No blink, no anything. I mean, that was just a play they wanted to get that tempo for. They could have gotten a kill, gotten the Wisdom Shrine. It would have been a little bit of robbery. Instead, they leave, I mean, giving away that full net worth lead that they had over to the side of Rottweilas. As Adrian, he finished some of the Overlord now, too. And in terms of dealing with this creep early, 15 minutes into the game, they don't really have the way to do so. They cannot deal with the Zoo at this kind of level he has. As Bignum stuck in the chains and the calling. Great dead shot again. Yannick is going to finish this Rod of Athos at an exceedingly early time.
And that's with the buyback as well. Yeah, that was a hell of a buyback into that fight. He just kind of ran forward and said, I know there are heroes here. I'm going to die. I got a tier 2 tower. I can TP right back into this, and my calling is going to be very impactful. So now you got 6 heroes on the map with this Helmdom 2 here. Helmdom hero, ancient hero, whatever you want to call it. You're right. They don't have a good way to clear it. So the tempo now becomes very problematic. Razor, he's getting into his farming item. Mjolnir's about 500 gold away. And he's totally fine to do that because this Beastmaster Ember duo, he's got a regen rune. He's very happy. Now, slightly awkward. Can't go into a vessel because Abaddon is on the field, but everything else, I mean, he's sitting here. He's already got a Kaya done, looking at the Sancha behind, Shard behind that, and there's going to be an overgrowth onto this Tiny. A little bit more damage speeds here to try to buy a little bit of space, and he will be able to blind this Ember. So the damage is a little hard to come by. There's going to be the Crimson as well, and it looks like that's going to be enough to hold everything back right at the tier 1. It's a little bit too scary to run forward.
That being said, I mean, it's not... They do save Big Num, which is rather nice. They really need to get him towards this blink. But again, this is the kind of the lack of their draft. They won through lanes and suddenly started giving things away. Now they don't have a playmaker. I mean, they really don't have a playmaker. Up until Big Num gets this blink, which are actually changing him up in this top side. Not going to look onto him yet, as they do understand how hard it is to kill heroes, but it's not like it's really accomplishing too much.
Wait, RCY, there's going to be a calling. He's going to be okay. Force allowed to go forward, purged off, but just kept in the calling here, and the silences, they were a problem. Genik is going to get tossed on top of, but Pierce the Veil's there. He's TP out. Really no issues whatsoever. Avalanche just too slow. And they had the vision. Bignum a little bit leery about getting too far forward with the Ember there. Maybe there's a Beastmaster behind. And now the pressure continues. Beastmaster, he's doing such a nice job jungling the entire jungle of GamerLegion, cutting them off from a lot of money. And I think it was about a 3,000 net worth lead, was the max lead from GamerLegion in the lanes. It's now got the other way around. 3,000 gold for Rottweilas. Adrian, not that far away from a pipe at this point. And, you know, we talk about auras. Yeah. This lineup is like 95% magic damage for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they've really kind of gone all in on GamerLegion, and when they make those few mistakes, give away some kills over to Rottweilas. I mean, I say few mistakes, but one of those was, I mean, a full 5-man wipe. They just give away far too much, and now they're not the ones who are kind of sitting on the enemy side of the map, meaning that they don't have any efficacy for making plays. Adrian is just taking their full jungle, as you mentioned. Yeah, you can't use the roar on Adrian. Doesn't feel the best, but can't really walk into your own side of the map. They have to smoke. This is Big Num's blink. If they could punish Adrian on this timer, it would feel incredible. For the time being, he's being extremely careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And just running away. He's got all the creeps on the low ground. Bignum sees him and knows Adrian is probably somewhere nearby, but just because you see him doesn't mean you know where Adrian is. And there's going to be the Avalanche. Yeah, now you know what the creeps are. It's going to be 250 on gold, which is nice. It's kind of a hero kill, but you're not going to get this Beastmaster. You're not going to take his farming away from the map and just TP's
on the
back.
blink timing.
Yeah.
Too. So not like they really got much of anything, and they would love to have gotten control of what could have been this Tormentor, as they'll all TP towards this top side. But this is a Tormentor that's extremely hard to fight. This top tier 1 tower, despite winning the lane really hard with Fade, at least in that very early portion of the game, it's 1400 HP. There's still this full tier 1 for the side of Rottweilas. A blink on Yodomi as well, despite his early deaths, despite the awkwardness. Got himself into an early greedy enchantment. Now this full wrap, it's on. Oh, you go past Yannick. Good calling as well.
They're going to find him, but the calling's causing problems. He's just running out of here. And the Beastmaster does have a TP to come in if he wants to. As Wonder Kid's here, certainly we do have the shield rune. That makes RCY a difficult target. Awkward. But the haste rune on Wonder Kid, he just moves in. Shane's on 3. Might as well. And already speed, 50% HP. Has to pop more spells to get on out of there.
Yodomi.
And look at Yodomi from behind. Look at that.
Oh
Even still, great split earth. And the Avalanche on top of Wonder Kid has to get out of here. It's good control. But where's the damage, Rojo? It's taken a long time for the Rottweilas damage to come on into here. There's going to be the wall. Here comes Ghost Tabile, but he's trapped inside. He's getting locked down just a little bit. RCY is low, and Yodomi gets another fantastic leech seed. They're on top of Yamson. They're on top of RCY. It's a tango in the jungle, and it's just all dead again. 5 heroes die, and yes, the Tormentor. Oh no, the Tormentor. I don't know that they can take it. That's
looks like I think Adrian can with the creep. Should be able to just at the last little stretch there. Give Yannick. That's 8% spell amp that he has. Again, not our favorite shard to get for free on the Muerta. But Yannick, he seems to pop his ulti pretty frequently on this Muerta. So he actually ends up getting a lot of stacks. Ultimately, I mean, funneling Yannick anything on this Muerta, I'm not too upset about. He is doing so much in these games. And by the way, I don't know if I was mistaken, but does Yodomi have a refresher, or did I see 2 overgrowths there from the side of Rottweilas?
You know what? I thought I did, but we had the 3-man searing chains. There's an overgrowth. We had the massive 5-man overgrowth that somehow didn't end up wiping the fight. I really thought that was going to do it, but damage wasn't quite there. It does hold him in place, though. And then he's just getting like 3 different leech seeds in the fight as well, because they're not targeting him.
Wonder Kid hit off the overgrowth. He hit a 5-man chains with the remnant as well. So he got a nice little extra overgrowth there for himself, but not just that for Wonder Kid. I kind of liked the way that Rottweilas played that fight as well, as they didn't overly commit on that 5-man overgrowth, which seems like so natural. And it did kind of seem like the fight was over at that point, and it kind of was. As once they got forced to use the Crimson, they waited for that timer to go out.
Look who they found bottom side. Yamson has no idea that he's getting stalked by a rabid tree running through the jungle. Beastmaster's around. It looks like he's going to get out. Yeah.
That being said, Adrian, he's level 15 now with that pipe. I mean, that feels quite nice. They'll smoke up between Wonder Kid, Yodomi, and Adrian. Definitely very strong as a group, and especially strong now. Costa Bile, he's got a 23-minute Mjolnir BKB. Bayo, this is a disgustingly fast timing by him, and we mentioned it earlier. What do you do into, what do you do into a pipe first and foremost, but especially, Bayo, what do you do into a BKB? I mean, this lineup can't do anything.
No, you run. That's the thing. I really, truly don't know what you're supposed to do elsewhere, so they're going to get the 23-minute Rosh, and this is so good for the Dire. You know, we talk about, everyone's going Radiant because it gives you like the 18-19-minute Rosh, Tormentor, and then it kind of locks Rosh at the top side that is much more contestable for the Radiant for the majority of the game. Getting this Dire Rosh at about 23 minutes doesn't guarantee that it's going to spawn bottom for the rest of the game, but it does get that idea. It does increase the likelihood that you're going to continuously get Roshes on the bottom side of the map for this outpost. And now they're going to try to find Yamson. He's all on his lonesome. Genik's going to find him. Atos on a creep is maybe not what you're looking for, but he's just going to get sucked up. TP's out of here, but there is I was going to say there's Aurora. There's a leech seed. You don't need to spend that one.
He almost didn't leech seed. The first attack, he didn't leech seed. I think he didn't have it on autocast quite. So it was... Yamson almost got away with murder there, and they did smoke up onto GamerLegion, but for what? And they don't have much of any playmaking, as they're actually going to TP onto the top side. RCY getting stalked by Wonder Kid. Has the Greaves.
As a wild TP is here comes the tree. Overgrowth gets canceled, stunned up, Force Staff away, and looks for an Overgrowth. Doesn't even really matter, as Leshrac is going to get taken down despite all the Aura's speed gets found at the end. This game almost feels over, man. Crazy to say it, given how dominant GamerLegion has been, but it's another 4-man wipe. The only one that doesn't die is this Darkseer, who just he wasn't even there. This all-in magic damage draft, there's nothing to do.
No, there really isn't. I mean, they can't even kill Yodomi, as he's working towards a Greaves himself. He is going to be extremely strong. Going to be BKB soon on Adrian as well. Pipe into BKB. Correctly addressing just the issues they have on this draft. Now there's a Lotus, which, mind you, we did see some problems with this kind of Razor Beastmaster draft from GamerLegion the other day, but this is not a Beastmaster who's relying on Roar that much. I mean, we already have the purges for it. We have some answers for the Roar. It's these creeps, it's these auras that are really the significant problem. RCY doesn't have much to do on the Slash Rack, again, without really many enablers. Sure, you're healing a lot with speed. Sure, you've got these auras from Fade, the Lotus, and the Crimson. You can run away from the Razor in theory, but they just have so many ways to keep you in, and especially, again, there's just not... It's all on the Bignum to make any sort of play, and at this point when they're down like this, when all their damage is magic, it doesn't really feel like it's something that he can just reasonably do. Wonder Kid is even stalking them right now. He is under vision.
Not going to be able to land the chains for now. And you talk about this Lotus, these Lincolns, these problems with the kind of a Beastmaster Razor lineup. If you look at what Beastmaster's building, He's got a BKB done. That's a massive timing, right? We got double BKBs now on 2 of the 3 cores. He's just got a nullifier queued up next, which is fantastic to go lock down this. Oh, got to be careful here. Tinker is going to be able to get out. But not only is the nullifier fantastic into dealing with this Tinker, it also means that she got a Lincoln's popper. So the Lincoln's already much easier to handle than that kind of double Lincolns we saw in the upper bracket finals yesterday.
And they have a Martha too. Martha here that is quite good at breaking the Lincolns just consistently. So definitely not thinking to see that that's going to be nearly as much of a problem as it was for GamerLegion in their drafts. And again, the Razor, I think that the concept of it is rather strong. I can see why players want to pick it up, but when you get it later in the draft like this, you have this 1-to-1 carry matchup that's impossible to play. This hero does look quite good. Goes to be like level 18 now as well.
Oh, look at this wrap coming in. Not quite going to be able to do anything just yet. The Illusions will scout out the... Yes, Adrian is fully wrapping around, but Bignum looking for the toss. Doesn't find it. Oh, no. Now he's going to get forced away. Tries to make some space, but that's a dead Tiny. Now there's a guaranteed a dead tower and maybe more. Roshan and Aegis still here, still ready to go. Nothing really stops them. They didn't spend any spy. The longest cooldown spell they dropped was a Calling, and that's up in 13. Now, that's a good split Earth, but there's no follow-up, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, Bignum is the only one who can really make plays, and if you don't press your toss, I'm not sure how you're making a play there. Unfortunate for Bignum, but I really just think this draft from GamerLegion is such a weird adaptation of what their success has been through. They had, I mean, they did have some strong early laning phase, but outside of that, it's just it completely fell apart once they made a couple of moves that didn't benefit them. It definitely is not the ideal state for your draft to end up in. One bad move and suddenly everything's over. At least their high ground is pretty annoying, I will say. They have a Tinker and a Tiny. Gonna have a Crimson plus this Darkseer. So pushing onto this high ground, very, very difficult. We saw last game that if you can hold, I mean, if you can hold your high ground for long enough, sometimes teams will make mistakes, give you some opportunity. This game, a little more skeptical of it ending up.
You're not looking down the barrel of like a Klink's Puck Underlord as they're going to go on top of Yamson here topside. Good dead shot. Trying to buy a little bit more time. Atos into the Calling is going to have to just pop his ultimate, but not a lot of damage. They're just going to surge him away. But yeah, you're not looking down the barrel of like late game Puck Klinks with an Underlord to back you up. It's a bad scales pretty well. Leshrac scales pretty well, but not to the level of this, what we were talking about last game.
Especially not into Razor. And this Abaddon matchup is never good. It's never good. There is no positives about this Razor to this Abaddon matchup. Partially why I'm a bit surprised that they did end up in kind of the giving Yamson this Abaddon. Just they've been really kind of focusing him in these drafts a lot of times, giving him kind of these really strong lanes, and Abaddon not necessarily fitting that archetype. Bignum, he does find a toss back. Split Earth a little bit late, and Wonder Kid again, very early ags from him. If you remember how difficult his lane was, I'm sure he feels relatively happy getting this kind of timing for himself. Level 20 soon for him. Level 18 on Adrian, going to be soon level 20 as well. And that Nullifier is really, really strong as well. And not only is it great for popping the Lincolns, but it's just a great game. I mean, getting rid of the defense matrix, the Force Staff from speed, that's going to ruin most of what he's doing. Getting rid of course, Shell and Surge. Great reason for a pause.
You see the ultra?
I mean, I feel it. Yeah, I feel it. I've had to pause before for my cat.
My cat is currently banished from my office because she really wants to sit on my notebook and just block my view of the minimap. But yeah, you know, that's a fair pause. Please, we get the cats out of here. It's cats love nothing more, Rojo, than getting in front of what is the most important thing on your screen. Is it your minimap? Okay, we're gonna block that. Is it your mouse? Are they gonna hunt your mouse? Well, that's also a problem. So, you know what? We understand, Coach Tabile. As you said, you've had to make that pause before, but we're gonna be fine. It's okay.
Yeah, and this is going to be another slow, insidious killer here. Again, the high ground pretty good from GamerLegion, but as you mentioned, it's not... I mean, the scaling of this draft is not particularly impressive, and I am really worried about this Nullifier from Adrian. There's just so many buffs that they have. They have 2 Force Staffs, Tinker, Darkseer, Abaddon. This is going to be a nasty, nasty Nullifier game. Going to work towards the Shivas for Wonder Kid. They smoke out. Could try and get a little bit of vision. Maybe if they can find Yannick, they could get a kill, but
Are scanning.
otherwise, too many creeps falling into their base. Speed has to address them for now.
Is under attack.
Blood grenade popped onto the creep wave from Speed. A little bit
That's always
interesting,
fun.
yeah, not gonna find anything nice read from Rottweilas when they do need to back up from the side of the map. They really don't want to give away any kills. Could give some way for stalling this game out even further, and in particular, they did do this. I like this a lot. Wonder Kid has been given a gem, so should be able to find many of these wards if you do end up placing them. Not really able to pick up the gem that they want. Well, they did pick up the gems. They gave it to RCY. I still like that by GamerLegion, but of course you are a little bit under threat of losing that. Necessary for the time being, but still a bit of a dicey pickup. Lead is just going to expand. Not much to be done for GamerLegion. Catching waves, getting occasionally the little small camps that you can outside your base, which they've managed to kind of branch out into. But we've got a minute 43 on the Aegis. A long spawn. Nice for GamerLegion. But they should get this pretty much regardless onto Rottweilas when it does spawn.
Yep, and it's still going to be bottom side. I guess we talk about scaling, and this Razor a bad matchup is always going to be bad. Beastmaster, or I should say Wild Hunt Beastmaster, is a hero that does fall off a little bit. The items are good, certainly getting the Nullifier. You're going to get a Blink, a Refresher eventually, if it's Sheep if you want to. You know, there are options. But this Helm Dom item that is so much of your net worth does become much worse as the game goes on. There is that. I'm not saying that that's enough to really justify the game being, oh, well, we just lasted 60 minutes and we're fine. But you do have that kind of minor scaling issue that still exists.
Yeah, I mean, the Darkseer will do well as the game progresses, for sure. Definitely a hero Fade is very comfortable on. Does have that blink for himself. So now he can be a playmaker. I like that a lot on Fade, this early blink. They would love to utilize this, and they actually saw Adrian on a ward. He's backing up. They could quickly get onto him. This is a kill that they might be able to get. He has to be KB quick. Avalanche, nicely done.
Yeah, they're going to get on top of him, but here comes the Ember Spirit. Great chains. Now the Roar just buying the space. Don't know that they're going to be able to kill anything here. They're going to try. Here comes your Domi. Great dead shot overgrowth as well. And now Razor starting to arrive, running over on top of Fade. No way to stay alive. Oh, the damage here from Coach Stabile, significant. Speed's dead. Absolutely in the ground. And now here comes the Ember Spirit even more up to the high ground. I thought that was just a backup, turned around. Great, we didn't lose our Beastmaster, but instead, this is high ground. This is tier 3, Split Earth, not gonna hit. And now, I mean, you gotta be careful. This Nullifier is a problem. Yodomi blinks in, gets another stun.
He's fine.
And RCY, gotta get out of here. You do have the Aphotic Shield to cover, but even look at Yamson, he's very close to having to pop borrowed time just from the spam.
I mean, I'm banning his Muerta, I think. At this point, I'm
100%.
personally offended. I do not see any purpose to giving him this hero. He is just way too clean on it. And at 34 minutes, having an Ags, 4-staff, Atos, 12% spell amp as well from that shard, level 18. There is so much that he can do in these fights. And he already, I mean, first 2 dead shots off the Ags. I believe it was a 4-man and then a 3-man. Fighting into this is nigh impossible, and that was pretty much the best fight they could have.
Yeah,
the best opening to a fight they could hope for. Get on top of Adrian, try to burst him immediately, but they just couldn't through that living armor. Now they're gonna have another Aegis as well. Kuzabile, by the way, finished a Satanic, looking at a refresher afterwards. So not really anything to be done. Yamson, he even, by the way, noting the game state himself, he bought a Midas.
I don't hate it. I mean, you got to find something.
I don't either, but I don't hate it, but I hate the concept of having to do it. I mean, maybe it's correct, but it feels like that is such a strong omen, such an indicator of what's happening in this game.
Razor has bought his shard and already has his shard from the Tormentor, as Fade's going to get taken down.
That sucks. Oh, me dropped on the ground. Yeah, he'll sell that. That's a little unfortunate.
Not sure what's up with that one, but you know, I guess he did notice. It should be pointed out, of course, the shard is not what it used to be. It does not drag your enemies close to you anymore. It does slow them down. It doesn't increase the cast range of Static Link, which is nice.
It does increase the cast. Oh, yeah. It does increase the cast range. You're right. Which is nice. Slow is not the best into the Surge, but It's fine. Definitely wasted some gold there. Unfortunate for Costa Bile, but he is still incredibly strong. 1400 or 700 net worth loss or not. Speed will try to be obnoxious on the high ground. Unfortunately, that's all he can really do. As they place the banner down. Very front facing. Another smoke up from GamerLegion. Every smoke has yet to really opt anything. It looks like Bignum is going to jump in.
Looking for the top. Ooh, what a calling right on top. They know what's happening here. They know the target, and this is just going to be a dead Bignum. No toss back available. And that should just be a second set of racks. It may be even more. We're going to have to see. RCY Split Earth does get the Granite Golem, but again, doesn't really matter now. Hey, look, Yamson gets sucked up. Good vacuum wall, but do we have the damage? Not gonna be just yet. Popping the Satanic. Look at the overgrowth. Deadshot clears them all. This game's over, man. There's nothing left. You got to buy back on it. Doesn't matter. There's the GGs. And Rottweilas, not only in the upper bracket here, coming from the upper bracket, they're up 2-0 on a team that has not lost. I'm going to have to look this up in the break, but has not lost an American qualifier, North American qualifier, in what feels like over a year.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually just not that much contest. The competition not too tight as GamerLegion. They I don't know. In this game too, it is one of those things. First game, I think there was some slight play issues. I do think in this game too, there was absolutely some play issues coming out of the lane. But I kind of hated their drafts. They picked this hodgepodge of flex heroes, and then it felt like kind of slotted them into the worst positions. This Yamson Abaddon had nothing to do, and then as a total of 5 heroes, they have one playmaker who's a position 4 tiny. I mean, once the lanes broke down, when they made that smoke move onto the Wisdom Shrine, the game just fell apart. And even then, I think they were kind of looking at what was still a relatively difficult game. Even from that lead they mustered. I didn't like the draft. I really didn't. And I am a little bit shocked that consistently against Rottweilas, they have been going for these more experimental kind of stranger drafts that they don't usually play.
Yeah, it's weird. It does feel like they're just drafting themselves into a corner. I don't really like it. I think if they just draft like they have been the start of the qualifiers and last week, where you prioritize getting Speed his Chen or his Treant Protector, his Bat Rider, or like one of his heroes, prioritize getting that to him, get a stable carry on Yamson. Maybe there's a cheese pick if you want, like maybe you can get a Viper carry going and give Fade or RCY their gotcha pick for 24 pick. That was working great for them. That has won them like all these qualifiers. That has made them look good all over the place. And instead they're just drafting themselves into a corner.
Yeah, they really are. And they're giving some great matchups as well. I mean, Costa Bile is ending up with some pretty good games for himself. It was a really, really nice Razor pick. And also, as a secondary note, banned Yenix Martha. I mean, I don't...
Yeah.
I mean, Yadomi's doing great on this Treant. I think it is a decent problem. I don't know if it's worth banning. Wonder could Ember look beautiful, but they did win through lane. But this Yenix Martha, he just doesn't miss. I mean, 7-1-24 Bayo. I mean, what more can you possibly ask for?
7-0-24. Maybe, but
he's only a part of what is this? 31 out of 33 kills. Pretty mediocre.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see though. We're gonna have to see though whether GamerLegion clean their drafting up, clean some of their play up a little bit, or whether for the first time in a long time in an ESL event, in really just a Dota event in general, we're gonna have a new representative out of the North American region. For now, it's a bit of a break, and when we're back, Game 3, maybe the last game here in this Grand Finals.
Won't
It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to fight,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Discipline out your way.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. Yeah. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket.
Welcome back to what is maybe, potentially, the final game here of the ESL One Birmingham North American closed qualifiers. And the fact that I'm sitting here on day 3 and saying this, and I'm not talking about how GamerLegion looked poised to clean up a 3-0 to qualify for another tournament out of the North American qualifiers. It's kind of blowing my mind right now, Rojo. Rottweilas, game 1, great comeback. Game number 2, GamerLegion drafted themselves into a massive corner and then threw away any chance of that timing working with a fight around the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. So now we just hope, if you are a fan of GamerLegion, that they get their drafting gear and maybe they go and don't go so all in on a single concept.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I already criticized the draft from game 2. I'm hoping in all shapes and forms that they do learn at least a little bit on GamerLegion from it, and I do just want to see them kind of try to execute one of their more typical drafts. I don't know why we're moving so far away from speed kind of getting his heroes. I don't know why we're giving Yamson this Abaddon randomly. I mean, kind of going for this last pick where it's a Darkseer, and it honestly didn't even seem like that great of a Darkseer game.
No.
It's just, yeah, the whole draft just had so many different holes. And again, we talked about it even before the series. You can't come into these drafts with that kind of level of disregard or disrespect. You need to have, I think, a very clear concept of what you want. And the thing is, GamerLegion, they're really good at executing the typical drafts they've been playing for all these qualifiers. And for some reason, they're just kind of dropping that on its head. No early picks for speed, not getting any of the things that they typically want. And then kind of just going for this hodgepodge of flex potential, ending up with somehow, despite flexing their entire draft to the 24 pick, ending up with Yamson in an Abaddon versus Razor matchup. Just, yeah, I mean, you definitely just can't do that into Rottweilas. They've shown that they are by far good enough to make these comebacks. They are able to make these comfortable moves. They do have really good Roche fighting. They have improved a lot since the last qualifiers, in which were already slightly dicey for GamerLegion. Through that Dream League one, at least, they almost lost that upper bracket to Rottweilas that time around. Now with Udomin and Costa Bile, it feels like they're at a very similar mechanical level to what they were, but they just have that little bit more discipline on that macro level that just elevates them to that tier that GamerLegion is at. And at this point, they're about to surpass it as we head into this Game 3 draft. This is so important for GamerLegion. You cannot give this draft a significant advantage for Rottweilas. As, I mean, I'd be amiss to not mention, too, that I think heading into this Game 3, GamerLegion, one of the most important things, mind you, as they banned Yenix, Muertha, which I'm very happy for. They do. I think they do need to reset mentally as well. I mean, those first two games were rather difficult. Playing that second game, I think, even for a team as good as GamerLegion, there's going to be a little bit just kind of feeling upset, being annoyed by it. And you got to dismiss that. I mean, I think any player would be frustrated by the way that Game 2 went, even by losing that Game 1 as GamerLegion. They now have the opportunity. I'd like to see them just pick Treant here. I think if they can get that for speed, they can take that away from the side of Yodomi. I guess maybe they run into a Clockwork. Maybe they pick up Clockwork here. I want to see something staple for them as they do go for the tree. I think that's good. The tree has looked great for Yodomi. Even last game where he had some kind of questionable moments early game, eventually his impact was just massive. And I think Speed can do the same thing. So very happy already to see this adjustment from them. Give Speed this early priority pick on a hero that's quite meta and that he plays. And already, you can't get the Yenneck Muerta. I'm relatively happy, all things considered. But I do think for Rottweilers, I would almost like to see them just pick up the Clockwork here. Could be a nice little pickup for Yenneck.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you talk about Treant Protector getting Speed this first pick. That was a big adjustment the GamerLegion has made going into this game. Of course, the way pick ban order works, you flip a coin and then it's loser pick, loser priority. This time, GamerLegion said, okay, you know what? Picking Radiant all the time, not working for us out here. We got to make sure that we have this power position 5. We got to make sure we get the tree or the Chen or something like that. So we're going first pick. You can get Radiant. That's fine. We just got to make sure that we have a little bit more utility out of our draft. It's going to be responded, though, by Rottweilers going the Shadow Fiend early. And now you have to go, and you got to ban the Slarder. That has to be one of your two bans. It's going to be first pick by Rottweilers into the next phase otherwise. And that does kind of pinch your draft a little bit.
Yeah, I do like the Shadow Fiend overall. And again, it is a hero as well that does kind of pinch the pool of GamerLegion that they've been playing. Yamson's SF has been one of his better heroes. And thankfully, they do ban the Clockwork as well. I think Clockwork, Shadow Fiend, way too potent of a pairing to be giving up there. Already, I think a much cleaner start to the draft for GamerLegion. I'm curious to see what Rottweilers do get on the 13 pick. As you mentioned, the Slarder could be a really powerful one. I suppose you kind of do have to go for it on 13 if they leave it open. It makes your draft, I think, feel slightly awkward having that Shadow Fiend Slarder very early rotation. But the nice thing, again, is you can flex that Slarder. I could honestly see a world even where Rottweilers do something like banning the Slarder and then pick up an Ember for themselves. I wouldn't hate that. As the one nice thing, at least for them moving forward, is that they're going to get a good Wonder Kid hero, I think, regardless. There's, still Leshrac if he wanted to play that. But namely, Puck, Invoker, Ember Spirit, all these heroes that Wonder Kid has been playing and absolutely dominating on. He just has the pick of the litter for them. No prio on his hero pool in any sort of way.
And it's worth noting, as nice as it is that you get this Treant Protector for GamerLegion with the vision and the lane sustain and everything else, you don't have that gotcha last pick to give to Fade, or really, they've been doing it a lot to Fade, but to Fade or RCY, that is something Rottweilers are going to have in their back pocket, which does constrain Fade's pool a little bit. You know, he loves to go for this last pick, like Night Stalker, or, you know, there's something that heroes that solves the draft problems. But a lot of these heroes that do that, they do that from the 24 pick. They don't necessarily do that from the 23 pick when they're generally they kind of have a hard counter to themselves as well. So Ursa banned. I mean, yeah, you had 3 bans that you needed. You had to get rid of Clock. Clock is super strong, at least in these qualifiers. You had to get rid of Slardar. You had to ban Tusk. Only 2 bans available. One of those is going to go through. Tusk Shadow Fiend is a horrifying lane.
Yeah, just the pairing in general is very nice. Probably, I mean, I don't know if I'm for GamerLegion. I do like this pairing that they have a lot. The Shadow Fiend Tusk on Rottweilas. Maybe you just take Ember here to take it away from Wonder Kid. Maybe that gives too much value to an Invoker. It's really hard to know. This draft, it's a little bit hard to kind of punish these picks. We'll say very solid 1-2 opening from Rottweilas. So I'm not entirely sure what they will go towards. You don't want to pick something like a Tiny. If you have a weak lane into the Shadow Fiend, potentially a Tusk, even just a Tusk who's 4 that rotates into your lane, it's not really something you can manage. There's still Shadow Demon was banned, actually, so I'm trying to think of big num heroes in particular. Not easy. Let's go for Brew Ring. Okay, I mean, that I don't mind. I mean, Brewmaster definitely one of the better options into Shadow Fiend. Have some built-in evasion. Get away from the Tusk if you need. Not any cancels yet, and then Ringmaster as well. To pair with it, I like that. I think that's solid. Maybe not something that GamerLegion has consistently gone to, but without that last pick, as you mentioned, for Fade, you can feel relatively comfortable picking it up into the carry, likely, plus the support. Not too tragic here.
Yeah, the one downside, I mean, the one downside into this is that while you can proc your Cinderbrew with Tame the Beast on the Ringmaster, that's not going to be that easy to do, because every time you're going to get Cinderbrew in, Tusk can snowball away from the Tame the Beasts. It's not going to proc. So a lot of this laning power that Brewmaster might otherwise have into this Shadow Fiend, this hero that is, again, if you get off the ground, you're great, but not the tankiest in lane. Well, you're not going to have that much utility. It's not going to be easy to be able to make sure the Cinderbrew is applied and ignited, which is, again, one of the reasons you pick Tusk Shadow Fiend. Really? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to proc the Cinderbrew as Ringmaster, because the effective cast range of the Tame the Beast is really, really high. Just because you can cast it kind of max distance, and then if you do it right away, the AoE is quite big, and that'll ignite it. Or you can just hit Impalement Arts, Blood Grenade the like. So I think you're right that it probably won't be an incredible lane, as there's definitely a lot of pressure that will still mount. But I believe the Big Num and Fade can probably come away decently. Although I do really like this pickup. We haven't seen it in a while, actually, despite it being open most games. But Adrian, he's had some pretty gross Timbersaw performances, and Timbersaw into Treant, Ringmaster, Brewmaster. I mean, that is an ideal game, absolutely. Brewmaster can be annoying, but ultimately your burst potential on that hero is incredible. And you can kill through the box. Don't care about Treant much in lane. I love that pickup for them. And now, you do also have the opportunity to pick up another support here. Go for the Dark Willow. That's an interesting one as well. I mean, I was wondering if they would want to go for something like a Disruptor or a Sky, something with kind of innate ways to deal with the Brewmaster ulti, but instead they go for something with a little more damage. And it is a lot of damage. I mean, a Tusk, Shadow Fiend, Timbersaw, Dark Willow, all of these heroes, they can output some absurd amount of damage for Rottweilas. I think the draft's still relatively even. Both teams taking a lot of reserve time as this 18 pick. TA for Yamsen. I like that as well. I mean, just good responses across the board. Definitely need to pick a carry here, I think, for Yamsen. While that pool is going to get pinched. Leave RCY his pick for last. Same goes for Wonder Kid. As a TA, I mean, definitely just a good response to the Timber. You can get your Refraction broken really quick by the Dark Willow, but otherwise, a pretty good TA game. Not many instances to break through that Refraction. Decent range and a blink to deal with the Shadow Fiend. overall a pretty good pick, and I think one of Yamson's more comfortable that he hasn't busted out for a while, but I do think is one of ultimately his best heroes.
Yeah, it's the nice thing about it as well, talk about this Timber Saw, the minus armor, you can go and bully him out of lane a little bit. It's also another way, it gives you another tool to get through the Dark Willow, right? To get through the Shadow Realm there as well. You can spill through, maybe get some kills that otherwise would be not the easiest. So now we're looking at mids. Both sides, really. I guess you could go, and this could be a Wonder Kid Timber Saw, but this does very much feel like an Adrian hero. He's very, very good at this matchup. So Ember's banned out, Huskar's gone. Notably, Storm Spirit still in the pool, Puck still in the pool. What solves our problems, Rojo?
10 seconds remaining.
For RCY, I'm expecting just something that can
5
set at least a little bit of tempo. I wouldn't mind an Invoker. I wouldn't mind a Storm Spirit. I think those are both very reasonable. Even Lesh is fine already in this game. Maybe not my favorite against Shadow Fiend. But I do think anything with some kind of catch, some form of tempo, probably one of those will get banned as Wonder Kid. He's probably looking towards, as you mentioned, that Puck is quite potent in this game. Great at preventing the Brewmaster from doing things. But I could also, it definitely does feel like this is an Adrian Timbersaw. But if they do get the right pick for it, it could almost be a good Underlord game, I think, for the side of Adrian. Something to keep an eye out for. So a very, very solid game to have something like that.
Yeah, Pipe Greaves on the Underlord would just kind of neuter the vast majority of the damage from GamerLegion. That is a really good shout. I don't know if they're going to go for it. I do think, again, Adrian is fantastic on the Timbersaw. And if you feel like you need it, Timbersaw can build auras. You can go the 33 style. You can just kind of not go the hard carry, Kayasan. Yeah, you just get Pipe pretty early, which I wouldn't hate. Yeah, especially, well, you still really do want the burst into the Brewmaster. And Timbersaw is one of the few heroes that can actually make that happen. You're also really looking, I think, for GamerLegion. A lot of our mid-vessel builders, they've been banned out. Right, Ember's gone, Void Spirit's gone. Those are the two ones that you really think of. So that's not necessarily... Actually, no, what am I saying? You have Brewmaster, and he builds vessels, so you're actually kind of fine there.
Probably it's Storm for RCY is what I would imagine. It's a pretty good Storm game. There's really limited lockdown across the board. Some great heroes to jump. They can actually play with the supports here for GamerLegion. I'd be a bit surprised if they went for anything else for RCY. Maybe he has something kind of hidden in the pocket. It's not a bad Invoker game either. Most of these heroes are pretty low mana. The Tornado is relatively nice for stopping these engagements. It's actually Puck. Okay, I didn't think that this is what RCY would go for. But I do like taking the Puck just because I think Wonder Kid was probably drooling at the concept of that hero being in his roster. And as good as the Storm is, Puck is very, very similar, of course. Actually better in some cases at preventing the Tusk or the Timbersaw from getting away. I like this. I think particularly, I don't know if I think that it's a better hero this game for them over the Storm. But taking that Puck away from Wonder Kid, I think, is a really nice denial. Wonder Kid will pick up the Tiny for himself. Should be a decently good lane. Not necessarily... I wouldn't expect him maybe to be a Stomp. As RCY, I'm sure, can manage to make that lane somewhat even. But should get some early denies, get a decent lead. A good game to get some tossbacks. Avalanche, very annoying for Fade and for the Templar Assassin. So I like the Tiny. I like both drafts, and I think GamerLegion, they mostly listened to the critiques we had as they shape up for this Game 3, and going into it, I expect this one to probably be, maybe not the closest, as Game 1 was really, really quite close, but definitely a lot closer than this Game 2 was.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope so. I would really like this to be 2 3-0 finals 2 weeks in a row, and this is a draft. Certainly the GamerLegion can win. The TA can go massive. You have solutions to a lot of their heroes. RCY, these kind of vision-based mids that just run in, very hard to lock down, give you the setup for Fade and Speed and everyone else showing up and finding the right angle. They can find what they need. But of course, you have multiple stuns into the Puck. Avalanche, especially now. If you don't phase shift at the start, you're locked in the entire time. You can't dodge any of that. That can be very scary. You have lockdown, certainly, but you also have burst for the Brewmaster with this Twisted Chakram Timbersaw, with the Shadow Fiend going in. And that can be, as we saw, what was it? It might have been Rottweilas playing Brewmaster earlier in this qualifier. Brewmaster gets to a point where he is a very, very difficult kill otherwise. Just with the new innate, just how you get a bonus movement speed, the extra evasion there as you try to run away. So, or the status resistance, excuse me, as you try to run away. So you have answers now, bro. The question is, we think the drafts are even. Are GamerLegion going to be able to stop shooting themselves in the foot off of a laning lead and be able to go and play a more regimented version of Dota?
For GamerLegion fans and for the sake of the series, I hope so. I think they do, again, have much better prospects in this game. Speed's on a comfortable hero. RC-wise, he had a good puck game ahead of him. Big Num's on his Ringmaster, Fades on his Brewmaster. It feels just very comfortable, you know. These are the kind of drafts I want to see from them starting in the series. I'm relatively happy with it. The biggest worry for me is I do think Adrian has a pretty good Timbersaw game ahead of him. There's relatively limited damage, and if he can get to something like a BKB or even a pipe for himself, whatever he's kind of feeling, the potential for him to do the things that he's done on his Timbersaw previously, it's pretty high. It's some very, very high burst potential, especially on these, you know, the Treant, the Springmaster. These heroes don't have ways to dodge that damage coming out from him.
No.
Could be scary. Definitely need to put some decent prio on him in lane. And they didn't actually smoke up towards this top side now. So the first time out of 3 games, Bayo, that we're not seeing this kind of huge smoke into the top side.
Well, that's just because it's a dire Treant protector. It's just a dire Treant protector instead, but they're not smoking at bottom either. It's also a really great Axe game for the Timbersaw. No one really gets Dispel for free. You're not really buying Dispel. You can buy a Yule's on the puck, I guess, but doesn't really feel like yeah. Oh, true. No, you do have Brew. What am I saying?
But it's still a decent Axe game. You don't always have the Brewmaster ulti, of course, but like you said, should be a 2-for-2 trade on the runes. And maybe I almost wonder if they didn't smoke towards the top side because they intend on putting Speed in the spot lane. I could see some reason to doing so, as they do get 3 runes for themselves. Already a nice prospect here. Starting at tri lane, bot lane, I think does make sense. Yamsen does not really need help in this lane. At least not in theory, although Yadomi and Yannick, they have kind of matched where the 2 supports have gone on the side of GamerLegion. Would like to put some pressure onto Yamsen early. Fortunately missed one of those creeps, so won't meet under the tower for Adrian.
Yeah, now just back. Okay, so now there's going to be a Tusk TPing bottom. It's still 3 versus 2. This is a little bit dicey now. If Yadomi goes down, don't know if he's going to be able to do so. And yeah, look at Speed actually took the portal. So standard laning matchups as we expected. It's going to be Speed and this TA top. Bottom side, of course, this Tusk Shadow Fiend lane, which is terrifying, especially once it starts to get a couple levels. And now we're just going to have to see. Certainly, you talked about mid. That should go fairly evenly. Yes, Tiny does have much higher damage, but also 0 armor, unless you're under tower. So the you do have this puck that can go and mess with him, zone him out, harass him out a little bit more, force some regen to get used. And on the top side, Adrian, for now, he doesn't have any damage really into the TA. You do have refraction, and that means that Whirling Death doesn't do much for you. You're a melee hero into a TA. You don't. Eventually, you're going to get some reactive armor, so you should be able to sustain the lane. But this is very much a lineup that you can get decently harassed in as well.
Yeah, should be. I mean, at least thankfully, again, Adrian able to take out most of the trees. No contest in that early portion of the game. So Speed's not going to be able to particularly trade too much with Yannick or with Adrian. Across the board, just going to be, I think, relatively stable lanes as Big Gnome will get a quick pause. Hopefully no cats interrupting this time around. Quick turnaround there from him. Bot side, Fade catching a wave under his tower. Do you think when you end up in this kind of dicey situation here in the qualifiers that GamerLegion have ended up in, probably smart to take this game 3 just a little bit more chill, a little bit safer. Back to their roots, Bayo, and wouldn't be too surprised to see limited kill count in this early portion of the game. I say that should be fine. Speed.
Speed's going to be able to walk it off, and now Yamsen has to be a little careful in the Bramble Maze. So under that assumption that you're not really going to be playing your limits too much, we're going to play this stable, safe, try to get our cores up, get their farms, get their timings. I ask you the same question I asked you last game. Assuming this is a slow game, who benefits?
I would say I do have pretty strong faith in Adrian, so that's probably, I would say most of GamerLegion, I think, I actually do like their draft as a whole maybe better. But I think if Adrian gets off to a really nice start, I do think this Timbersaw could be hugely problematic. As well as for Ghost of Belay, it's a pretty good BKB game if he can get to something like a Butterfly to deal with Yamsen's damage coming out. I think Rottweilas have a good chance. I put it at relatively even, I guess, is the short of it, the cop-out that I'll give you. But I do think that, in general, I think Adrian has some pretty good set of circumstances to play into.
I'll buy that one. I mean, I think, again, this Timbersaw is great as a fade. Gets kind of gets a decent amount of damage. They try to turn onto the Ringmaster. Not really going to be able to make that kill. And now you got this full HP Brewmaster. Very happy 3 tangos. And Coach Tabile, who's actually been pulling some tangos, which is, well, as you know, pulling tangos, not all that efficient anymore. Of course, Tabile actually, oh, that's really good damage. We know the snowball's not, oh, no, it is off cooldown just in time, but even still, Coach Tabile burning down very low. Wow. One more right click, first blood to Bignum and Fade, and Yudomi, not a whole lot he can do there.
Yeah, not the best lane for the SF. You can't do too much to pressure Fade overall. And you can take some pretty big harass here. So nicely done by the side of GamerLegion. Very necessary kill, and we talked about it before. Shadowfiend, not one of these heroes that you want to be racking those early deaths up on. Not the worst that it's before the 4-minute mark, but certainly not the kind of lane that we've seen some of these Shadowfiends have. Rather not have this kind of even one as mid lane. It is about as predicted, relatively even, but RCY is building a little bit of an advantage as the levels do climb up here. Relatively comfortable for him. Shouldn't be able to really be under much kill threat. Usually if the Tiny kills the puck, it's within kind of the first couple of levels. Now actually dealing damage onto RCY, not too easy. So it should be perfectly fine for this mid side. No rotations yet to the mid lane, as we've pretty typically been seeing some as in the bot side. Actually do go on to Fade. Really nice Tame the Beast, plus the Living Armor is keeping him alive for quite some time. Speed shows up, drops a lead to you just for a little bit of kind of trolling here. Nice move by the side of GamerLegion to keep Fade alive there. I like the concept of moving their heroes through the gate. Does leave that top side isolated, which neither Adrian or Yamsen, I think, minds too much. Creates a little bit of chaos. I think particularly Coach Tabile is not too much of a fan of this. A lot of pressure on his lane, just that really distant harass. Doesn't have any, and he might have tangos coming out for himself. I really hope he does. He really wants those boots, so he's reading the regen quite a bit. Gets another set of full tangos. And they are going to just walk onto him under the tower. So much damage from the Tame of the Beast, and it looks like Fade is going to clean up another one here. Wonder Kid is here. Looks like he can actually get the Brewmaster as Yannick will get the final hit. Look onto Bignum with the Snowball. If they could get an extra, this would feel really nice, but there's no mana onto Wonder Kid. So he's just going to leap away with the Whoopee Cushion for now. Not necessarily the best trade, but again, these early kills onto this Shadow Fiend are very punishing. RCY himself, he gets an amplified damage in the mid lane. Didn't have to rotate out, so he won't lose any of that CS as Wonder Kid is. And the net worth is starting to get a little bit worrisome out of these lanes. Really only Adrian who's doing quite well for himself and still somewhat behind where Yamsen is.
Thank you for holding down the fort there, Rojo. We talked about Coach Tabile having to pause for his cat. My cat just turned my computer off. So we're back.
I've also been there.
As Jenna gets pulled away. Nice job there. Interesting to note, of course.
Died again, by the way, while you were gone, and they're just diving him under tower. Nice snowball, but RCY's here with foil and an amplified damage. Tame the Beast.
Yeah, this is
again. This is miserable.
This is we talk about Shadow Fiend, how important it is that they don't die. This is a third death on the Shadow Fiend that cannot happen. And we talked about this being like a relatively slow game. I love that GamerLegion actually seems to be making the proper moves. We've seen them make moves that just don't work out, but this time they're paying attention. Bignum, yeah, well, actually tames the Beast, takes, well done. Takes the wisdom and the life. Well done indeed.
Very good game for Bignum so far. His Ringmaster is quite proficient, and it's a good Ringmaster game overall. Good pairing with the Brew. Getting a lot of XP as well. I mean, that solo kill plus the Wisdom Shrine. He's halfway to level 6. Feeling very, very comfortable as they're going to bring all their heroes and Rottweilas to the top side, making a lot of moves, mind you, with how much they perceive being down here. And like, he has to land this Bramble Maze. He does.
Yeah, they're going to get on top.
Living armor
of the TA, gets refraction up and the living armor, but even still, that's a lot of damage to go into this TA. He's tanky, but he's not going to be tanky enough as they do go take down the TA. 21 seconds on the deck for him. And these are trades that you got to make. Your Shadow Fiend in the dumpster, not having a great time. At the very least, kill their carry, but RCY, Dream Coil, and an Arcane Rune. Not quite going to find the angles. Everyone rotates back.
Pretty fortunate. Wonder Kid, I don't think it's, or I do like that he's been rotating a little bit out of mid. Unfortunately, it has punished him slightly. But he's making up for some of the issues around the map. For RCY, he just got a little bit lucky. Amplify damage into an Arcane. That could have been an illusion and an invis, and RCY wouldn't have felt nearly as good for getting those runes. Wouldn't have maybe even gotten that rotation bot if it wasn't a 6-minute Amplify. And now, I mean, with that little bit of fortune on their side, a much more comfortable draft, really strong early game rotations, is a 3 or just about a 3K lead, down to 2K now. And particularly, I mean, Costa Bile he's on the pain train. He's stacking these little camps for himself. But this is not the Shadow Fiend that we've seen so many games in a row. This is building a significant lead out of laning phase. Very comfortable farming away. This is a very pressured Shadow Fiend. It's going to result, I mean, meant to go into the jungle at 9 minutes here as Yudomi has Snowball, but still dead, I think.
Yeah, nothing much else, unfortunately. And I think part of this is, we talk about Yudomi, Drinky Buddy's out of there, tries to run. The bonus movement speed actually helping him out quite a bit. And with the ice shards as well, but unfortunately, RCY gets an even bigger kill. This Shadow Fiend is dead. I think the Tusk actually can get out, so well done there. But again, it's the Shadow Fiend, 4th death on him, and that is just... that's unacceptable in a Shadow Fiend game. Is maybe the puck in the mid lane looking for the Brambles, but he's going to go phase shift off the Cursed Crown, and that Arcane Rune is a problem. So they're just going to have to run away. Fade is here and has a decent amount of damage. Wonder Kid, though, bottles the regen, so probably not going to be able to take him down. I do want to pay attention to how Yudomi is playing this Tusk, though. Because if you look at his build... first of all, he went Drinking Buddies, which is nice. It is the better mid-game talent, arguably. But he is 1-1-3.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well, actually. I do kind of disagree with it, as there's nobody to play with, is I think kind of what you're probably building up to. The Drinking Buddies he can't really do much with. So I know I'm genuinely just interrupting you, but I was going to bring it up, so I'm glad that you did. I would rather see him do, I think we were watching Waveform in one of the other qualifiers on that Gunner stack, and he was just going, I think, 2 or 3-0 or 3-2-0. I honestly think I would have liked that style more this game.
Yeah, or honestly, just go tag team. Yeah, Drinking Buddies in the game is nice, but for the lane, one of the reasons Shadow Fiend Tusk is terrifying is you ice shard someone, you raise them, and then you pop tag team. And they die. the bonus damage plus the minus armor is just, it's insane. So I'm not quite sure why Yudomi decided to go for this. It's also not that great for the game because, well, you have the puck in the game, right? Dream Coil. It means that it's not that great as now Wheel of Wonder on top of Adrian fears him back into place. And there they should have the damage here. Actually, Timber Chain's out, but no, will die. Percentage damage on Bignum, more than enough. Well, I don't want to say more than enough. Enough. Barely enough to take this Timbersaw down.
Technically more than enough, if you think about it.
Well, yeah, but
but ultimately, really nice kill for them to get. As again, Adrian is my biggest concern in this game. Everything else, I think, is pretty much addressed. Wonder Kid has a pretty sad little early game. He can't get towards treads or phase boots as Tiny as often like to do before the blink. Losing a bunch of very important runes to RCY as he's getting very aptly rewarded in this game for sticking around this mid lane, getting some incredibly strong runes. Now as a shield rune for himself. This blink is going to be a little bit, it's going to be on a decent timing for Wonder Kid, all things considered, but kind of is going to be relatively naked. And from there, I mean, it's also, playing with the Tiny, Yannick definitely has the capability of. I think they can make some plays. But it's not like this Tusk is really that strong with the Tiny. Or even with Yannick alone, this 3 points in the Drinking Buddy. I mean, if this was tag team, maybe I could see the 3 points, as you're kind of mentioning. But if you do go drinking buddies, which I think is fine, maybe not my favorite, but fine, absolutely. Do you think that maxing it is a little bit questionable? Zidomi, it looks like you should just go down here as probably dropping the coil.
Yeah, that's...
Maybe the Croakers kill you. No.
Yeah, one of the problems of playing Tusk into this puck is Snowball, very good skill, gets you out of things, but when you're Dream Coil, no maneuverability available. And this is the timing, you're right. Blink is done on the Tiny. They're smoking bottom side, trying to keep Kostabile alive. They'd love to get Fade, and they're going to get on top of him. Toss back into the Requiem.
Combo.
Is it enough? He's going to walk this off.
Oh.
Yep, there we go. Primal Split goes down. Fade gets out with the Earth Panda. That's your Blink reveal, and you get nothing. Well, you get the Primal Split, but you get nothing.
And they played that well as well, but new change to the Drunken Brawler. You can use that while you're stunned. So Fade, he gets to put onto that max points. He actually maxed the Drunken Brawler here. 20% magic resist. That's, of course, without being brewed up. Even more when he was. Very unfortunate reveal there, as they kind of need that to land. Bringing Adrian down, he moves as well. Despite Adrian being very strong on this Timbersaw, bringing him over to things is not really too feasible. For the moment being, he just wants to farm, working towards a Lotus himself. I do like that. Dispel the, many of the statuses that will be on top of you, get some extra armor. But I don't know if it's enough to kind of save the game state they're in. This time around, they have playmakers on the side of Rottweilas, but they don't really... They can't really, I think, bring enough to enable those playmakers, unfortunately. So it's going to be, again, a somewhat slow game, and only 2 kills for Rottweilas at this point in the game. They're certainly suffering. No weird or strange moves yet either from GamerLegion. They've been kind of keeping to themselves. A couple kills when they're offered, and not really much more that they look for.
And of course, Kostabile as well, speed playing behind him, so kills off the courier that had his recipe for the Dragonlance. So he's lacking some utility, lacking not that much farm speed, but again, the additional attack range is nice. Actually, he's probably going to get, maybe not the Asher by the time the courier arrives, but just slowing everything you can do. Slow this Shadow Fiend down. And, I know we've been talking around it, this idea that Shadow Fiend can't die. It needs to be able to snowball. Shadow Fiend is not a hero that does well at all sitting here 5th place in the net worth. You need to be ahead. You need to have those items. That's what it's balanced around. You flash farm incredibly fast. There's big rotations top side. Try to go take down Adrian. Good coil, but the Timber Chain comes off in time. Breaks the coil very quickly. And with the drinking buddies as well, looks like the Impalement Arts will land on Yadomi, but a good shards. He will die, and that's a mega kill for Bignum of all people. But they do keep the Timbersaw alive. And Speed actually, that's a nice kill on the courier. It's going to be, he's lacking now. He's not going to have his shard for the next bit. And that's when this tree becomes oppressive. When you loot, when you have the shard up, all of a sudden there's so much vision. And they got 60 seconds on a stay of execution before that really becomes annoying.
Yeah, nice little snipe from Wonder Kid. Not really watching his courier onto Speed. Just delay, again, that timing that they were really looking to just get some really solid ground and play around. But with the game state they built, like a Fade's inventory, he has gone for this Midas himself. And I think it's quite good. 16 minutes is a very reasonable timing to get when you do go for that vessel first. And
ooh, awkward Requiem doesn't quite time out the toss back properly, but Yamson should die anyways. And importantly, kill onto Kostabile, gets himself a presence to Dark Lord stack, gets him some additional souls, gets him back into this game. But the puck is here. Does have Dream Coil up in 1. There's gonna be, no, he can't get out. Good dodge indeed. Avalanche there, a little bit more time, and this Tiny is still pretty tanky. Gets force fed a Lotus. Wheel of Wonder's good, but this puck is kind of locked in place. Doesn't matter. And they will eventually kill this Tiny, and Genix just gonna go down here as well. Tame the Beast way too good. So even with all the space that's getting bought, maybe we're not gonna get speed, right? Nah,
I don't believe so.
No, we're not going to be able to get to him. Chakram's good. Fade comes in, and now it's a little bit dicey because the vessel's here. Fade has some charges in it. Adrian has to get the hell on out. He's tanky, but you can't stay around.
Certainly not. It's still a nice kill onto Yamson. It does suck that they lose Wonder Kid and Yannick, of course, off the back of that play. But probably a trade I'm willing to make for it. I mean, especially anything that gains Costa Bile net worth, I think, is a play I'm willing to make. He's recovered decently. Now he's the 4th in the net worth. Still quite a bit below Yamsen. Again, not the most premier Shadow Fiend game we've seen out of these qualifiers. But it should give him a little bit of app space to play with. And by the way, looking at Speed and Bignum, they've been playing in the spot side pretty significantly. Look at these sentries from Speed. He's blocked almost all of these camps. He's blocked nearly every camp in the spot side from Costa Bile. This is stupid. Yomi, I like this from him as well. He bought a gem straight up. He said, "You are too annoying. You're gonna have that shard off your courier now," which he did. I really like this early gem from Yomi. It's again, this is dicey. I mean, especially if he's gonna hold it on the Tusk. Maybe he'll give it over to Adrian or the likes. For the time being, he's getting a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that is on the one hand, what a dick. On the other hand, that is a lot of sentries that have now been cleared out here that Speed has placed, which means, well, it's not going to be quite as easy to take down any sort of vision that Rottweilers are getting set up later on. And I don't know how much it really slowed Costa Bile down. He lost like 1 farming rotation, 1 creep camp rotation, which is significant. But they've pretty much cleared it up on the minute. So
he gave over the gem, so it looks like who does have it? I didn't just put it back on his courier, I guess.
Ooh, nice blink on Wonderkid. He smelled something right as the tree was trying to hit him, and they will get Yannick, and he's not having nearly the game he was having. Yeah, that's you know what? Bignum's now a priority target. He's sitting here 605. He's got a mech. He's actually very close to. He has Greaves. Yeah. He's 19-minute Greaves on this position 4 Ringmaster. He's a priority target though. He's going to give over pretty significant gold if they can take him down. And I mean, look at what Speed's doing. Way behind enemy lines. They keep trying to kill trees, see if they can get him. But he's here just establishing vision, causing problems, making it it's very uncomfortable anywhere on the map for Rottweilas to exist.
Yeah, they're going to sit here just waiting for the Tormentor. I mean, no reason not to. We know that Rottweilers are not making a move. It's very unlikely that they would come and contest this. So Yamsen should get this Tormentor relatively for free. He can nearly solo it, but of course he'll still come over. Give him a bit of help. Get that shard for Bignum. Not the greatest shard. Would have probably preferred that to go on to the Brewmaster, by all means, but should be relatively fine. That mischance is actually quite annoying for SF. So the biggest benefit that you'll get from this one. All grouped up as 5 on the spot side. Speed is going to see Costa Bile. If they try to make a move, they'll probably be able to intercept it on Speed. It's not like they know he's down here. Not yet, at least.
And importantly as well, Costa Bile is on this Manta timing. All of a sudden, these goes on top of him with the face, with the puck, with the overgrowth.
I want the Wisdom
They're
Shrine.
not nearly as impactful. The TP goes in, gets canceled. And yeah, they're looking for the Wisdom Shrine. Last time, this was how GamerLegion lost the game, trying to over-contest a Wisdom Shrine that they didn't need to. This time, Tier 1's down. TPs are not really as available. Genic will get the Wisdom Shrine, it looks like, and also decent damage onto the Tier 2. They're going to back up now. Fortification was used, and Costa Bile now...
Actually, by the way, they didn't
2.5.
get their Wisdom Shrine in this for GamerLegion. I really thought they were going to steal this topside one, or at least RCY would stick around. But he went back towards mid as they are onto Wonderkid. Should be a relatively easy kill. No,
Yeah, I'm certainly there. Yeah. Bignum, another... Can this guy stop? Stop stealing the kills. Give RCY what he deserves. Bignum now 7-0-5. And that's kind of crazy. And I do like this move into the Roche pit. 21 minutes in, you take it very fast with double meld. Tiny's dead for 28. You really should get Roche down before that happens.
Speed got that was I'm trying to, by the way. I was documenting this. They really
didn't even check it.
Yeah, so they didn't check it. Sweet Fury dies again. He's being a little bit irresponsible of an owner, also of that courier. I think he'll walk through the most dangerous parts of the map. That being said, Yamsen, he'll clean up himself a nice Aegis, and again, this is much more the GamerLegion that we've seen in times past. Just a nice, comfortable draft. They don't have to fight too much. They get to set up a vision advantage, establish some relatively good timings on that Tormentor, that Roshan. This Yamsen TA looking very, very comfortable, despite it being 0, 2, and 3. He's about to finish his Hurricane Peg if he wants it. Could look towards any other item as well.
Dire are scanning.
As Yannick does scout out where Yamson is. They're doing it again, Bayo. Yamson is alone with the Aegis, and I think they're actually going to bring him down.
Yeah,
Oh,
bulk
actually missed
TP,
the Bramble.
nice blink, but the Bramble's still going to go off. Avalanche lands. Now you get through the refraction, tossing him back
Only
onto
Fade
this.
is here.
Yeah, this is a problem now. They're going to get him the first time. I think that's almost guaranteed. And they will, but now Fade pops the Primal Split, looks
Not
for the
twice.
turn. And I don't know how much they're going to find. They do toss the Tusk up in the air. Remember, this is only level 2 Primal Split. Doesn't last for forever. And Coach Stabile can kill these Brewlings if he decides to, but they're just going to back up. And already, that's Primal Split and Aegis for really nothing. That is a very nice move. And look at this. They've smoked up again. They know that this Primal Split does not last particularly long. They're just going to wait it out. See if they can find any stragglers. Yeah, it's a really nice smoke.
If they can find a singular kill, they can definitely get themselves a little bit back here. And I mean,
oh, the
path
baby.
they're walking on, ooh, they're just barely going to miss Yamson. I think that he went up. Unfortunate little miss on the smoke here, but the idea is very nice. If they could get into these back camps, they'd be able to kill Fade. And it looks like giving up a little bit too much across the map, unfortunately. So that smoke, even though it was on a relatively good timer, it only amounted to this tier 1 mid, but they built themselves up Rottweilas to, I mean, Costa Vile having a relatively good game on the Shadow Fiend. He's level 16, only 1,000 gold behind where Yamson is, looking towards the Silver Edge. Has that Manta as his offensive option. Still a hard Shadow Fiend game. Obviously, 10k net worth is nothing to scoff at for GamerLegion. But most of that net worth is kind of lying in the Tiny and then, honestly, Bignum. I mean, Bignum's about the same net worth as Wonder Kid here. Those things are very relevant, but I think the net worth lead is at least a little bit deceptive.
Oh, on top of the Shadow Fiend, Dream Coil into the Wheel of Wonder, causing many problems. But they're not going to be able to pop the Dream Coil with the Tame the Beast. So actually, it's kind of fine. And now Adrian shows up, big burst on top of Bignum. If they can take him down, it's worth so much money, but the Greaves keeps him alive for now. Now we're looking for the backup. Yules goes in, great snowball, dodges a lot of this damage now on top of Fate. Remember, no Primal. Requiem dropped, but not doing much. And Genic, he's just going to get taken down. They lost the Tiny as well. Actually, Genic didn't die. He was able to get out of here. Well done. I think he's going to die at the end. But not quite able to kill Bignum. And now RCY just unperturbed with the Tiny dead. Dives pretty deep. Not going to find anything there, but it's spooky.
Well played by GamerLegion. Just making sure that they kind of keep things concise there. Yamson did finish up that Hurricane Peg, so he's willing to jump in a little bit deeper than necessary. And for Adrian, I mean, carrying this gem, it does feel like he has to value his life a little bit more than he would otherwise. Not able to commit for these kind of kills onto Bignum, go for these riskier plays. They need this gem. Absolutely need it against a TA Treant. This gem is much more important than his life, I think, by any means.
I'm also kind of questioning this decision to go Pipe next. Yes, sure, you love Pipe here, you're a Timber Sob, but I look at this damage. A lot of the biggest threat is this TA on the map. You know, I agree. Pipe doesn't help you there.
And he is going to finish it, so fine for this Pipe. I mean, the Pipe is definitely nice for the team, and I do think RCY is a massive issue. So I can't fundamentally disagree too much, but of course, as you mentioned, Yamson is the real problem on the map. He will get towards the BKB if he wants to buy that out. But he also has the luxury of just going dataless, I think, if he wants to.
Smoke's gone 4. Nice jump on top of Wonder Kid. Can they get him down quickly? No. Gets the refraction up, and now locked into the Ice Shards. Very disconnected fight here. They're going to be able to go get the TA down. He will die, but the SF dies in response, and the Wheel of Wonder locks everything down. Already 2 dead. Adrian getting melted here. And yeah, not only is that dead Adrian, it's a gem as well. So now you have 0 vision control for this Treant who's just going to take over the map.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You don't want to buy another gem, but you might just be forced to. At least Yannick has the greedy enchantment. Maybe he can afford another one next couple of coming minutes. Very tough. I mean, I like the look, but again, not too much to break through these refractions, especially if you get that Force Staff away. Yamson, after this, he will have finished his BKB. So getting a kill on him through the refraction, through the living armor, not exactly feasible right now. Can have a Silver Edge as well is what Costa Vila is looking towards. But I mean, I like the concept maybe for killing the Brewmaster, but otherwise it's not too great of a Silver Edge game. Nothing much to break. Limiting the movement speed of these heroes is not doing too much. I'm a little bit surprised it's not a BKB into something like a Butterfly, something like a Satanic. I don't think that Costa Vila is going to be able to man-fight Yamsen in this game at really any point.
No, BKB feels very necessary for the Shadow Fiend. I'm with you. It feels bad to go Manta straight into BKB, but even still, it feels like you need a BKB this game. Overgrowth, Dream Coil, Primal Split. There's just way too much control. And they ping him out here. Right on the Silver Edge timing. They know not quite going to be able to get him. So he backs up, and actually they're like, wait a minute. Is there a ward on the high ground? But no, he just got the Star Sense. He knows what's happening here. And he does have Yodomi playing behind him, but they can still run at this. It's only 2. The rest of the team showing pretty far forward on them. Well, I guess Genic's the only one showing, but the rest of the team kind of baiting out this creep wave top side of the map, and they're going to smoke on this. 4 heroes, TA not joining. He's pushing tier 2 and should be able to get it. But 4 heroes here smoking through the middle of the map, drawing a line top side, seeing if they can find something. And for the time being, they're not going in the right direction.
RCY is so strong right now. Nearly level 20. But either way, he has an incredible amount of damage. As they just have to get out of this top side.
Oh,
only 4 kills for Rottweilas in a little bit quicker. Maybe could have gotten that on Big Num. Yannick stayed a little bit. Maybe he'll try and kill off a creep or something. This game stayed very, very difficult for Rottweilas. Only 4 kills in 30 minutes, Peo, as they do look on to Adrian. His defensive items are limited. Mostly just the Lotus. RCY.
Close.
Yeah, that's a freebie.
Not much to do there. It does mean Adrian, though, is not going to get chased down. And he is close to a pipe as a hello speed. Hello, Bignum. Time to run away here. He will go and actually channels in his face, takes the Watcher. But, yeah, no, this is... you'd love to turn on this Ringmaster, but he's got 4 Staff Greaves. He is not an easy kill. And with Faye just sitting here in his face, I mean, this is the state of the game right now. They run at you, you run away. You pause the game a little. Actually, sorry, GamerLegion paused the game, but it just, the map is very small. You don't have this BKB on the Shadow Fiend. He's working on it. You know, he does have a Mithril Hammer, I think, in his courier. He's a recipe and an Ogre Axe away, but you don't have that for yourself. Pipe is still 324 gold away. You don't have Shivas for a long time on this Tiny. So even with everything being down, it's not like there's a timing that you have to play around either.
This is also interesting from Wonder Kid that the Shiva's onto him. It is quite nice to have the armor. I do like Shiva's, honestly, on Tiny, but as a third item, I feel like it does lack a lot of the utility that Tiny often needs. No Force Staff to get out of these engagements. No Dispel other than the Yules. Maybe I could have seen something like a Ghost Scepter instead of being a little bit more optimal. Otherwise, it's a tough game for Wonder Kid. He's playing a much more supportive Tiny this game. 2,000 gold, as you mentioned, from his Chivos.
You're talking about a Ghost Scepter. So Adrian misses the Timber Chain, and now, he's going to get run at here. Tame the Beast a little bit more. Vessel as well. Does have the Lotus to purge that off. He's not an easy kill, but his team is just leaving him out to dry. Gets the Timber Chain off, but Yamsen follows him. He's dead. You talk about going for a Ghost Scepter, which notionally I would like, but as you like to point out here, Primal Beast has a very good Dispel. Or not Primal Beast, Primal Split has a very good, the Storm Panda has a very good Dispel, so that makes it far less enticing.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, it's still, Chivas is hard to get through, is my main concern. This fade, he'll be the benefactor of a shard himself. RCY picks up a kill onto Yannick. Really tough game for Yannick here. Thankfully, he has the Greedy Enchantment, so he's not suffering as much as he typically would. But into RCY, who's really had his number this game. Not really able to play much. So he jumps straight onto them.
Now that's a great combo. Can they get him down? Second toss? No, phase shift gets on out of here. Now the Primal Split. RCY is fine. If this wasn't a 21,000 net worth lead, they get the puck. But instead, it's 4 dead. They kill them all, both heroes on the bottom side, and Now you have Primal Split that can go hit high ground, which, hey, Demolish procs feels really, really nice. They're going to have to go Fortify for this, but now the Timbersod just get on out of here. This is not really all that great. And by the way, TA, just thinking about soloing Roche, not even paying attention to the fact that high ground's being pushed here. Actually, Genix gonna go down too. That's yeah, just don't show. Don't look at it.
Shiva's on him finish. He's gonna have an Octarine soon. Masterclass by RCY. And this last pick puck for him was really nice. I mean, taking that away from Wonderkid, forcing him onto the kind of this tiny role, has not suited the kind of game style that Rottweilas really want. And it's looking, as Yamson, by the way, almost loses the fight to Roche. It's close, but he'll get it. It is looking, I mean, 26k net worth, 32 minutes. Getting a Rax without your carry on board. Seems like they will finally get a game here for GamerLegion. Break from Costa Vila. He does have his BKB finished. I could be your one ability to fight here, but not really. I mean, Yannick is not finished a singular item other than the blink for himself. That's why he's been so prey to RCY. Similarly for Yadomi. It's really just blinks for these supports. So much gold having to go into these consumables. A gem again for Yadomi. Siphoning his net worth another time around. And I kind of agree with you on this Timbersaw that I just don't think Pipe was it. I think you needed to buy something a lot more selfish here. Whether that was a Gleipnir or finishing up, particularly a BKB would have been nice. Feels good to have the Pipe, but at the timing that he got it, with how weak the rest of the team is.
Oh, you're in danger. You're really in danger. Now, no vision, so he's going to be able to get out of here for the time being. That's spooky. Now looking for a toss back on top of Fade. Primal Split. That was like, oh, thank you for the engage. I will kill your carry for the temerities. The snowball is gonna bring him way too deep. Nothing much damage can do there. And this game's over. 71 seconds. No Shadow Fiend. Tiny's dead. That's not it. Of all the heroes, RCY is gonna go godlike here. Of all the heroes that you would like to toss back into your team, it's like tossing back a Tidehunter. It's like, great, I don't have to blink in. Fantastic, thank you for the engage. And that's gonna do it here. Game 3 will go the way of GamerLegion. First game in this series in very dominant fashion here, Rojo.
Yeah, I mean, they listened to our critiques of the draft. You know, they listened, I think, quite well and made some of the adjustments that I wanted to see from them. And I'm feeling very vindicated, you know. I'll let my ego speak for that one, as they picked a very comfortable draft for themselves. Speed got the Treant, which, by the way, is 3 for 0 in this series so far. 1-0-10, a ton of vision, no deaths on this RCY puck. Again, just very, very dominant. Even, you know, them getting 4 kills, those 3 onto Yamson, are arguably a little bit fortunate. Kind of those kind of key Yamson deaths that he will have. Yeah, I mean, good stuff. I think overall, Rottweilas ended up with this position where Costa Vila not only was kind of struggling in the lane as the SF, but didn't just really have a particularly good SF game, period. None of these heroes are really kind of screaming for wanting the hero as your carry. And unfortunately, if you can't garner any form of lead, then that does become a significant issue. And GamerLegion, they're not willing to go down just yet, Bayo.
You know, that is the downside of 9th pick SF, 8th, 9th the SF. Going in first phase, it's a strong hero, and you're able to draft it what should be a strong lane combination. It didn't quite work out that way, but then your opponent has 4 picks to go respond to you. And yes, you can cover with bans a little bit, but it does mean that you're not going to have a good SF game, at least in terms of the heroes that you're dealing with. You have refraction, you have phase shift, you have all these things, and your thought is the hero is good enough despite that. The synergy at my team is good enough despite that. And that was just not quite the case. So now, for the game in this series, we're going to move to game 4 after the break. Can Rottweilas close it up? Can they win this thing 3-1? Or are we going to be sent all the way to game number 5?
saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. No one I'll forget the first time with you, and baby you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. Now we can know it's all love between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride. The day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on a pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident, opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had.
Took a little bit of time, but GamerLegion, they've decided to wake up here in this grand finals 2-0. Looking at the barrel of not qualifying, they said, okay, finally, we're gonna go first pick. Speed's gonna get the tree, and it's gonna be good. Problem is, now that they've won a game, they don't have the choice to first pick side selection anymore. And as we get ready to move into game four, Rojo, Rottweilas, they're now first pick, and we can assume, unless it's banned, they're the ones that get the tree here in this qualifier.
Yeah, I could see it being banned. Certainly, Yadomi did look very good on it, but overall, I mean, GamerLegion, as we kind of said last time around, made all the necessary adjustments. I kind of wish they were doing this since the first game. I think maybe they might be boasting a slightly different score. But ultimately, I mean, they're waking up, as you mentioned, played a lot of Dota today, heading into a game 4. They've shown that they can do the kind of things that they've been doing in these qualifiers. But really bring it to Rottweilas. I think the Rottweilas draft honestly was not, too much of an issue, but GamerLegion got a lot of the things that they wanted. They ended up picking this Wonder Kid Puck, the Wonder Kid Puck. And then in particular, Costa Bile just had a really hard time, and maybe that's an indicator enough that can't just straight away lock that Shadow Fiend in this kind of matchup. Maybe we'll just keep the carries for a little bit later. I think could be a necessary and nice adjustment for them. But of course, they do have the first pick this time around, so they won't necessarily have to do that. We'll see if they do get the Treant again, and the Treant in this series already 3 for 0. So it's looking rather strong, Bayo, to argue.
Yeah, it very much is. The vision, yeah, you can talk about it's the spells that you come default. Living Armor is nice. Nature's Grasp, a little bit extra damage. Leech Seed, Overgrowth. But really, the vision it provides, the stress it puts on enemy support's economies, just to make sure, and there are not enough sentries. Regardless, not enough sentries to cover everything. The vision it provides just makes life so very easy. At this high level of Dota, if you know what's happening, if you know where the key targets are, you just jump on them. So I would not be surprised to see it removed, but also there's a reason that it's finding its way here into the first pick phase. It's because, Bat Rider is a higher priority probably. Viper is a higher priority. Jakiro, Clinks. We've seen all these heroes that are so strong that, I'm not exactly sure, like this Enigma, this Fade specific Enigma hero, like I'm not sure that there is a ban you remove from the first phase that is worth not banning to slot the Treant in instead.
For GamerLegion, they do find one.
There we go.
I think they had it, yeah. So they banned the Shadow Fiend as well. Interesting. They had a good response to what Costa Bile did, but I think maybe without the Treant, they feel that that's not necessary. Do give away the Tusk if they want. Do give away. Wouldn't hate picking up the Clockwork here. This could be Clockwork, definitely one of the better ones. I think if Speed wanted to go for something like the Chen on this phase, if they were to go back to kind of his roots of picking his hero early, Clockwork's a pretty annoying hero for the Chen to deal with. Can drag waves, and we've yet to see it lose. So they will go into the Chen. I appreciate this a lot by GamerLegion, listening decently to the feedback of mostly themselves, but of what the things we've been saying and the ways that I feel vindicated personally, which is what matters. They picked up the Chen speed, or the speed Chen, and I'm very happy for it. I think the Clockwork is very reasonable if you are expecting the Chen to come out. That being said, I still overall like this Chen a lot from speed. We've seen time and time again. It doesn't really matter what kind of game he's facing into. He just seems to always find his farm, always find his impact. Very, very proficient on this hero.
And realistically, I'm not sure the Chen Clockwork interaction really matters at all. They're both strong heroes. They're both likely going to be the 5s. Yeah, if this was GamerLegion, right, it'd be the Bignum Clockwork, and then he's in the offlane a little bit more. But generally, we've been seeing this Clockwork play the 5. Actually, I haven't seen from Rottweilas yet this tournament, so it might be the Genetic hero.
No, Yannick played it. Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he maxed Battery Assault that game.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Which I thought was odd. I hope he doesn't do that this time around. But that being said, either way, yeah, I think from either support position, it's just nice to find the Chen if you can, be able to burn his mana. But regardless, I agree. I think these heroes don't have to interact very much with each other to have much of a meaningful reason to pick them up, as they're both independently extremely strong. Ban out the Beastmaster, ban out the Leshrac. I like that. 2 heroes that Chen can definitely enable with that kind of healing style. 2 heroes that RCY has looked incredible on. So get rid of some of those classics from him. Still Ember open, still Puck open for Wonder Kid. Curious to see if they'll put any prio on that on the 13 pick. I honestly could see a world as well where you go for the Brewmaster straight away for GamerLegion, although I don't know if that's necessary.
Yeah, talk about Wonder Kid heroes. I think it's very worth it putting Wonder Kid on a vision creator early on in the draft. Whether it's the Ember, whether it's the Puck, probably those 2 I think are the ones that I like the most. he really flourishes when he has on these. He's going to dive in. He's going to be elusive. He's going to tell the team where to go. We were talking about how important that's why the Treant Protector vision is so important as well. And on these more kind of stead carry style mid laners, I'm not as much of a fan. Even the Tiny, relies on this blink before he can properly get involved, and is a little bit more of an assassin hero than is this kind of very elusive hero that Wonderkid plays so well. So I would like to see him, again, a little bit more priority there. Don't know exactly how GamerLegion look to respond. They do have first pick in the phase, pick of the litter. Clinks is gone, of course. But with this Chen, you're going to have a very strong lane, kind of whatever you pick. So I don't know that we go, I was saying, yeah, we just pick something for Yamson, but carry pool kind of pinched, and I don't know that we need to.
Yeah, probably not necessary. Dragon Knight's an interesting one, but not something I mind too much. Dragon Knight obviously was nerfed. They did lose the first game with it, but certainly no fault of the Dragon Knight. Now you can flex it across multiple lanes. I think this is fine. This is serviceable. Doesn't mean that Rottweilas have a couple of picks in response here. No Yannick Muerta. It's a good shout from GamerLegion to remember the trauma they've endured through that one. Could have switched this Clockwork onto Yodomi, I think, very comfortably and given him that Muerta. I think you could pick up Adrian Timber again if you wanted. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling that maybe I would like going just Adrian's hero on the phase. I don't know if that's necessarily what they will go for, but I think Underlord, Timber, or Brewmaster, they all look pretty good to me. I see no reason to delay their pick here. Doesn't necessarily have to, obviously, but I'm definitely looking at those heroes for Rottweilas as a whole. Still Tusk open as well if Yodomi wanted to play that, hand the Clockwork over to Yannick. They could go Bounty Hunter if they want to match that into the Chen. Very interesting set of options here as they do go for the Timber Saw. Give themselves a bit of time to think on this next pick. I think it's fine. Again, Adrian, I mean, he didn't really do anything offensive last game. I think there's a lot of what else was happening on the map that punished them. He still looks great on this Timber. Could go Ember. Maybe you're facing into the Dragon Knight, so that's worrisome. Kind of the nice thing, I think, about this early rotation Dragon Knight does somewhat prevent going that Ember and that Puck that we've been looking at for Wonderkid. It's honestly just quite good against this hero pool on the whole. Ooh.
So I liked the concept of the bounty. Rottweilers looked great on that when Jennick was on it in the Dream League qualifiers upper bracket. I think that was the game they won. He just really rolled over people. It's good in the chat as well. But this Warlock gives you sustain in lane. Really it means Kostabili is not going to get run over. It plays very well with Clockwork. You have someone to lock in place. Then you drop the Golem on top. It keeps Timbersaw alive. Timbersaw does a lot of spread damage. Fatal Bond says, yes, please. And it's another hero. I was going to say you take away from speed, but what am I saying? Speed has the Chen. We're not worried about the speed hero anymore. But with all the tempo setting, with all the spread damage and the healing, I'm with you. Yeah, it just looks great this game.
Yeah, it also is quite annoying for, I think, a Fade's hero pool as well. I could very reasonably see him wanting in this phase in another draft, the Underlord or the Brewmaster for himself. But those heroes are a bit dicey, again, laning into Warlock, potentially Clockwork rotations and Timbersaw. But go for the Ringmaster despite being into the Timbersaw. So just thinking that Big Num had far too much impact regardless. And I don't hate it. I still think that the box maybe won't serve the same purpose that it typically does. But the tempo he set around the map, the damage he did, I think it's hard to argue that he was not insanely impactful, especially as opposed to kind of those first couple games. The Ringmaster, not an incredible reason to pick it up, but I still think nice for them. Pairs with the Dragon Knight nicely, and to round it out, they go for a Quap, a hero that notably they can flex as well, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they were actually eyeing to kind of match this Quap up wherever the Timbersaw does go.
Yeah, I like that. We've been seeing some, I think particular in South America, we've been seeing some carry Queen of Pains. I think in the right matchup, it is a great hero. You scale it very nicely. You have good lanes. You have this mobility. You can farm very quickly. It looks really good. And we talk about like Queen of Pain in general, even from the mid lane. It is the #1 scariest hero in the game when the game goes past 40 minutes. You have the Ags. You have Kaya, generally Kaya Sanj or something. You have whatever else you need to stay alive. And you got Nocturne Core, and you're just spamming your daggers. They're turning into Screaming Pains. Damage is spreading all over everywhere. And If you let that start to go on, people just die. Plus, it's a lot of pure damage into the Timber Saw, which is extra nice with the Sonic Wave. We're waiting for this last pick, 19 seconds.
Ooh.
And there's going to be the code. He looked so good on this hero in the upper bracket. And we should have been talking about this, man. PA Warlock is an incredible lane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried in some form against the Quap Ring, as that's a lot of magic damage for the PA to be dealing with. But overall, I mean, yeah, the Warlock PA, it looked really good. Goes to be like extremely solid on this hero. These are some decent heroes to burst as well. If you can get on top of the Chen, the Ringmaster, the Quap, they can die in just a few hits. They get to ban out some of the more annoying offlaners as well. This Tidehunter, this Centaur that GamerLegion opted not to pick for. So they will end up with, it should be a pretty good safe lane, as we're already expecting from this duo. Like this a decent bit from them. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure that there was a number of picks that they maybe could have gone towards for Costa Bile, but this is one that he is certainly comfortable on, as we've seen before. And they do look for very likely a mid to round out this draft for Rottweilas. So far for Wonderkid, Puck is definitely open, but likely, I mean, very likely, I think, to be banned. Unless they're really trying to put this Dragonite up against it, which they could. That being said, I still think Wonderkid looks generally so good on the Puck that I would just elect to ban it. It could be, I believe he has touched, well, he's played the Invoker before. I was going to say that the last track was one, but it's, of course, banned out by Rottweilas. Probably Invoker, the biggest one that he's kind of looking at in the end here. And I honestly think it's a really good Invoker game. So maybe that makes it a bit of a difficult decision whether you ban the Invoker or the Puck. I'm definitely Invoker going to be fine in either of these mid matchups, particularly decent against Quap. Not the best against Dragon Knight, but fine. And very good at purging some of these key buffs that they need. Disarming the Dragon Knight, cold snapping the Quap. A pretty good Invoker game. And Wonderkid has been pretty chef's kiss on it.
Yep. Also, of course, you know, you line up with the Clockwork and you can Sunstrike into cogs, and that's not as good as it used to be because the cogs are bigger, but still good enough. And the nice thing about this, as much as we're talking about, man, I really like Wonderkid on these heroes that just go in, right? These Embers, these Pucks, these, haven't seen him on a Void Spirit. I assume it's good. He's got a Timber Sonic Clockwork to do that. So it's not incumbent upon him. It's not required that he is this hero that goes in, that creates the vision, that causes the chaos, that allows, of course, to be able to go find his target. There's a Timber Saw for that. So it does mean he can play a little bit more laid back style if he wants to on this Invoker or whatever else he chooses. Now, notably, his Ember's gone. His Puck's gone. His Leshrac is gone. Don't know if he plays Beastmaster, but that's gone. A lot of mid heroes have been removed from the pool.
Yeah, overall, I like the Invoker. I'd be a bit surprised if he went towards something else. It's actually, okay. He does go towards something else, as they already picked his hero. Give over the Brewmaster to Adrian. It's a pretty good brew game, I will say. I mean, being able to dispel the box and whatever Chen does. Similar idea to what Invoker has with the Tornado. Definitely very nice, and this does mean that you're likely putting this Dragonite onto carry, not the most punishing matchup for the Brew. Fortunately, Timber versus Quap, if they do put that mid, is going to not be the best lane, but should be, again, survivable once you get those raindrops. Magic Wand, some Tangos. Now GamerLegion have to round it out with Fade's hero. Not much time to think of it. I think this should be Night Stalker, honestly, is what I'm eyeing towards. Could be a very rough lane, all things considered, but having that AoE silence looks very, very nice for me. Maybe it's a Centaur or the likes just to survive, but yeah, I really do like the Night Stalker here. It's something that Fade has played previously, and we saw it on this kind of last pick look really good. Having a vision advantage is incredible over all these heroes, but man, that AoE silence is pretty disgusting this game.
Yeah, that is going to be a big problem. PA in general can't fight without a BKB, but especially now you can't fight it with a BKB. Adrian is going to have to probably get one as well. It's not the one awkward thing about this is you have three heroes, more if you want to talk about the sports, but primarily three heroes that you want to crippling fear. You want to get on the PA, force the BKB out, and before the BKB just kill him. You want to get on top of this Brewmaster, prevent the Primal Split, and you want to get on the top of this Timber Saw so he can't just Timber Chain out. And that does mean that whichever hero you decide to jump on, well, there are two other cores that you also want to be on top of, and they can go mess with you. So maybe there is something there.
I wouldn't call that awkward. I would call that a good Night Stalker game. Probably is. I mean, well, yeah, you can't catch everybody you want with the ability, but if every hero in the game seems like a good target to be silencing, then probably can get a ton of value from Fade. The biggest issue I would say with the Night Stalker is, again, can we get out of the lane comfortably against the PA Warlock? Might be a little bit of a struggle for Fade. But we have seen him pretty time and time again have better lanes than we expect from him. And in particular, if he can get that wave right at the tower where he has been in a lot of these games, then he should be able to find at least enough for him, I think, to make this pick feel quite strong for when they got it.
Okay, to defend my train of thought here, Rojo, as we get ready to move into game number 4, it's like, it's not as bad because Crippling Fear doesn't have nearly the same cooldown, but it's like you pick a Doom into a Morphling, a Weaver, and a Storm Spirit. And it's like, yeah, I want to Doom all 3. Awesome. Well, I can't Doom all 3. And now, a surfeit of options. It's like when you have so many options, it can be difficult to figure out what exactly the perfect option is kind of where I'm coming from there. Although, again, Crippling Fear is a much shorter cooldown. Yeah, it's 15 seconds.
So
yeah,
sometimes you will be catching these multiple heroes. Definitely the BKB is very necessary this game, as you were mentioning. I'm going to make a relatively quick smoke here into this Rune Den bot side. Good read from GamerLegion, not walking into it yet. They have that convert to do a little bit of scouting if they need to.
Smoke breaks on high ground, so they know everyone's there. RCY, hey, smoke breaks. Genic, Timbersaw as well. So we're just going to set up here. Looks like this is actually kind of interesting. I think we might go 3 for 1 again. Circles coming in from our Night Stalker.
Oh, he baited them on RCY. Oh, that was so sick. He walked forward. Oh, wait. He actually placed the ward anyway in the sentry ranges. So, onto Yudomi, a lot of damage. Has a wand.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's dead.
Grenade.
Bignum. Already getting started once again. He was,
yeah.
What was he? Godlike in game number 1?
Yeah, I think so.
Or
nine something. Yeah, RCY, though, he dropped his ward and then walked forward. Made it look like he warded that high ground. Unfortunately, he did just end up placing the ward anyway in Sentry Vision, so didn't quite accomplish what he wanted, but it was still a cheeky little play. So they do also get, I think that was 3 runes for the side as well of GamerLegion. Decent setup for themselves. Decent cogs by Yannick. Oh my god, really good cogs by Yannick in this bot side. Still takes some good damage though. It's this Hellbear convert, man, is really, really strong.
Do you ever miss Windows XP pinball?
I can't particularly say that I do, but I'm getting the feeling that you might.
Well, every time I play Clockwork, it makes me miss it. You just go bounce around. Space pinball though was it came with Windows for free.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, it was great. It was so good. And again, Clockwork is Ghost of Belay. I mean, Yudomi's only level 1. Yeah, that's all. Once you start to get level, say 2 points in Shadow Word, this lane gets a lot better. But for right now, I mean, Ghost of Belay is the wave's going to push into him. He's kind of happy here as actually Yudomi tries to pull the range creep away, not going to be successful, and drops the Fatal Bond. So this wave is going to push pretty hard. And considering the fact that Ghost of Belay is level 1, not a little bit awkward there. Is now Crippling Fear level 2, getting on top, tame the beast. This is a dead quap. It goes forward.
Well played.
Benefit of Bignum being involved in that kill top. He gets a whoopee cushion. I don't know that they get that kill otherwise.
Yeah, he played that very cleanly, and don't always expect that level 2 Night Stalker to have that Crippling Fear. It's pretty decent damage. I mean, during the night, it's almost about 100 damage in that aura that you're taking. Quite annoying for the side of Costa Belay, and the biggest fear for me was kind of this Night Stalker lane. So far going really, really well. His CS is great. He's gotten these early levels. Well on his way to some bracers, maybe multiple if he's going to. Already has boots money as well, if you'd like to. Can't really do much to Bignum either. I mean, I will say that Ringmaster is one of the nicer heroes that they could have gotten probably into this Warlock PA lane. If you get some sort of kind of early lead, that Tame the Beast plus this Void, the entire lane is going to be in 400, 500 damage if you can combo it correctly with some right clicks tinkered in. I mean, that's, not going to be easy here.
Nope. He has 630 HP or so. A little surprised as well. I understand that Blink, that Phantom Strike is not easy to get off because of the Crippling Fear, but Seeing him take a point in Blur early.
You start with Blur. So he has 0 points.
Okay,
but he takes most of his HP as the Blood Grenade comes out as well. And Final Click doesn't come out from Fade, but he still loses again most of his HP. About 500 damage between that combo with the level 2 Tame the Beast. As Fade, he is level 2 Void. Trying to walk down Costa Bile. Another heal comes out. So should be fine onto Costa Bile. Now has that Phantom Strike leveled.
And it's actually so nice.
Safe.
Yeah. He's going to be fine. It's actually so nice that Yodomi was first to level 3 of these two heroes because 2 point in Shadow Word, it almost doubles the heal. That is it's the difference between Costa Bile living and dying there. It is so significant.
Bignum will go ahead and Clarity up, Salve up here, get himself some decent HP. Mid lane, meanwhile, by the way, going actually pretty decently for Wonder Kid. He will get this water rune for himself. He hasn't gone for a bottle, which is really quite interesting. He went for a Ring of Regen instead. So his inventory looks a little bit gross, I must admit. But ultimately, it has worked out decently as it's 16-7 or 16-7.
Even with the level 2 heal.
Yeah. And that damage is disgusting.
You don't think about it, right? It's like, oh, the damage is really in the void. Crippling Fear is the silence, but in nighttime, it does 25 DPS for 4.5 seconds. That is, yeah, you're right. That's like 115 damage or so. They're going to go on top of Yodomi. And now multiple TPs. Clockwork has to be deputized in this lane to try to stabilize, but he's not actually going to go.
Yeah, Yamson also having a great time in the spot side, as expected. Adrian not getting too much CS. Between a Chen DK lane, really not much to be done. It's going to be a little bit of a farm fest down here. Already 1k lead across the board. I mean, for the best thing that's going on for them is that Costa Bile is at least living, for the most part, on some of these engages. So his net worth is fine, though he still is definitely far below where Fade is. But Wonder Kid is again, doing pretty decently into RCY. RCY going for this kind of max Shadow Strike build. Not honestly what I would have gone for, I think. But ultimately, Wonder Kid did just spec very heavy into that regen. Allows him to come away from this lane. Oh, I mean, almost level 6 already.
He's having a surprisingly good lane. Again, given the fact that this is 3 points in Shadow Strike. Yes, you're a Timber Saw, you got reactive armor, but you actually the hero has to hit you, or units have to hit you to make that happen, and it's just a very surprisingly nice time. He's now level 6, got Chakram.
Wow.
RCY is only 5. In fact, he's not all that close to 6. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, especially his region here. I think Wonder Kid's going to look to dive. Don't know if he's going to make it happen. Don't know if he's going to get the kill, but RCY is still halfway to 6. I need to look at the denies here, but yeah, these Chakrams are really good. Looking for the kill. RCY got to blink on out of here. Of course, the Shadow Strike made it. Yeah, the Ring of Regen, or the Regen rune, not quite as effective because the Shadow Strike is cutting it in half this entire time, but RCY, this was supposed to be a counter matchup. Like, this is supposed to be bad for the Timber Saw, and he's sitting here zoning RCY, still not able to get level 6, totally losing a wave. Bignum's here, but I mean, Wonder Kid does not have a Timber Chain. That's the problem. 3 heroes rotate in. They will be able to punish this.
Good punish. Necessary punish, I might say. As
that
the lanes are going pretty well. And they have to punish Wonder Kid for that kind of aggression. And next on this top side, but Bignum, very clean rotations from him. Not going to let them get this Wisdom Shrine on the top side. Means Adrian will have to solo collect this one for himself on the bot side. Both the offlaners getting the Wisdom Shrine. But yeah, Wonder Kid, he's doing really well in this mid lane, but no points in Timber Chain does make it relatively awkward to dive. Gets most of that tier 1. But actually does lose some decent net worth for making that kind of play. Ulti from Night Stalker.
Yep, Dark Ascension, level 6, very fast from getting... Yeah, really good cogs. The benefit of getting that Wisdom Shrine, of course, you get level 6 early. But if you can't make much happen with it, that is a bit of a waste, as Adrian only halfway to level 6 himself, and this Hunter in the Night, Fade still runs. They're going to find this level 4 Yodomi, but Costa Bile is here, would love to find Bignum. Jumps on top of him, Tame the Beast on top of Yannick, but the cogs are here. Hard for Fade to get out of that one. Bignum will fall, but they do get this Clockwork instead. And now they're not going to be able to go. Night Stalker TP's out, but they're going to try to get Speed. Speed's level 5, by the way.
Good Hurricane.
Like, really good Hurricane, but yeah.
He's doing well for himself. I mean, I mean, particularly, Fade is doing really, or Fade's doing really well. Speed's doing really well. But Yamson on the spot side, he's 4K net. I don't even, honestly, I don't even know how. He hasn't popped the Dragon form yet. I think he's just had really perfect CS, getting these hard camps, the small camps in between. And when he does pop that Dragon form.
Look at his deny number.
Yeah.
He has almost as
21.
many denies as Adrian has CS. Okay, it's sped up a little bit now, but it was like 25 versus 21 when I was clicking on it. That's a big lane win, and I don't know that Brewmaster's supposed to be that bullied. I think this was primarily, it's been 1v1 for the vast majority of this lane. I don't think it was supposed to go that badly.
It's a little tough, but I mean, he managed to get his levels for Adrian, so he's not, I think, too upset, all things considered. His net worth's actually pretty decent as well. It's really just that Yamson's really going to take away here. He's even forming these kind of camps in the river here for himself. Nicely done by Yamson. He is going to really take off here. He kind of needs to as well. It's not the greatest Dragonite game, all things considered, since they did early rotate pick it, because they wanted that kind of counter matchup, well, counter in quotes, that we've seen for RCY. Who now finally has some decent net worth accumulated. It's not the greatest Dragonite game, so I do think he needs to kind of build somewhat of a lead for himself. A lot of damage that can go through him. Won't have a way to pierce evasion for a very long time. Can get broken as the game moves forward, can get bursted. As you know, he scouts out a stack here in the triangle. Doesn't quite have enough XP stocked up in that Black Grimoire to get his ulti, which is really quite unfortunate. He's going to walk up with Wonder Kid.
Yeah, RCY though, Invis Rune, he's going to show up and just has to get on out. Runs away, Tamed Beast, forces Genic out of here. But the Cogs should buy him enough space. Fade would love to get a little bit more. Does have Dark Ascension ready to go. Thinks about popping it. Just going to be the Crippling Fear. And
nice try.
They're going to be able to go get Clockwork. Can't get on out of there. He's only level 4. So no hook shot out. And that's going to be... Yeah.
Really good. Really need levels. 4.5 at this point in the game is rather tough. And RCY, he did, by the way, go no points on the ulti, which I think is the correct call. He didn't really have any usage for it. So able to farm a little bit back up with his Scream of Pain here. Quite nice for him. As the second nighttime, usually the one that gets pretty brutal for the rest of the map. Night Stalker now with a level 4 Void on the second nighttime. It's going to be extremely, extremely strong, as he is working as well towards that phylactery. He has the diadem for himself. That's going to be a big problem as well. For this PA, I mean, we've seen how much damage Big Num and Fade can do in conjunction. If you throw a phylactery burst on top of that, this hero does not. I mean, this hero has very little strength gain and buys no HP items. This is, for a long time, going to be a huge annoyance. And I guess it's very far down the road, but if Fade ever managed to get a phylactery as well, that is really, really obnoxious for the PA. Even the Timber as well.
Yeah, Conda, very good. It's funny, Conda last patch, awful. Conda this patch, on the phylactery heroes, actually pretty good. The buildup is not bad. You just got to go buy an ultimate orb. Well, not an ultimate orb, whatever it's called. Triforce. What am I? There we go. Just got to buy a soul booster on top of it. It's 3 items. You combine them together. I don't know. It works out.
Yeah, no, it's it's a pretty decent build-up. I mean, again, I wouldn't expect Fade to have it for a very long time, but it's a little bit of late game insurance if they can work towards that. Nice thing to have. As overall, building up a slow accumulative lead on GamerLegion, doing what they did in that in that fourth game. I suppose it's nice cog bounce by Yannick.
There.
I'm still a little bit surprised as Yannick. This is unfortunate.
Still not level 6, but Yodomi does have the rock. If he pump fakes, not gonna go for it. And one of the I don't want to say awkward because it is good for Rottweilas, but they took the mid lane tier 1 so early that the kind of the obvious, I'm gonna be a warlock. I'm gonna run mid. We're gonna take the mid lane tier 1. It's not really available to this warlock because they took the mid lane tier 1 at like 7 minutes or something. So now, kind of the first move with this golem is not nearly as obvious. They've taken the safe lane tier 1, they've taken the mid lane tier 1, balling up to take the off lane tier 1 just doesn't really feel all that good right now. So Warlock kind of left wondering about what exactly his move should be.
Yeah, ideally you kind of want to pop this chaotic offering as soon as you get it. The amount of value that this ability generates is part of the value of Warlock. It's a little bit unfortunate again for Yodomi that he doesn't have a clear direction or a place to use it. It's given some space over ultimately to Rottweilas, but man, Yamson is finished his armlet and no intention of slowing down on that farm. 7.1k. This is really where he shines, and kind of just the GamerLegion special. This is how they've been dominating most of these qualifiers for a pretty consistent amount of time. Back to their roots in this game 4, or this game 3, this game 4. Seeing that phylactery on to fade.
Yeah, he is the lead right now. He's 2,000 net worth above the next closest hero. It's a 3,000 net worth lead. He is giga strong, but maybe not sure if he wants to get involved just yet. No blink ready to go. I'm actually kind of surprised. Generally, even these carry Dragonites, we see Mask of Madness armlet into the blink to be able to go and just join in on these initiations. This time he's like, you know what? I got a Night Stalker. I got a Queen of Pain. I just need to run in. I'll be fine. So he's looking at that BKB, which look, third item BKB in this game, fantastic.
Yeah. We'll see. He might just hold the gold, see if he gets a timing that he wants to utilize the blink on. But that being said, the BKB, yeah, very, very, very good this game, so should be comfortable to do so. And Costa Rica still not finished that Battle Fury. Much worse timing than we saw the first time around he played PA, and that's a very big deal on this hero. You need every form of timing you can get on PA, as this hero has definitely risen, I think, in popularity and in terms of strength throughout these patches, but still not, I would say, this kind of tier 1 hero. So you really need to abuse those timings. You need to get towards your items, as PA definitely still a late game hero, very much. No fighting for quite a while. As the smoke, I do kind of like this. If they get Wonder Kid, this is a really good kill.
Oh, that's a massive kill. Just way too much chain stun. They're going to take him down.
I see why
nothing he can do.
He blinked into the Ogre Smash. Which is a little funny. But regardless, does not hurt their damage very much. Wonder Kid, a very good pickup. He had this really strong lane on Wonder Kid, dove the tower, and since then he hasn't recovered his net worth very much. He's 5k, only 1k above where speed is, and starting to feel concerned again about how farm speed is. That's what we think every time I think that we see is Genbeo, because he just seems to get so much net worth accumulated on this hero. I think he has a drums coming out. Yeah, he does, and then he's going to start working towards that Greaves, eventually a Holy Locket after that. It is very classic from him.
That's a good question. Timbersaw is a hero that farms really fast. That's one of the values of the hero. You can clear stacks early, even if the lane is bad. And he had a solid lane. He overdove, but he forced big rotations, and he got the tier 1 tower.
The tower got denied, and he kind of lost a lot of net worth, actually, when he died on that dive. So I think that's what really punished him, and then I guess he's just, I don't know. I am a little bit surprised, to be fair, though, that before dying that he had not garnished a little bit more net worth.
And even then, like, I could understand him be behind, but I expect him to have like 500, 1,000 more net worth than he currently does, even on that behind state where he's like, okay, I overdove, not great. You still have Kaya Soul Ring. You farm faster in this early game than 95% of heroes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he already has the Kaya as well, so it is a little bit surprising. Ultimately, he still has decent levels, so that's a lot of what matters. He'll get into an Atos next is what he's looking at. Really like that item for this game. Lock down the Night Stalker, lock down the Quap.
Ooh, good hook shot into speed. This is going to be an interesting wraparound. Just Adrian moves in, pops the Primal Split. There's a great Cogs and the Golem as well. But even still, they're only going to get the one, and Adrian under the tier 2 tower fortification loses a decent amount of HP on his Primal Split, so you got to be careful. Now look at this. Fade finds this coach to Bile PA. 4.5 seconds of silence. There's nothing for him to do, and now Fade says, yes, more tasty morsels for the Hunter in the night. I'm going to go find Yadomi. Yadomi goes down. Fade just having such a great game, and now Primal Split is done. They're going to kill this Brewmaster as well. And Genic, well, he's going to try to TP out of here, and I don't think the Void's going to come off cooldown in time. So at least Genic gets out, but that was a move that was... this is something we talked about GamerLegion in their upper bracket match. This is GamerLegion earlier on in this series. That was a move that was just way overforced.
I mean, they kind of got... their initial kill, I think, was good, but yeah, Fade was in a great position, immediately ready to punish them, and I'm kind of just surprised that Kosa Bile was there at all. I think he has to stay as far away from every living entity that isn't an NPC. as much as he possibly can. He has 1,000 HP total, Bayo. I mean, this PA is absolutely disgustingly low HP. I mean, Ghost Bele's farm is fine, but I just think that he does not need to interact with enemy players in any way, shape, or form. Shouldn't be close to his team, shouldn't be close to the enemy team. Deep in the recess of the jungle, farm up as much as you possibly can, because Yamson's, he's already finished his BKB. He didn't go for that blink. He's just, he's very comfortable. He's playing this Dragonite as if it were a TA, and we saw how good his TA was.
Yeah,
very
I like
well for
it.
himself.
He's sitting here 2,000
BKB for Tormentor and for Roche. That's coming up soon.
That's a really good timing. Meanwhile, this... Okay, he's not... I looked at that for a second. I had some bad pub flashbacks. I'm like, he's going Dezo first. Please don't do... No, he's going BKB. But even still, Coach Debele very far away from the BKB is 3 cores in the top side of the map. Hookshot goes in. But there, the problem, of course, you got the box. Fade's still locked in place, though. But okay, Hand to God heals enough. Even still, Wonder Kid takes him down. They will lose the clockwork. And now Coach Debele, crazy late, but does have a second charge of the blink. It gets out of there. Sonic Wave. He might just die to the Shadow Word. So, nope. Yep. RCY sees him. He goes down, and that's a primal split that is kind of worthless, unfortunately. They popped it after the Night Stalker died.
I mean, again, I like that move, but Costa Bele, he's so deep. Did he even need to be in that engagement at all? Struggling to feel like he did.
Especially with the assist gold as it is, I don't think so. Now they're going to go Atos RCY, but he's going to be able to Divine Favor on top of him. He's fine. Really not going to take that much damage, and they're trying really hard to defend this tier 1. They really, it's 20 minutes in. Mid lane tier 1 has not been taken down. Wonder Kid doing a nice job dealing with the speed creeps. Now this rotation bottom is Roche is going to go pick up and yeet Jenik. Goodbye. Kind of an interesting 4-man rotation bottom. They'd love to get Fade. This is where the Tormentor is. It's nighttime, but Night Stalker forces that all bottom.
It's hard. This is hard.
They have no primal split. It's 60 seconds until they have that big ult. They do have a rock. That is something.
There's no way they can fight this.
No, this is...
Yeah. The only way is if for some reason GamerLegion decide to kind of start this Tormentor and get particularly low, which they're just not going to do. So they're going to smoke up themselves. Great position to do so. They'll see Wonder Kid. Blink, by the way, is finished for Fade. Although there is an Ags for Adrian. Unfortunately, no ulti for that 30 seconds. So despite his net worth being actually pretty solid on the Brew, they just need to sit here and defend this Wisdom Shrine. No Dragon Form. That's the biggest thing going for them. But the Ascension
there we go. Dark Ascension on top. Now... Okay, Adrian actually Sonic Wave forcing things back a little bit. Hookshot doesn't really land, and no. Jenik does not want to be there. RCY, he has the Ags just in time for this fight. This is not winnable. This is not a good thing. Screaming Pain continues to get reapplied. Coach Debele has to run back. He's dead. I think he's going to get taken down here. Fade dives on top of him once again. Here comes RCY deep under the tier 3s. Damage just way too much. The daggers stack. They do so much here. They were trying to defend the Wisdom Shrine. They really shouldn't have. Just traded elsewhere. This was not worth it. Oh, and by the way, the tier 2 died as well. So there is, if they want to go high ground right now, there is really nothing stopping them.
Yeah, I don't think they need to, as there's still the Tormentor to look at and still a Roche to look at. But man, yeah, I mean, the damage from this Quap coming out. RCY in that fight, mind you, did 6,200. So half of the damage total in that fight. Really, really nice from him. Level 15 now as well for that extra damage coming out from just the base. Shadow Strikes and Arcane in his bottle as well. There's no way to fight for the side of Rottweilas, and there's going to continue to be no way to fight. This PA is not off to the start that we saw it before. 0-5-3 for Costa Bele. And these matchups are also brutal in particular. Not able to kill through the box, not able to survive, not able to kill a Dragonite by any means. Not able to survive through the Quap. It's not panning out to be a good PA game, just not hitting those timings. I think this one is quite tough. Only 3 kills. I mean, between these last 2 games, they've only amounted 7 kills between that total game or total length there.
Yeah, what a tale of 2 cities, or a tale of 2 Coach Debeles. Game 1, game 2, he's going massive. He looks so good on his heroes. He's got the good picks. He's got the good counter picks. He's doing everything he wants to do.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
that is so bad. He level 18 with an MKB at 23 minutes, Bayo, and he didn't go Blink MKB. He didn't go Massey Madness MKB, something troll you might see in your pubs. He's full level 18 with a BKB and armlet. Everything you could possibly need, and now he'll look for the Blink. I'm sure he'll have an Aegis on top of it as well. So I'll clean up this first round whenever they want it. Any objective at their whim. This game as well, unfortunately, not even the best high ground defense from Rottweilas. It's still fine with Chakram, some annoyances, the cogs, eventually Primal Split, when you have kind of a lower cooldown on that. But it's...
Oh no,
yeah,
Wonder
it's
Kid silenced up. Can they kill him in 4.5 seconds? That's the question. Ato's buying sub. Yep, they can. Oh no. This is a Timbersaw. He's supposed to be tanky, man.
And they're doing Roche right now as Yamson, when he pops the armlet and he's around that Granite Golem, he's only at about 4,000 HP with relatively no HP items. Which feels pretty normal to me. Won't think too much about it. As that does also mean speed. He's got a full shard for himself that he did buy out, a full Force Staff as well. No Greaves this game. It's because Big Dumb bought it. They look on to RCY, but... Well, he doesn't have Blink for a second. They're going to try to
turn onto this. There's the Rock as well, but Hand to God, more than enough. And Faye just silencing up this Warlock. No additional spells. Nice Force Staff gets out, but he will die, and it's going to be worse. Now, there we go. Tame the Beast. Janet can't get out of here either, and at the very least, the Primal Brewlings, they're going to be able to run away. That does seem to be the case. Wait a minute. Adrian here, they're tracking him down.
Oh, no.
Never mind. They're not, he's not getting out.
Oh, God.
Second Crippling Fear, and dead.
Yeah, it's
over.
It's busted. Yeah. This one's in wraps for sure. As Yamson, I mean, once he finishes this Blink, this level of aggression they have is only going to triple. It is truly unplayable here. Speed has enough auras to supplement the whole lineup. Not enough damage, not enough kills, not enough farm. Costa B, they finish his BKB, but that's a little bit of a whoop-de-doo. Blink onto you, do about a 600 damage crit, and then get 3-shot by Yamson. Again, at least they do have Fatal Bonds. They have the Chakram. So they're going to be... I mean, I guess they can hold the high ground relatively for now, as long as Yamson is willing to let them. But it's still going to be dicey. Everywhere they show is going to be difficult. And again, only saving grace, I suppose, outside of their high ground, is that Fade is a little bit... Or he's not on his nighttime. So he's got to wait about 50 seconds before they probably do attempt to push on that high ground. Level 18
yes.
for RCY, a gem as well.
I was like, yes, but have you seen RCY? He's got Nags, got a Kai'San, he's got this gem, Veil's done, he's level 18. And even if you gotta wait for nighttime, even if it's 34 seconds for Dark Ascension, have you seen RCY? He's gonna move on top of Adrian, drops all the damage, tame the beast into the Wheel of Wonder, and this is a relatively tanky Brewmaster. It doesn't matter. He's exploding. Look at that. He's dead. Warlock died elsewhere. Yamson goes high ground. And yeah, no, we don't need to wait for nighttime, Rojo. It's fine. There's more than enough here as Yamson pushes mid lane, Quap pushes bottom. And the benefit of this draft, it maybe doesn't scale as well late game as some others. You know, Dragon Knight, not as good as it used to be. It pushes towers very well. And that means that with this lead they have built, this is not game number one. This is not some, well, we got to rely. It's much harder for us to go high ground. This is like, yeah, I got to carry DK, who is sitting 7,000 above the enemy carry. Yeah, we can take towers.
Yeah, I mean, definitely easily a level 20 carry as well. So really nothing to do here. Yannick will TP in.
Hello,
unfortunately, he was spotted.
Yep.
So he's dead. Fly's back. They're going to try to make something happen. No BKB slotted in for Yamson. No dragon for him.
Atos on top of RCY as well, as we're just going to see Adrian getting clicked down here, but here comes Fade, silencing everyone up. Yodomi will lose the Golem very quickly. They're trying at the very least to take the Aegis away from this DK, but that's not a thing. And the most they're going to do, it looks like, is force... Oh, no. Oh, never mind. They find Coach Tabile. Yamson takes a lot of damage, might lose this Aegis, except he's not, because they get right on top of the Timbersaw once again. Good silence, and the damage just... RCY, he's late game Quap timing at 27 minutes in. The damage, they can't do anything about it. It's going to be, this game is over. Janik hookshots in, but he's not going to die. But doesn't matter. This game is over. We go to game number 5.
Yeah, looking forward, I guess, for Rottweilas and for GamerLegion, you got a best of one now. I'd have you to qualify into ESL One. Rottweilas, they looked really good these first few series, but now GamerLegion, they've shaped up. They said no more funny business. We're gonna go back to our cult classics. We're gonna pick Speed his Chen. We're gonna pick him the Treant, and he's gonna dominate the game. And then from there, give so much space over to Yamson. Give Fate his last pick, Night Stalker. It's bread and butter for GamerLegion, and they just spread that all over Rottweila's toast. It was a little graphic. I felt a little gross at times watching it.
Yeah, I just want to know what happened. Really, what happened to Rottweilas? Yes, some of that was in the draft, giving Speed Tree last game, getting him the Chen, but also just some uncharacteristic mistakes, or not uncharacteristic, but mistakes we were seeing from Rottweilas in games 3 and 4 that we weren't seeing in game 1 and 2. Some really forced moves that they were too far behind to make. Like, dive at tier 2. If you're not 15,000 net worth behind or whatever it was, maybe it works, but you are that far behind, and that's really not great. You're in these situations where you're putting Wonder Kid on a hero that he clearly is not comfortable on. We saw the Timbersaw. He should have been 1,000 net worth above where he was at 15 minutes, probably. Just not as good on this Timbersaw as he is on like his Invoker, his Ember Spirit, his Puck, things of that nature. And it all comes together to a team that had a defined way of playing the game. I think a defined style that was working really well for them. And now look a little bit lost that they're not able to be playing to that style.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of it also, I think, just applies to the bit of the draft they did. They didn't set up, I suppose, Costa Bile for the best possible games, 2 games in a row, and from there he just kind of struggled. This is the only concern that I think I had about this new iteration of Rottweilas is that Costa Bile is really good. I think he's brought incredible experience, but I do think that sometimes he can struggle like this. In particular, if he doesn't get a good game in front of him, similar to what we've seen kind of Yamson have in the other games as well. So carrying this patch is not cut and dry. If you can't build that early advantage, soak up most of the top side of the map, sometimes you get completely gapped in net worth. And if you don't have these incredible matchups, I mean, it was not that good of a PA game. We've seen the PA Warlock work out, but it wasn't, it wasn't an easy PA game by any means. Maybe if they had just delayed that pick and waited, give him potentially a little bit more knowledge on what he's going to get, then could have put himself in a better position. That's the same thing with that Shadow Fiend. Picked his hero very early, got responded to really well. And I guess before we head to this game 5 here, I'm kind of wondering if you ban out this Big Num Ringmaster, kind of last thing of all, as it's looking a little bit like a Yannick Muerta situation here with him in that Ringmaster.
Yep, I'm willing to buy that one. So ban the Ringmaster. Give Costa Bile a much better lane. Make sure he's not out of the game by the time the clock's hit 10 minutes. Those are the stories we're looking to follow as we get ready for game number 5, the final game of the rubber match in this qualifier. You win the best of 1 here in Birmingham in 2 months. You lose, watching from your couch at home. Those are the stakes. And our players, they've got about 10 minutes to get their heads on straight, to take a break, to take a look at these drafts and figure out how exactly they want to win this best of 1. We'll see you in 10.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this it's like, look at all the late nights. It'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Welcome back to what I guarantee is the final game of our qualifiers. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's game 5. It's a best of 5. And we've had 2 games where Rottweilas looked really good, and 2 games where Coach Tabile gets brutalized in lane. The mid lane does not go where it needs to go. GamerLegion, they run away with it very quickly. So now, Rojo, as we get ready to move into game 5, what are the things Rottweilas GamerLegion have to do to make sure that they are the ones that qualify into Birmingham in 2 months?
Well, for GamerLegion, I think just a repeat of the process. I think absolutely. They've been picking some heroes that Rottweilas really want, and particularly taking away from Wonder Kid's pool, eating into that one, which I think has been nice for RCY. Getting speed as heroes, getting Yams in these really strong safe lanes that he can just farm up on and eventually become unstoppable with. I think that's, just stick to what they've been doing through most of these qualifiers, truthfully, that they seemingly just kind of ran away from in these first 2 games. And then, of course, if you're Rottweilas, I think try to get Costa Bile one of these good games. Get him a good carry-to-carry matchup. Give him that kind of last pick Razor that we saw him do really well with in the first couple games. Try to get Wonder Kid an early Ember pick. Maybe pick him Puck early in the phase. Honestly, maybe in that last game, rather than picking up, whatever they did in that last phase, picking up the Invoker from Wonder Kid and giving Adrian the Timber Saw. Just a couple of things that they could fix and draft, and then from there, I think the moves will fall a little bit more coherently. Probably, it's hard, unfortunately, though, as they did end up getting first pick onto GamerLegion. Use, I think, as many of those bans as you possibly can to try and limit what Speed can get as we head into this Game 5 draft here. Going to be extremely important. We've seen the draft go wonky for both ways. Kind of led to some relative stomps. That first game was, a very strong comeback from Rottweilas, so they have the potential to do so. But if GamerLegion get exactly what they want, I think in these strong kind of snowball drafts, then again, it's pretty bread and butter for them. It is not an easy thing to play into.
Yeah, kind of interesting as we see the Clinks banned out here, but more importantly, Gyrocopter banned out for the Gyrocopter hasn't been touched in this series, and the first ban there tells us that they say, hey, Rottweilas, we think you're going to change your bans up a little bit. If you don't ban it, we're going to force you to ban Enigma right now. We're going to make sure that Speed gets a good hero, because otherwise Gyro's gone, right? We're going to first phase this Enigma and we're going to force you to respond to it. So that's a very interesting decision. It means that there are going to be more high quality position 5s in the pool. Muerta's gone, so Batrider is gone. This. But Chen's still in the pool, Treant's still in the pool, Jakiro is still in the pool, Enigma has to get banned out. There's Jakiro gone, which means now you ask the question of GamerLegion, who do you take? Is it Chen? Is it Tree?
Probably Tree. Yeah, probably Tree. Take that away from Rottweilas. So far, I mean, Treant just looked incredible in this series. No reason not to go back towards it. Take it away specifically from Yodomi. Be a bit surprised if it was anything else for the side of GamerLegion. And they are going to pick that up for themselves. I do honestly kind of like their bans on GamerLegion. There is still Clockwork left. There still is. Clockwork is still great. Great into Treant, which should be fine. So they're not too upset about this trade overall. But of course, this sets up for GamerLegion to be relatively comfortable with what they've been doing the past couple games already with Speed. Kind of getting that Treant for himself. And I wouldn't be surprised if Costa Bile in a Game 5 did decide to go for that Gyro. Definitely, I think, one of his most comfort heroes. So trying to force him into a slightly uncomfortable position, and that's what did really punish him in those last couple of games. Ban out the Shadow Fiend as well. Very strong pairing with the Clockwork. putting a little bit of pressure this time around on just overall onto Costabile. It's a smart idea by them. Kind of pinch his hero pool. A lot of prio on him.
10 seconds remaining.
But we've seen that he can struggle a little bit. He still, of course, has many heroes that he's played this qualifier, particularly the Wind Ranger is always an interesting one he could go to. There's still going to be some Slardars left in the pool, etc. that either team could opt for if it doesn't get banned out. But ultimately, yeah, going to be a different hero for Costabile here.
Yeah, and you talk about this Windrunner, he did get bopped. He did kind of get run over by the Windrunner in that. That was the game they lost in the upper bracket finals. It was not great. Now, granted, that was against the Shadow Fiend, and it was like, great, you're a Windrunner. Windrun's very nice. The second you go, the second Windrun's done, you're gone. You're out of here. You get 2-shot. So it's worth talking about. Certainly, he does have a deeper hero pool than like just this Clinks. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think you want to, I was going to say, I think you want to prioritize his picks a little bit more, move him up in the pick priority. But the problem with that is you don't guarantee him a good lane matchup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we pick him here, like 13 pick right out of the phase, sure, you get him a high quality carry hero. You get him a Wind Ranger that has a lot of focus on it. You get him I don't know, an Ursa or something. But then you're not guaranteed the good lane. And that has been the problem. Costabile has been really struggling in these last 2 lanes.
Yeah, he definitely has. And in terms of carry matchups as well, not had the best carry matchups, which Jamson has been kind of feasting on. Taking a long time to get this ban out for Rottweilas, although it is a relatively important one. The big ones to think on, RCY's Leshrac, I think is certainly one of them they could look towards. The Brewmaster, I think, is a decent shout as well. Faye definitely enjoying that hero. Not as bad in Clockwork as it used to be. And this is a nice little switch up from Rottweilas. Talking about potentially banning out the Ringmaster. Since Bignum, I mean, that's the hero he's had success in 2 games with Bignum Ringmaster. 2 games that they won. I don't think that's entirely a coincidence. He played very well in both of those games. Ally steal it away for Rottweilas. So a nice little denial pick. Leaves him with some more uncomfortable heroes for Bignum. As the Clockwork Ringmaster definitely thinks he would have gone towards in the past. Can still go for tinies, etc. And it looks like this is an interesting switch up. So I was wondering if they would ever do this, but I just kind of assumed that Bignum didn't play the Treant. But they get a Chen for themselves into the Ringmaster, should be a quite nice lane, and switch up that Treant to potentially, I mean, it could also just be a tri-lane, but, you know, likely to be played for Bignum regardless.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't mind that.
This could also be, and I don't know, it's very matchup dependent. We're going to have to see. This could also be the favorable position 3 Treant that I thought was going to be a thing when we read the patch notes. It's got about a 50-50 win rate on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It has some very bad lane matchups. It also has some lane matchups that are surprisingly good with the amount of sustain that you have. So I hear you laughing, Rojo. It's unlikely.
Yeah. I already don't love it into the 2 picks that we've seen.
Yeah, you know, that's fair. It's into Impalement Arts and Battery Assault. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah.
And I like that by GamerLegion. They will probably run into what is likely to be Wonder Kid's Ember now. But you do have some great ways to lock him down. At least the Overgrowth, the Dream Coil. Maybe that'll dissuade him actually from picking it. But he certainly would have been looking towards Puck with this Treant and this Chen. So if you didn't ban it in the last phase, and I think it's kind of necessary to pick it up. Stop him from running over the game on that Puck as he often has. If he wanted to, Wonder Kid has the opportunity to play something like a DK and try to really punish RCY for this early Puck pick. But we haven't seen that be much of Wonder Kid's style. I mean, he does very well in lanes typically. Maybe a little bit, not so much these past couple games, but he generally does quite well in the lanes. But I'd rather just see him on Ember, I think. Or I guess Void Spirit's an okay one as well. Can similarly struggle from the lockdown, but at least is a little bit tankier. Should be a relatively good matchup into the Puck. I don't mind it. We've not yet seen the Wonder Kid Void Spirit, but I have no reason to believe that it isn't just as comfortable or as good as the other heroes that he's brought out.
It's very much in line with where we've seen him succeed the most. You know, it's this mobile hero, dives in, very maneuverable, doesn't need a ton of gold to be effective. It's like, okay, I got a Vessel. That's all I need. I'm going to be very happy for that. And this is a great Vessel game, right? It's Void Spirit. He's into a Chen. He's into a Treant Protector. That is a lot of healing that a Vessel allows you to just cut straight through. So we're going to see what this final pick is going to be. I was going to say likely Coach Tabile, but Dawnbreaker's going to come in. This pairs up really nicely with the Void Spirit. You can go pair up with the Aether Remnant to go in. You do have this hero that goes in first, and that can be really nice. Going to these heroes like these Puck that are so maneuverable, and you do have to layer the chain stuns into it. Whether clockwork hook shots in, Dawnbringer, you have the Void Spirit. The Solar Guardian on top might give you enough of a kill window to make sure that this Puck goes down, gets taken out, and we've seen how impactful RCY's Puck has been in these games. So now we're trying to figure out what this last pick of the phase is going to be for GamerLegion. They have this control. They have a lot of healing. Maybe looking for a little bit more damage now. Maybe the Fade hero, Yamson, not going to get last pick, but second to last. What do you think, Rojo?
I could see the Underlord here for Adrian, but looks like it will be Dragonite. Dragonite for Yamson. Technically a flex, but really not at all. It's a pretty good Dragonite game. Again, as you mentioned, kind of limited damage from Rottweilas, especially if they don't win through these lanes. And the prospect of beating a Chen Dragonite, but I don't think it's very high based on what we saw last game.
Yeah, they got infinite damage on this, or sorry, infinite healing, infinite damage reduction, if you want to talk about it. Dragonite with the armor, Divine Favor. Dawnbreaker's nice because you do have some way now to deal with some of the creeps. You can, 3 points in Celestial Hammer, it slows them down. You can deal with that one. You have a way to get away from some of the aggression. But you're really picking Dawnbreaker for the game, right? With the Clockwork, the Void Spirit, that additional stun, heal on top. There's a lot of dive right now available to Rottweilas. A lot of ways to keep their carry safe if someone goes on top of them first, which means that Coach Tabile, he's got pick of the litter, Rojo. Yes, Clinks is gone. Shadow Fiend is gone. TA is gone. But whatever he picks, he's going to have a lot of support to make this hero work.
Yeah, he certainly will. I would like to see a Razor potentially from him. Again, after he had a really good performance in that first game. I don't know if he'll get it. Seemingly, I think GamerLegion will ban it out. More than likely. As Rottweilers, this is a really important set of bans here for them. You need to get rid of the kind of best Fade heroes. I think it's unlikely to let him have the Underlord. It looks really, really strong. I mean, any hero that can build pipe, I think is going to be relatively decent, but especially the Underlord. Really, really miserable, I think, for all these heroes to play into it. Get rid of the Night Stalker as well, which I think is pretty fair. Pentecost Tabile's Ursa. I do think the Razor is pretty good for him. I wouldn't mind that, as that's kind of a hero that offers relatively kind of infinite damage there. Lots of damage instances as well to break through the living armor. Some mixed damage to get through the Divine Favor. Definitely could be awkward with how much you can get locked down, but you can buy that early BKB, Satanics, Mantas. Have that box to kind of play around with as well. As GamerLegion definitely haven't addressed that aspect either very much. So the Ringmaster box is pretty good this game.
And I'm looking at these bans. You talked about the Underlord. This is looking like Underlord or Tide, right? You get rid of the TA, get rid of this Ursa. Those are probably two of the stronger laning matchups into this Underlord. Maybe not the TA as much, right? Firestorm can get through Refraction fairly nicely. But I'm almost surprised they're taking this long on the bans. They're going to go with Timbersaw, which would be good into the Dawnbreaker, but it doesn't like to play into Clockwork, doesn't like to play into Ringmaster, Void Spirits, a Vessel Builder. This does not feel like a great Timber game. This feels like the wrong ban.
Yeah, it does a little bit. This one could be really costly for them. If GamerLegion do want to go for this Fade Underlord, I think there's no reason really not to. It looks really, really solid. I mean, the root is so obnoxious for all these heroes. They don't really have damage for you once you build that pipe. I suppose the biggest worry is it does give them a relatively good Razor game. This should be a really nice matchup in that offlane, but yeah, I think Underlord is just too pretty here. Just everything that you need to. And even, I mean, in terms of picking the Razor, you should have a good lane matchup relatively. Maybe not, maybe there's some awkward moments when you don't have the link where you kind of lose out to Atrophy Aura. But that being said, I mean, it's not like Razor also loves playing into Underlord across the game either. You have to buy BKB. You're forced to at that point. And you really, I mean, as your BKB lessens in duration, the kiting potential is ridiculous.
Select your heroes.
So they do pick the Razor up. I think it's the correct pick for Costa Vile, but I really wanted them to ban this Underlord over the Timbersaw. I mean, I'd play into Timbersaw any day with the Rottweilas lineup. I think it looks annoying. The damage potential is high, but I do not think it offers nearly the same utility that the Fade Underlord does. Oof, that could be costly, that ban Bayo. We'll have to see how Fade does in the lane. That's going to be the super important part, but they could overload this bot side with a Chen, a Dragonite, Treant, give Fade a little bit of topside assurance. They could drag, do some silly things as well on the top side. Maybe harden to Clockwork, but I just, yeah, I'm worried about this Underlord, and I really do like GamerLegion's draft as a cohesive 5.
And for me, it's the Underlords, the auras, Atrophy Aura, all these things. They're scary. They're a problem, but this pit, that's what scares me. Razor's this hero that needs to be able to chase after heroes, needs to be just staying in the fight. And the power of this Underlord, the pit, you're going to get the Ags, you're going to have multiple pits going around. That is going to be a big problem for this Razor as he tries to stay on top of the Dragonite, sap his damage, take him down. So yeah, I'm with you, Rojo. I think the Underlord was a very clear ban. I guess the downside, the other side of this, is Timbersaw was not going to be smacked in lane by Razor in the same way that an Underlord will. You know, you just kind of Timber Chain out of every time you get static linked and you're going to be fine. But the game problems that Underlord presents, I think I'm with you. I think they're much, much higher than anything a Timbersaw would have done.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw I felt like was kind of a bait almost. Where GamerLegion, it would have been nice for them if they could get to their items on the Timber. It's a really great Timber game. But I would find that kind of a struggle. As yeah, definitely Fades Underlord. Something he's kind of shown a masterclass on multiple times as we head into this game 5. I think that this is, I mean, really the entirety of this game is, I think, going to be how well does Fade do, and particularly how well does Costa Vile do. Last 2 games he struggled. First 2 games he flourished. This time around, if he doesn't do really, really strongly out of this lane, they're going to lack damage majorly. This lineup is, it needs levels to operate. It needs to get a equal or very strong early game. Otherwise, yeah, I'm very worried about these auras. I'm worried about this living armor, worried about speed. I'm worried about everything for Rottweilers. Although I think if they can get that, they do have some pretty good options themselves.
Now, the nice thing about this, you talk about lacking damage. I think overall you're correct, but Vessel plus Impalement Arts, there's a lot of really good percentage-based damage into a DK, into an Underlord, even into the Treant Protector, who is relatively tanky. It doesn't have a lot of armor. Actually, used to have, I think it was like 1 armor before it got buffed, but not a high armor, but really good strength gain. 3.4 per level, is a strength hero. That is pretty decent damage they'll be able to pump into these heroes in particular. And if you can take those out of the fight, that's going to be rather nice. Still, though, you're right. Razor has to have a truly good game. And the good news, I think, as we pause here, take a second, the Razor should not get run over. Even if this is a lane that Underlord farms, this is a lane where the Razor should be able to get out 4.5, 5,000 net worth at 10 minutes. Should be able to, at the very least, not be sitting super far behind the enemy carry at 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Definitely also better carry matchup 1-to-1 for Costa Vile. Shouldn't be a cut and dry free game. Ooh, nice by Yadomi. Kind of snipes that bounty rune. It shouldn't be a cut and dry kind of just win out for Yams in this carry-to-carry matchup.
A little bit dicey here for Jen because he's getting punched by a potato in a tree. And yeah, first blood goes over to Bignum. We've seen what Bignum does with net worth. This man has been so impactful. That being said, this is a position for Tree. And this is not something that we've seen.
Chen, actually.
Fair. You know, Speed takes all the net worth. When Speed's playing Chen, he takes all the net worth.
Yeah, and he is also physically going to be in this off lane, which I think makes a lot of sense. Don't want double melee into Clockwork Razor. That's way too miserable. Get Speed in this off lane. Should be a lot more tolerable for Fade. Also a pretty decent lane for the Treant top. Unfortunately, they did cut most of the trees. So Yannick and Adrian, they're actually going to deal some decent damage to Bignum. But that being said...
Wait.
Ooh. 2?
Yadomi? There we go.
You got him.
It's running right by him like, you know me, you gotta kill this courier, man. It's right there. It's free real estate. But I guess a little bit worried about trying to make sure his own courier doesn't die, which it does. So a little bit unfortunate there, but this Clockwork doing a good job bodying for Coach to be late early, keeping speed away. But unfortunately, the wave did crash tower, so a little bit awkward. Although even as I say that, the wave's going to stay in a pretty nice spot, right outside of the tower range.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, Fade likes to keep the creeps right outside of his tower. It's not the most comfortable position for him. He'll get linked up. Fortunately, not much to do. Takes about 16 damage or so. Actually, not the most value link overall. Get about 1 deny or so off of it. Usually looking to index, I would say 2 or more off most static links. So definitely the speed Chen here making things a lot more tolerable. Can actually trade into the Clockwork, deal some decent right clicks back to Costabile. Stop this lane from being an absolute disaster. And I guess on the converse side, you don't have the same kind of win out guaranteed lane that you had for Yamsen in the previous game, but it should still be quite good. Yamsen and Adrian, I'm sure, will trade farm relatively equally.
Yeah. I think you are a little worried about this like level 3 timing from Ringmaster level 2, Dawnbringer level 3, if they both get to level 3. Impalement Arts plus Tame the Beast plus the spells of Dawnbreaker. That is a lot of damage that you can pump into. And this is a double strength offlane. So Impalement Arts percentage HP damage is actually really significant. I saw Coach Tabile somehow gets low on the other side, has to run pretty far back away from this lane, which is, we talked about this lane having to be good, and it has been. He's 13 for 2 versus the 11 for 2, but I mean, this is a Coach Tabile that is getting zoned off of a full wave almost. At the very least, zoned off being able to contest these denies, and that's really not what you're looking for from your late pick carry, from your last pick carry Razor.
Yeah, that switch up was definitely nice for Chen into the off lane. At least the kind of saving grace here for the side of Rottweilas. Do you have the mid lane going pretty well? Wonder Kid got his Void Spirit into the puck. Did want this matchup. Or sure, he's gotten his levels, so he's not too behind in terms of actual CS, but the denies are pretty good from Wonder Kid. 17 so far, or 7, not 17, goodness. But 7 full denies for him, does some good damage back to RCY. Picks up another deny for himself. Went for full stats in this lane, so interestingly, we'll get his bottle a tiny bit late. But has paid dividends for him. Hidomi takes some decent damage in this top side, and has led to some decent laning here for Fade. Actually, head and net worth of Costabile for the time being.
Yeah, not super. I mean, it's 100 gold. It's not that significant. That's just an extra set of tangos or something. And now the wave's going to get forced back under tower again, so this is going to get put up. Fade has been so good in this series, in the games they've won and the games they've lost, of making sure that, whether he's working with Bignum, whether he's working with Speed this game, of just making sure that this wave bounces back to his tower and just sits there. And that has made his life so easy, and honestly, Coach Tabile's life a lot more difficult than we would expect it to. When you're that far away from the tower, you don't have tower regen, you don't have tower armor, a little bit scary. And it just means this Underlord, or whatever the offlaner is, it tends to be just very safe.
Yeah, good damage on the Big Gnome. Actually went for the level 2 in the Impalement Arts for Yannick. As you mentioned, definitely a very value game to do so. So very good harass coming out from the two of them. Means that Yamsen, again, not having the free lane that he was expecting, or at least that he got in that previous game. That also means that Adrian gets a pretty good one for himself. His Dawnbreaker was banned, I believe, in the first 2 games. Despite them winning out, still something that they clearly were a little bit worried about on GamerLegion. Very proficient on this hero, and having a great start already. Some good damage onto Yamsen.
And what I really
excited
like as
to see
well
this
now,
Yannick Ringmaster.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what it does. I do like, by the way, Adrian with this lane that he's having, just going a soul ring before even boots, be able to make that spam happen. Now, what's kind of cool though, every time he moves in with the Starbreaker, you'll notice Yamsen just says, "Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna breathe fire you. You're gonna lose so much damage on this Starbreaker that it really is not that much of a problem anymore." As wave comes crashing in once again, you can see how imperative it is that Coach Tabile clears this wave as quickly as possible, so the tower dive not gonna be really all that effective. And yeah, Bignum rotates over, does get a ward behind the tower. It's gonna come back top. Seems like this was figured out, and again, with the creeps being cleared very quickly by Coach Tabile and Bignum, there's really not that much of an opportunity to dive under tower.
Not for the time being. RCY, whatever situation he got himself in mid, ended up having to deny the rune. Looks like that Ether Remnant was just kind of guarding it. Thankfully, only an Invis rune, so nothing that either mid lane or particularly gives up. But it's a good set for Wonder Kid here, as he likes to punish the puck pretty decently. Living Armor helping a bit. Wonder Kid is having a pretty significantly good time here.
Yeah, this traditionally is seen as a counter pick for the Void Spirit into the puck. Just puck phase shifts, like, that's fine. I have an Aether Remnant. I'll drop it right there. Good luck.
Good damage.
Now moving in for a second
Hard.
time. Oh, what a rotation coming in. Trying to make sure that RCY pops the Dream Coil, but the Tamed Beast, he's dead. Wonder Kid on these. Wow. What a difference. Games, the games that he's not getting the Spirit Heroes, he's like, I'm doing okay. Games he gets the Spirit Heroes, he just sets the tempo, and really, he does not let up.
You know, he certainly does not. Yudomi walks onto the Wisdom Shrine, and Speed can't really contest this. Fade has to walk back to attack Wonder Kid, but no mana to work with, so Speed is just dead. That's Earn Charges as well, and the Wisdom Shrine. Good early game. Even Yamson topside taking a ton of damage to the Impalement Arts.
He might be dead here. Second Impalement Hearts go down, and they're going to get another kill. This is the Rottweilas we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Just really active, playing through Wonder Kid, getting aggressive when they need to. I don't know what this was. The other two games were a hoe, but we said GamerLegion woke up after game number 2. Rottweilas knocked into a stupor. They've recovered from their coma, and they're doing everything we've gotten used to seeing from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really impressed by their early rotations. Though a little bit lazy, it feels like, from GamerLegion, not bringing any heroes over to these kind of fights. I guess just too scared about Costabile having this early kind of level 6. And he does get an Arcane Rune for himself. RCY for Wonder Kid as he picks it up. And I definitely agree. Very good game for Wonder Kid so far. Looks incredible on these spirits. Damn near every time. We talked about how good of a Vessel game it is. He'll be getting into that pretty expeditiously. It's going to turn the tempo up if they can find that at a reasonable time. Get into Shard after that. Shard is basically a Midas for this Void Spirit. I feel very good. And Yannick's also level 6, mind you. He has made so much happen on the map that he's already at this point of being level 6. Wisdom Shrine for himself as well. If he can just get onto one of these heroes, that wheel is going to do so much. Look on to Fade Wonder Kid. Didn't miss the
Solar
Remnant.
Guardian is ready, but Fade looks like he can run on out of here. So Solar Guardian really doesn't find all that much.
That's tough.
I'm actually,
the Remnant, yes.
I'm surprised how fast Fade is. Like, Underlord is a slow hero, but he looked like he was sped. He wasn't, but surprisingly fast. And now Costabile, Speed is dead. That is a guaranteed kill. And we talked about it. Costabile had to have these good early games. We had to see him, if not ahead, at least even. He's not top net worth, but that's just because this Dawnbreaker has been flash farming really nicely in the top side of the map. He is absolutely where he needs to be, and that's good news. Again, you have a chance now. You're not sitting here. Your carry is 1,500 net worth behind the enemy carry at 10 minutes in, and just struggling to find space. He's allowed to take part in these fights. That's really good news for Rottweilas.
Yeah, it certainly is. He'll get into his Maelstrom very early, and Adrian is kind of doing a masterclass on this Dawnbreaker. 4.5k net worth. Only part of 1 assist, but his net worth is extremely high. He's going to be able to join these fights very early. Work towards that immediate items for themselves. And no Spirit Vessel buyer, notably, for the side. GamerLegion. Oh, waiting.
Okay, trying to go on top of RCY's Remnant. Not going to land because the illusion. Okay, barely not going to get turned around. RCY did that very, very well. We saw the clock where it tried to go and get the bounce on the cogs right as RCY wanted to go forward to hopefully bait out the full time of the illusory orb. Didn't quite make it work, but very cool tech there from the Clockwork. Again, trying to just mess with the timings of RCY.
Yeah, I mean, I like the look. Yudomi, he will have level 6 soon, 5.5 right now. Be able to try and set this tempo a little bit higher. Right now, it's not any insurmountable lead. Just a very comfortable early game, and Fade was curious to see what his item build was going to be this game. He's identified how strong of a pipe game it truly is. He's going for first item Bayo. Not waiting around. No Atos. No nothing. Tread, Soul Ring, Wand, a Bracer, and then a Pipe of Insight. Can't disagree with him. I think that could give them a good timing to kind of fight around, but unfortunately they've just been, for GamerLegion, a little bit too low on resources, it feels like, across the map as speed.
Finding him once again. It's a good Centaur Stomp, but Wonder Kid has a second Astral Step, so that's not really going to do all that much. And I'm with you. That's okay. Looking for the Overgrowth, trying to turn this, buying out the time of the Celestial Hammer. So Adrian, no get out of jail free card, but he just runs. Doesn't really, well, actually, RCY is here, Celestial Hammer, and yeah, the Dream Coil will be enough to go take him down. But I'm with you. Pipe is a really good item this game, but I'm actually really surprised we're not seeing this Atos first. Being able to lock this Razor Hero into a pit for pretty much the entire duration of Pit of Malice with the Atos, especially considering this is going to be a farming Razor, right? He's going to go Maelstrom, Mjolnir. He's getting the lightning procs that you want to be able to farm like a madman on this Razor as its carry position. It's going to be a long time before we can go break out of that. And this Razor is a hero that needs to be able to dive through the fight. So, I don't know. I feel like, yes, Pipe is really good, and maybe you just need it because of how well how decently positioned the Razor is. But it feels like this Atos would do a lot for the entire team this game.
Yeah, I do like the Atos start, but I think this is going to make him really safe in terms of survivability. I think that is rather important. He becomes pretty much unkillable once he gets this Pipe. With the Atos, they can certainly punish him. So they're looking to do relatively on the top side. This percentage damage is so good, and Yannick, he's realized this, by the way. Definitely a different build we see for most of the Ringmasters. 4 points in the Impalement Arts. Percentage damage really going to rack up into all these high HP heroes with that Vessel in tow as well. Looking to somewhat utilize that on the top side. Would love to just finally bring down this top tower. Break all the trees with Yadomi on the Clockwork. It's a pretty nice little matchup that they have. I mean, Cogs breaks a kind of a ridiculous amount of trees. I feel like it doesn't... And they're just little cogs, you know? Surely they don't break that many trees. Logically.
I actually didn't know that Cogs break... You know, I've been playing Dota for, I don't know, since 2013 or something.
So many.
That's actually, yeah, that's kind of a cool counter matchup. I really never really noticed. And even though they do pop the Fortify, with the Wonder Kid showing up top side, Living Armor is nice, slows it down a little bit. This is going to be a tier 1 tower falling down as well. So Adrian continues to be in a great spot, now sitting only about 1,400 gold away from his Ags. When you move that timing, when the Ags is done, you get 3 pulses of healing, move in, the stun that you get, they're going to kill anyone on the map. I mean, they already are doing a good job of killing people and setting this tempo, but this Ags, it is such an improvement on what Adrian is able to add to these team fights.
It's going to be really, really quite nice. And again, not really any form of anti-heal that's going to be coming out from the side of GamerLegion. A more defensive build from Fade. 200 gold from that Pipe. Not going to have a blink or anything. For the time being on Yamson, he's looking at it potentially next item. If he does commit to what he's queued. So not going to be really much playmaking for the side of GamerLegion. That being said, decent shot.
Yep, and Adrian follows up. Doesn't even have to pop the Solar Guardian. The Celestial Hammer is going to be good enough. We see the power of that 4 points in Impalement Arts. This is just not a tree that lasts particularly long. And I think they should be, yeah, they got the vision as well. So they get the Sentry there, not going to be able to block that one off. Just kind of an unfortunate timing for this tree. He shows up, he's like, I'm going to block things. Well, unfortunately, 2 heroes were there. Sorry. They're going to see you. That one's pretty obvious, and you're going to have to give a kill right on over.
Yeah, big stacks in the triangle actually here for, looks like Adrian's pinging them for the side of Rottweilas. Did finish the Pipe and did finish the Shard for Big Num. So GamerLegion have some decent timings to play around, as still looking for that Mjolnir on the coast. They're going to be a decent bit before he really wants to join any engagement. Farming quite well for himself, but not quite, I think, at that fighting capacity.
I mean,
they're setting up on... Yeah, they're kind of eyeing him.
I don't know that this is a go. No, Genic does not have... Yeah, he's got no points in box. 3-0-2. So if you do get on top of Coach Debile, and if you do start to get the damage going, there is no save. He will die, but Now Big Smoke shows up. Hero or Costabile being moved into the mid lane where the Underlord is showing. RCY's gonna break the smoke. That's a great pick if they can get him, but just pops the Dream Coil. Has a shield rune. Just good luck there, and it's gonna be able to really mess with this engagement. So they should still get the tier 1 tower as they overload into it, but not gonna be able to get the kill they really would have liked to find as well.
It would have been really nice to pick up RCY, but the lockdown is pretty limited. You gotta chain those disables pretty much perfectly into the ring if you want to get that kill.
And now this is a big move on top of Adrian. Overgrowth as well.
Yeah,
Fade shows up, has the pit, and there is nothing that Adrian can do here whatsoever. They're setting up on top of the Underlord. There's a really good remnant. Percentage damage goes in as well, but Fade is very tanky with this pipe, and I'm not sure that he really is a kill, even as he gets bounced around. And yeah, they're just going to back on out of here. They had the nice idea, but what was this, a 1430 pipe? That's a very tanky Underlord.
Yeah, and this is also kind of fun by the side of Fade. He's going to get an Agnums next, and maybe not the typical build that we see from the Underlords. But notably, that doesn't just create the pit around the gate, but it does increase the AoE, naturally, when you buy that Ag. So I kind of like this. It's also a lot of stats. That point booster, get that Ogre Club. Should be able to make this already tanky, hard to bring down hero on Fade. Already problematic in the draft. A little bit more problematic. Because they finishes his Mjolnir and needs to look at that BKB. That'll be their real timing to play for. And suddenly, I mean, over the kind of just duration of these past few minutes, Amson hasn't looked at anything but creeps. Same to be said as for Fade. And getting that 1 kill into Adrian, they managed to turn this into a 4K lead.
Wheel of Wonder, but dodges the Tame of the Beast. Who's not going to get dragged back into that. And RCY, uncontestable. Gonna be fine. Actually, wait a minute here. Phase shift moves forward. Nice move from Costabile. And that should be a dead puck. Playing a little bit too close. I thought he was fine. I think you probably did too. But Costabile shows up, and an extra hero after all the spells have been used. That is a kill.
Yeah, just finished his blink on RCY. So unfortunate that he didn't have it at the tail end of that death there. A pretty good one to give away. These small kills are giving away a ton of gold on the map. Giving Costabile a little bit closer to that BKB. And he just needs this so desperately in this game. But he's not very interactable with once he has that BKB. Only relying on the damage from Yamsen. If that does happen. So I do like this from Jensen as well. He's gone for a little bit of a different build from last game. It's not nearly as good of a BKB game. Still good, but not as good. He's going straight for a Hurricane Pike after his blink here. Really good Pike game, speed as well. He finished up a 4-staff for himself. No drums, no greaves, no anything. He's a little less farmed than typical. He's gone for a 4-staff. Just, yeah, great 4-staff game in general. The more of those they can build up.
Now they're going to find this Void Spirit, but here comes the Ags and the Solar Guardian coming in from Adrian, and this is just... It's not that close of a kill. Wonder Kid's going to be able to get out of here. Adrian, got to be careful. He's pitted up, going to get locked down, and he's going to die for his mid laner. I thought they might try to go rotate and bring everyone in on top of this, but the tier 1 tower is not, it's been taken down, and now Genic will get taken down. Nice gate rotation. Yamson shows up, says, yes, I'll take this kill. Thank you very much. Goes back to top side. I thought they might try to go and turn that one around with how much was spent on Adrian or on Wonder Kid to not get the kill, but nothing to TP to. So instead, you lose 2.
Definitely unfortunate. It was especially unfortunate that it's around the timing of the Tormentor. Going to give that one away with pretty much no contest. And they do see Yudomi.
He's relatively tanky with the Pavis, but not tanky enough, and he's going to go get taken down. So now... Not only is this the 20-minute timing with the Tormentor, which is exactly what you want to find, it's a kill on this Clockwork as well. And that means that Clockwork's one of the best heroes at contesting this Tormentor. You get Rocket Flare Vision on top. You can go and see what's happening, get a good hook shot. And now that's just not a possible contest. So Speed is going to be the beneficiary here as the marginally poorer, well, I was going to say poorer support, but Tree already bought his shard and is poorer anyways. But that's a good shard, right? All of a sudden, you got Ancients. You're going to be able to get Ancient Granite Golem, give an additional 10-15% HP to your entire team. A lot of Chens buy this anyways.
Yeah, nice one to pick up for free. Any gold that you can inject into Speed, I'm sure, is relatively helpful. He's in a slightly more quiet game than most of his Chen games, but he's starting to ramp up the farm speed a little bit. So just very comfortable hitting the creeps for now. Getting a few key kills has really brought them back into this game. For Rottweilas, kind of sometimes they're getting punished that I think they wish they hadn't. They really just need this BKB from Costa Bile. He is refusing to show up to anything before he has it, and I think that's the correct call by all means. He's not farming quite as fast as Yamsen, but he's keeping up relatively. He does have that decent carry matchup. It's a good BKB game. Now he's finally finished it. If they want to fight, it's probably one of the better chances that they'll get. Could smoke up with something like the Roche. But it is difficult. I mean, so even with this BKB, getting kills and not cut and dry, they're going to look straight onto him.
Yeah, they're going to go right on top of him. Here comes the BKB right now. He can turn on pop, get right on top of this Dragon Knight. 4 staff away, but the static link keeping him locked in place. And a great hook shot keeps him sticking right there. But this BKB timing we were talking about, it's lasted. It's not enough. And the Dream Coil keeps him there. It's a dead Razor, and it's going to be even more. That turn looked like it might have been just pixel perfect. BKB delivered as the stun. You can turn it when you're still very healthy, but just not enough damage. This, even if it is a good carry-to-carry matchup, this DK with a Divine Favor behind him, 3,200 net worth with, actually 3,200 net worth without the armlet, even more if he turns the armlet on. He's just not a target.
Definitely hard to bring down as Costa Bile fortunately couldn't chase him in. That's kind of the change to Dawnbreaker that really is starting to, I mean, definitely affected the play rate that we see of this hero. No longer drop down as fast, or you don't drop down any faster now with his Ags. Was one of the things that really made this Aghanim strong, is that you could react within a second, get that immediate BKB piercing stun. Now that they changed that, takes just a little second longer for Adrian to come down, misses the stun, link breaks, and the moment that the link breaks, you can no longer fight on the side of Costa Bile. Quick pause for lag, and that is a very unideal first usage of that BKB. Not only do you die, but of course, every second going down in this BKB is really detrimental. They didn't ban out this Underlord that we talked about and we were worried about. He has an Ags already on this Underlord. That pit is absolutely massive, and it's the whole game just going to be an absolute nuisance for Costa Bile. He might even have to look for an early refresher, so it's going to be miserable to play this hero into the Underlord if you don't have that BKB active.
You really just need multiple purges. Manta, he's got the Yasha queued up. I'm assuming this is going into a Manta or into a Manta. That feels good. Also, almost feels like you want to Hurricane Pike yourself just to be able to get yourself out of the pit. It's awkward, is the point. It is very awkward. And you talk about once the static link is broken, you just don't take the fight. I thought Costa Bile maintained the link even through the 4 staff. I thought I saw that happen. And even then, I mean, it was not quite enough. Now this gap started to increase, 1,600 gold, 1,300 gold for the DK over the Razor, as this smoke is going to try to find something. Costa Bile, he is the one that's showing. He is the tip of the spear here, but his team is behind him. And they jump on top of this Razor, relatively tanky, looks to go in. Nice hook shot, but again, the Solar Guardian not going to land, and the static link locked in place with the Overgrowth. This is a Razor that's not allowed to take this fight. He's got to wait. But unfortunately, static link is a long cooldown, 10 more seconds until he's allowed to fight. And Yamsen backline, they just cannot find him. Wonder Kid's going to get taken down as the first kill, and you just have to run. It's a bad fight, and now Yodomi locked in place with the pit. He's going to die. And this, again, these fights, they're set up for them. You look like they're set up, but nothing, there's no stuns from the Solar Guardian. They're not able to layer this disable together. And yeah, the Solar Guardian keeps people alive, Rojo, but it needs to be more than that.
Yeah, he built a pipe as well on Adrian, which again feels relatively nice. But not doing much to mitigate what Yamsen is doing. Not doing enough to stop, I mean, this Underlord from just rooting everybody. It was a really nice move as well. They got the immediate... Roshan looks like it should die. Pop double damage just to be safe. Gets a little bit angry, tosses Yamsen out of the pit a couple times. He'll still pick it up. Level 18 on this DK. But it was, I mean, really nice move. Fade, he ultied onto the backside. He stopped Yannick from getting that early escape act with how low the cast range is after some of the nerfs Ringmaster received. Stopped on initial box, forced Costa Bile to BKB. And then on top of it, Big Num came through that portal and immediately Overgrowth. So second Pit of Malice. for all intents and purposes. It was really just cleanly done. Good utilization of both of their heroes. And now Fade, he's level 19. He's looking towards this Lotus. For the side of Rottweilas, I'm kicking myself that I did not ban Fade from this hero, Bayo. He's sleeping bot.
Yeah, they're going to go find him now. Good hook shot buys some time. Wonder Kid tries to get on top of the puck, but he's able to phase shift away. And now still a Guardian, but it's stunned up. It's totally lacking here. And that's some big spell usage that is really going to come to naught as RCY. Nothing stopping him from moving, and Udomi looks like he's just going to go down once again. Good cogs. Those burn off a little bit of mana, you know, secondary stun. But not enough. And now this tier 2 tower. This is a pretty low Dragonite, but he's got an armlet. He's got an Aegis. He is very fine, and we can see the benefit of getting this Hurricane Pike. You sit so far away from the fight to lay your damage in that it just becomes very difficult. It's the same thing 2 fights in a row. He's just sitting there in the back line, and just the team is not able to connect on top of him.
Yeah, and Adrian has gotten into this full aura build, but fortunately they're just not. They just don't have enough net worth across their whole heroes. They're just down by too much to fully utilize it. Having to use every part of Adrian's kit defensively. I'm almost wondering if he wished that he went for something a little bit different, a little more aggressive on the Dawnbreaker. It's hard to know. And his build is perfectly fine. Just hasn't felt good the way the game is playing out. Yeah, Fade, now that he does have this Lotus, I mean, it's about 100 gold till that's finished. It's going to be very hard for Costa Bile to actually enter these fights. Now getting the link off onto Yamsen, unlikely to happen. Between this Hurricane Pike and then soon the Lotus. Definitely a tragic story here for Rottweilas. They had a really strong early game. A couple good moves like GamerLegion. A whole lot of hitting creeps. So to Yamsen as this indomitable Dragonite. About 900 gold or so from his Demon Edge. He'll finish that Daedalus, and then Ivan Guts when the Dragonite becomes really terrifying. Already so scary. And some top vision for Big Num. Being a little bit silly around this Wisdom Shrine. They want to sneak it, or at least posture like they're going to pressure it. That might be enough. Yamsen is in the area as they jump. Costa Bile immediately. The damage really
That's
high.
a lot of damage going in. Hookshot tries to buy some space. They're going to try to go take this puck down. Goes through the portal just a little bit, which gives a chance to take him down maybe. But the circles are way too good. Yamsen four-steps himself forward, lays the damage into this Razor. He's just got to run. Tries to take down Bignum. Will be able to kill him at the very end. But it's still going to be 3 heroes dead. This Razor's down. And Wonder Kid, he's got to run. Udomi going to get pitted up once again. They're diving the tier 3s. And look at that. They found Wonder Kid too. Do they have the lockdown? Seems like they might. Yep, that's going to be 5 heroes dead. And really only the cost for the tree. The Bigdom says, wave the white flag. We've dove your tier 4s, and we haven't even taken tier 2 top.
That's kind of what it's feeling like. This is so problematic. Rottweilas is facing into this reverse sweep. Gotta be mentally devastating, at least a little bit, in this game 5, that you had some form of advantage. Now this Underlord, and Fade is... Yamsen, of course, he got an ultra kill. He did so much, but don't underestimate what Fade is doing in these fights. Damage, of course, is good from him, but, I mean, you saw those pits. I'm pretty sure Costa Bile was stuck at least 5 or 6 seconds in those pits after his BKB came out. And now the duration of that BKB, mind you, is 6 seconds. Still no Manta on board. Even if he has the Manta, I feel like he does need another form of Dispel after that. Wonder Kid, he hasn't been able to afford himself a Dispel, as it's pretty hard to get one on Void Spirit. The typical Dispel you'd buy, it would be the Yules, but Yules just sucks against Underlord. It doesn't work. So I just cannot imagine how much they've kind of kicked themselves by letting Fade get this Underlord. Now Yamsen, only 17 seconds left on the Aegis, but he has gotten that Daedalus. So if you think that you're going to survive into him after you already got that Ultra kill, certainly not going to be the case. RCY is still relatively unchecked, as their disables are really limited for him. It is brutal out here.
And if you thought those circles were already pretty big, because they are, well, there's a Gleipnir that is very close to completion for the Underlord at this point. Only about, well, I guess 2,000 gold is maybe not super close, but the way this game is going, the way he's farming, it's close enough. It's 4 minutes away. Call it even less, realistically, just, again, considering how efficiently they're farming. And Smoked out bottom side. They're going to find
Oh,
Coach
no.
Tabile.
Coach
Pit
Tabile.
goes down. Look at the crits.
he's
Coach
just
Tabile
dead.
has to run, and he is
no.
just dead. The damage is significant, and now RCY moves in as well. Nothing to stop him anymore. The box buys some time, but this should be a dead Ringmaster. Genix going to get taken down, and, well, they can't hit the tier 3 tower just yet because there are no creeps. But there's a tier 2 for the taking, and I really don't think they're going to stop there.
I don't think so either, Adrian. He wants to get this Crimson Guard, and he has to. One more wave. Probably sell the wand if you can TP back. But for the moment, he's just letting these racks go. There's no way to fight this. No way without Coach Tabile again. He is their only form of damage. Truly their only form of damage with how they built. And he really doesn't even feel like enough damage into this Chen, into this Underlord, plus the Treant, damage mitigation, and an extremely farmed Dragonite. I think I'm perfectly fine with that if I'm Yamsen. I think he might even have a Satanic coming to him. Full Satanic on the deck for Yamsen. They're going to smoke up before Costa Vitae spawns, but it's really in vain. They're going to back up, even despite hitting some incredible timings. Don't have Dragon Form, and the Roshan can spawn in a minute. They're ready to secure this Game 5 and their slot to ESL 1 here, Bayo.
Yep, it's been a much more difficult road. Coming in from the lower bracket this time, losing the first 2 games, losing a crazy 69-minute game in game number 1, and it had me thinking, maybe we got another one. Maybe there's another team coming out of North America that is going to qualify. But no, GamerLegion take it to game number 5, looking down the barrel at a reverse sweep now. And as I look at this, Rojo, this is not game 1. This is not a Clinks that you're just trying to get to to level 25. It's just going to find Coach Tabile once again. Hooked up by some time, and actually, this is probably the best possible fight. Solar Guardian comes in. The problem is you're 29,000 net worth down, and Yamsen has taken no damage whatsoever. He's chain stun. He just sits there. And Coach Tabile is going to get taken down as well. We're going to have to see who else dies. But importantly, the Razor's dead. He's all the damage. And the only thing that stops them from taking tier 3s, tier 4s, again, the creeps aren't quite there. But even still, this is the DK just sat there through Hookshot, Solar Guardian, I think a Wheel of Wonder was in there as well. And yeah, there we go. Yodomi's going to go tap out. Yamsen tips him. Yodomi tips Fade. What a great Underlord performance. Absolute. The pick broke the game. Fade broke the game. And that means that GamerLegion now, 2nd week in a row, they have qualified into the next big ESL event. This time it's Birmingham, and in 3 months, you'll see them in England competing with the best of the best.
Yeah, and if they can show this level of form, again, we talked about it, I think they can step up to these teams. They just gotta be careful with the way that they're drafting. When they get their drafts, when they get their heroes, Bayo, they look incredibly good. And man, I just cannot emphasize enough for Rottweilas. If you're in that game 5, you have to ban the Underlord. Man, Fade is just too good at this hero. Look at him, 3-0-13 and every form of utility you could possibly buy. All enabling Yamsen. A reverse sweep today is not necessarily what I expected. But GamerLegion, they give us a show at least.
Yeah, I think it's always really funny, by the way. You take a look at these Underlord score lines. It's like, farmed really nicely. Didn't heal in this game, didn't buy a Greaves, but sometimes. And then it's like, yeah, he did less damage than some support. He did less damage than some supports. Not in his team this time, because Speed and Bignum were just 2 healing supports, but did about the same amount of damage as the Ringmaster did. Because this hero is all about auras. It's all about dropping circles on the ground and making it just downright impossible for Razor to ever take a fight. You can't chase the heroes. You're locked in the pit. You're locked in another pit. You're locked in a 3rd pit. You're overgrowth. You're locked in a 4th pit. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, it is a brutal loss here for Rottweilas. They gave us a really promising show, so I hope that in some regard, they don't feel too down about it. But yeah, just a couple key mistakes, and honestly, they could have been on their way to ESL 1. A little bit of a depressing thought to leave you guys off with. Sure, Rottweilas, at least they can, again, I think, take some pride in really pushing this to a game 5, forcing GamerLegion to give it their all time and time again. But those 3 games where GamerLegion kind of switched up to their original formula, you can see why it worked for them in the past.
Yep, and again, I take solace in the fact that we had a 5-game grand finals. We have a team that I hope they stay together. because this is clearly a stack that can take it to GamerLegion. This is not just going to be if Rottweilas stay together and this Coastabile Yodomi edition, which has looked fantastic, all things considered, give it a little time to gel more. Now, maybe this is a 2-team region. And that is anytime you're just like, okay, there's one team qualifying through, it forces GamerLegion to have competition, it forces them to get a little bit better, forces Rottweilas to get a little bit better. And that is hopefully good news for the region as a whole. North America, obviously not where it would like to be, but again, if you can get up to 2 teams, they start really going hammer and tongs. Maybe you start to see some other talents grow up, and who knows. But for now, GamerLegion, they have qualified for ESL One Birmingham coming up in March. They're going to be playing against a bunch of other teams. There's still a bunch of qualifiers to go. South America got started today. Western Europe has, I think, 2 more days of qualifiers. So we are done here today, but there's a ton more Dota over the next couple days, and I want to make sure you watch all of it. But for now, congratulations to GamerLegion. 3-2 over Rottweilas. They're moving on to Birmingham, and we'll see you next time.
Disappear.